Hey, good morning, everyone. It's Alan Schimmel for Techstrong, and we are live. Today is Wednesday. We're live at the Moscone Center West, where we're on what they call Broadcast Alley, where we've been for the last 2 days and will be for the next 2 days. I hope you're enjoying our coverage of RSAC Conference 2025. We're going to do something we've never done before. You're watching it for the first time. Bear with us if it doesn't go as we thought, because this is live TV. It's kind of like Lucy eating the chocolates. But we're calling this the Analyst Arc. Analyst on the road. I've got 3 of my Futurum compadres here. Let me quickly introduce you to them, starting at my far right. He's a man I've known way before this, but we've become work.
So Fernando Montenegro, for those in the air, great to see you all. I joined Futurum about 3.5 months ago, give or take, and I'm working alongside Krista and Mitch and others on leading the charge on covering this, like for our Futurum clients and broader audience. And oh my God, like. We have a personal history in the context that
I know Fernando a long time.
I became an analyst. I can trace becoming an analyst to phenomenal advice this man gave me. Right. So
now I'm really old.
I'm fanboying here all the way. Sorry.
Fernando, it's fantastic to have you on here. I hope this isn't the last time we do one.
Oh my God, no.
To my, you can't miss her on this panel. I guess it's to my right. It's my medium right, I guess. She's also a Futurum analyst covering the cyberspace. Krista Case.
Yes, thank you, Alan. Yep, so Krista Case, I'm an analyst, as you mentioned, on the team here at Futurum. I've been with Futurum a little over 2 years, but I've been an analyst about 15 at this point. I was having a conversation the other day. When is it half my life that I've been an analyst? We're going to be approaching that mark, but I'm our resident kind of guru on data security, data protection, and part of my charge here at the show at RSAC is further digging into trends around identity security. So looking forward to chatting with everybody about that today.
Very cool.
Fantastic.
And then to my immediate right, this man needs no introduction to our Techstrong audience. He's my business partner for 25 years. Yeah. My good friend and Futurum analyst VP, Mitch Ashley.
Yeah.
Mitch?
Thank you. Great to be here. This is the first thing that we've all 3 done together in terms of a live kind of video. And we've talked about podcasting and various things, but this is like the 3 legs of stool of security, right? We have cyber, and we have software, and we have data protection, and all identity, all the things in between. So I think between the 3 of us, we've got a really, it's the power trio. You know, it is the rush of security.
Yeah. So, I've been coming to RSA, as it's called now, RSAC Conference, C for Community. They've changed, that's the new branding.
That's good to know.
It's RSAC Conference.
Okay.
But I've been coming here since 2002 with Mitchell.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And every year there's always trends that show themselves. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you don't realize it because you're in the middle and you got to go home and reflect.
Yeah.
And then it becomes obvious. But you guys have now walked around for 2 days. What are you seeing? Each of you probably has gotten your own vibe based upon your own kind of specialization. Fernando, or you want to start with Krista? I was going to
say ladies first.
Sure.
Absolutely. Krista, what's your vibe?
So I'm getting the blisters to prove that we've been running around, I was at ping pong ball between different hotels yesterday.
Lesson for RSA, always wear comfortable shoes.
Yes, indeed. But yesterday I happened to spend quite a bit of time with storage and data protection companies, which is interesting to consider that they're here at a security show. And it really reflects the fact that from a data protection perspective, we're evolving from simple backup and recovery to a broader perspective on cyber resilience. So, for example, we're seeing capabilities like anomaly detection being built in to data protection and storage systems be able to detect that attacks are occurring more quickly. We're also seeing a lot of initiatives and work around kind of these cyber vaults for not only kind of air-gapped data copies for recovery, but also for forensics to be able to kind of dig into the attack path and really understanding what's happening from that perspective. So again, I just think it's really interesting to see some of these companies like Cohesity, Commvault, Infinidat be here at the show. And again, it really reflects the importance of data, I would say, in the cybersecurity conversation.
You know what? I would say that we've seen over the last, since the end of COVID, so over the last 3-4 years, data primacy, right?
Yeah.
For a long time in the security industry, it was all about AppSec.
Yeah.
Because it was all about the applications.
Yeah.
Everyone was focused on developing applications. No disrespect.
No, we still do.
All focused on applications and then AppSec. About 3-4 years ago, I think the light went back on when we woke up and said, it's about the data.
Oh, I have a theory about that. I'll get so a couple of things. I think in terms of vibe conferencing, right? Like what we've been seeing around, we can't escape AI. Okay, I said it. I'm sorry. Right? AI.
I just wanted to check. That was 5 minutes in.
Yeah, literally, like
that's some discipline for this.
In previous RSAs, I actually tracked in my briefings how often people would mention AI,
right.
And I have some stories about that. We can talk some other time. But absolutely seeing the AI vibe. Okay, but I want to pick up on your point about data. One of the things that we are tracking, like Krista and Mitch and others for Futurum, we are tracking the evolution of cybersecurity over the years. I think my first, at the time it was the RSA conference, now our RSAC conference, was maybe 2012 or 13. Anyway, doesn't. And one of the trends that we are tracking is this evolution of maturity of cybersecurity as an industry.
Yes.
Right. And as far as what we cover and whatnot, I cover a few specific areas, but more importantly, I'm paying attention to how the buyer behavior is changing, right? And the buyer behavior is changing because of both the growth of solutions and products out there on one hand, but also the external pressures from regulatory, from boards of directors, and so on and so forth.
Yep.
And as we work together, we realize two things about me. I tell the worst dad jokes in history in industry, and the other is that I talk way too much. So.
It's okay.
Here I am using my head.
Talking by the word here, so take as much time as you'd like.
The thing that's really interesting, and ties to what Krista was talking about data, is that data is one of the closest things to what the business cares about.
Yes.
Right. So this is really relevant. So we are maturing in that sense. Yeah. Right. Anyway, so that's the earlier comment, right? It's this maturity of the industry.
I'll chime in really quickly. As a data protection person, at my first RSA conference, which I think it was still called that last year, it made me very excited and proud to hear so many conversations about data privacy and compliance as well, right? Because I think the sensitivity and protection of data has sort of been an afterthought for a long time. And I think AI is changing that conversation because of the potential, this year, kind of the conversation has evolved into, we're now beginning to have all these agents that are going to be entering our environments, right?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, you said
7.5 minutes agentic AI.
Yes. Getting all the buzzwords. Well, let me jump in. One of the things that I'm sensing, I appreciate your perspective about this. I've said recently the software is doing the same mistake that we've done in security, which is kind of siloing everything and trying to secure this part of the tool chain or whatever it is. My sense this year is recognition that nobody has the one ring that's going to rule them all. Nobody has the one pane of glass that's going to be the thing that everybody integrates into. My best example is Cisco briefing yesterday. They had a talk today talking about hey, there's data that you're not going to put everything in our tools. You're not going to put all your data in Splunk, right? We're building this in a way that we can go now start accessing data outside of our ecosystem, and it doesn't all have to come into our database to be able to do that. I mean, this is just one example. I can name 5 vendors that we had conversations where at some point they said, we know we're not the only solution our customers use, and we have to work cooperatively across solutions, even though we're really proud of what we do. That's a real sign of maturity. I think that's a good thing. Guess what? Their customers have known that for a long time, right?
No, but I've definitely seen this. This is a vibe I've been getting. I call it the platform vibe.
Oh, absolutely.
Here's my theory. right? The security industry hasn't changed as much as you think in 25 years.
Yeah.
There were always small companies who came up with what they called products, but they innovated. The innovation lived with those small companies. I talk with my fans too. The innovation lived with those small companies.
Yep.
Then medium companies would buy those small companies, and those products that these small companies innovated became features of the product of the medium companies.
Right. Yes.
Then those medium companies would get bought by the big companies, and those products would get rolled into a platform. And it's those platforms, everyone wants to be at the top of the food chain. Everyone wants to have the platform that plugs in. Cisco's
and they all want to go after the enterprise.
Right, and that, well, because only an enterprise can afford a platform like that, right?
Yes.
And then you want to build your ecosystem. You want to have your marketplace that works on my platform. And I'm going to develop some things that work on that platform, but the nice thing about having a platform is I can make, it's like Huckleberry Finn, I'll let you paint the fence. You make products that plug in on my platform. Thank you very much, thank you very much.
Yep.
And that's how you build your castle, so to speak. I think it's already in full force with the AI pieces.
Yeah.
I want your agent to talk to my platform.
Yes.
Or I'm going to make AI agents from my platform that'll talk to your security point solutions. No one wants to be in the point solution business. We all want to be in the platform business. I think that's my vibe theme for the show.
That's been, like, we have 4 major trends that we were talking about. At the beginning of the year when we predictions and whatnot. The 4 major trends we were looking at: AI, exposure of the attack surface, many ways, the platform vibe, and the
data,
and the cyber resiliency, right? And this fits perfectly. Now, what I think, you talk to an investor, what are the 4 most dangerous words in the English language? This time it's different, right?
Yeah. So it's always different. It's a new paradigm.
Yeah, but what is different this time is that we are now, I don't know, 50 years into the IT revolution and whatnot, and we've grown out, we've come out of the basements, right? Cybersecurity is strategic. Never mind the intersection with political considerations and geopolitics and whatnot.
We already covered that.
It is mission critical, right?
Yeah.
And because it is mission critical, it means that organizations are taking a more strategic look at cybersecurity. As they take a more strategic look into cybersecurity, the platform conversation emerges, because as an executive, what I want to do is I want to have 1 or 2 or 3 strategic partners that then bring others in as needed. So your point is spot on. The other dimension I would add to this is that you were making decisions not only about having a strategic technology platform partner, but also, do I use service partners to have that conversation, right? What's my role as a business? Is it to develop cybersecurity talent or is my role to protect my business? And at which point can I use partners to do that?
I think there's even I agree with what you're saying. I think there's even a deeper what's different. The deeper what's different is security is not the land of no anymore. We went through COVID and we proved we can make decisions in days and hours and weeks. Yeah. We proved we can get shit done. You know, when we need to do it. And we've now got executives making bets on AI. We have no idea how we're going to deliver on those bets, but my organization's got to figure that out. And so the ability for anybody, security or finance or anyone else, just to be in the land of no is not an option. So there's a much greater sense, I think, an attitude of, we want to be part of it. We don't know what it is yet, right? We don't know what the answer is, but we're going to figure this out in our product strategy and features and companies we acquire, where we go. We're going to work with our customers. They're trying to figure it out, right? We're trying to build products for customers who don't even know what they want to do yet, or at least in many cases. But that's okay. That's okay. We're going to move forward and advance the state of the art with the industry, with our customers, instead of having the best feature that's going to win the world.
Dare I say, yes, we can?
Yes, we can.
We can.
Okay.
I don't know where that comes from, but okay.
But No, you're right. And Fernando, you said something, and I do want to hit on it. As someone who's been here 25 years, the growth, the attendance, the kind of people who come here, the kind of people who present here, speak to the emergence of cybersecurity as a pillar of our civilization's march forward, because
absolutely
we have a civilization built on technology, and our technology needs to be secure. I want to bring up one other thing. You mentioned it
Please.
earlier too. I kiddingly said RSAC conference. This is a new RSA conference, right? Last year, Hugh, not Protect Point.
Thompson.
Hugh Thompson, but his VC that he works for. Crosspoint Ventures purchased the RSA conference.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've spoken to Hugh many times. They have big plans.
He's a legend,
Yeah, he has big plans. They started rolling it out. The big piece of it is they rebranded the company RSAC.
Okay.
C standing for community. They don't want to be a once-a-year conference. Yeah. They want to be the community for the cyber world, and where the cyber world meets the rest of the world. Now, nature abhors a vacuum. And at a time, unfortunately, where our government seems to be withdrawing. There was this, I don't know if you followed the presentation from the Department of Homeland Security Secretary yesterday about CISA's mission going forward. At a time when the government seems to be withdrawing from a position of leadership in this industry, in steps RSAC, where you've got 40,000, you could just look around behind us here. There's 40,000 something people here.
Yeah.
We need a North Star in this industry. We need people who are an organization that's going to step up and lead. Maybe not a particular vendor, because vendors always have.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think this is the right time, the right company, the right, message to pull together for this new era of cybersecurity taking its rightful place at the table. I'll get off my soapbox.
I think you're right on the timing and the mission. And those are big shoes to fill. The bigger
Very
than what
big.
CISA was doing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or any other.
No, this is putting together a huge industry of. Fernando, you would know, how big is the cyber industry?
We are tracking something like close to 300 billion by 2029 or something like that.
285, I want to say.
Something like that.
Billion in revenue.
Yeah.
By 2029, give or take.
Growing at, I think, an 11% CAGR over that time.
We're tracking. We're literally just about to release some of our estimates.
Yeah.
And a healthy CAGR for the industry. Some areas we see having a higher CAGR than others, like security operations is a big one.
Yeah.
But to get back to your earlier point, I think that this community has earned the right to be that voice, and we've seen it over the years, like from our founding in cryptography. Right.
Yep.
I was talking to people before about somebody asked me, what does RSA stand for? They're new to the industry. This is what public key cryptography was, right? Mm-hmm. And to the fact that we've hosted leaders from many administrations. Now, one aspect I'll say is I'm a Brazilian Canadian. Right, so I'm here representing the international.
Enough said. Right.
I'm here representing the international community. This is an international effort.
This very much is.
Right.
Yes.
And what I find is that yes, this is definitely a place to have those conversations. Right. I think that what I love is that we are the network effect. Like my degree is computer science, not economics, but I love economics. So the network effect of having all the people here, whether it's business, whether it's government, whether it's vendors, and we are having good conversations. I was having one at breakfast just now on something related to this. So yes, we are. I think that Crosspoint did I wish the conference and the community the best.
I support this move.
Yes.
So let me throw out a concern. And
go ahead.
Send me the hate mail. I'm sure I'll get some. But as I walked on the show floor last 2 days, It seems like an over-commercialization of security. It feels like walking into a carnival atmosphere. Everything is super high, super colorful, super puppy dogs and magic tricks and
goats.
Oh, we're going to bring up the puppies. Yes,
we've talked about and not to pick on that
I
one
wrote
thing.
about the puppies.
I know. Okay. I read your post on the puppies.
You know, and I'm concerned about style over substance in security. We're in this era with AI. We've got to make some advancements.
Let me ask you guys a question. You're analysts.
Am I being too stodgy and don't have fun while we're doing hard
to
work?
The three of you, and any of you can jump on this. What makes a conference? The expo floor, the sessions, the networking opportunities.
I think it's the analyst briefings.
Of course, the analyst briefings.
Always.
But how should we judge the efficacy of this conference? By what you see on that circus floor?
Yeah.
Or what you see in the session rooms or on the keynote stage? Or at Mel's Diner around the corner.
Oh, Mel. I haven't been to Mel's yet.
I've been there. I was their first stop.
Yeah. I had breakfast there.
I have one request, if Mel's management is listening, if they could please open an hour earlier, because I don't want a 7 o'clock breakfast meeting. I want a 6 o'clock breakfast meeting.
Oh. There's a lesson there for you. Missing out, Mel. But guys, what do you think?
I think it's the networking and the conversations, honestly, at the end of the day, because going back to kind of the comments around how strategic security is, it needs to tie to the specific requirements and concerns of that particular company or organization. And it's only when we start to have those conversations and dig in that we can really kind of identify what the gaps are.
I agree with that. I think that in combination with one of the things I really used to like about Black Hat is that was where you heard about advancement in research and what's happening. And I think there was a talk here, or at least I know we had an article about a company that had found some ways of bypassing some of the guidelines, guardrails of the LLMs. That's important. That's extremely important stuff for us to be talking about. So in combination with advancing the state of the art, both problems and solutions, and the community, the connection, the networking, I would say as well.
So I can talk about this for hours, but full disclosure, I used to work for a period of time. I worked for RSA Security, the company.
Sure.
Right? And I loved it. Right? I worked
great company.
I worked anti-fraud. It was phenomenal. So I came to the conference. A few of the years I came to the conference was as an RSA Security employee. Right? And one of those years, I wrote a blog post afterwards because people were bashing the conference, right?
They always do. My friends do too.
And I had a disclaimer up front. Hey, I work for RSA, the company, right? But my point is that this conference is a phenomenal gathering for people at different stages of their career.
Absolutely.
Right. So if you are new in your career, right, you're just starting, you're trying to figure out what does RSA stand for, right? We have a gazillion sessions at multiple levels. You have the expo floor to figure out just what madness this industry is in terms of vendors. And even then, that's a fraction of what the total industry is, right?
Sure.
So early in your career, you have that. Perhaps you're grabbing the bags and you're grabbing all the swag that there is in the world. Fine.
We've done that.
Some of us have done that.
Yeah.
Right. As you move mid-career, right? Oh, by the way, early on, maybe you don't know anybody other than your immediate team. Right. Mid-career, you come here and you have, perhaps I'm managing a project or two. I have a few vendor relationships that they want me to meet their executives, and their executives are here. Perhaps I'm going to attend a talk that is more advanced on a topic that I want to learn more about. Perhaps I'm bringing some team members with me and I'm telling them, hey, go here, go there, etc. That's stage 2. And then stage 3 in our careers, when we're further ahead, we are here for the connections. We are here for the
peers.
With all due respect, for the hug I gave you a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Right. For the breakfast I just had with the CEO of a vendor. Right. And we're here to help guide the conversations for the people ahead of us. So you ask me, how do we measure this? The efficacy of this is by how we are helping the industry and the professionals themselves evolve. Right? I think it's wrong for a senior level person to say, oh no, I don't like the talks. dude, you're not here for the talk, right?
You should be giving the talk.
You should be giving the talks, exactly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the other thing I'll mention briefly is that I adore the expo floor. It's weird, I know. It's a
You're the one.
I love it because it's a phenomenal opportunity to have random meetings into folks that I know and whatnot, and I had
there is that.
Yeah, I loved the observing the humanity at its best. Like, why do we have puppies and goats and basketball nets, and it's trying to understand what draws people in, right? And so there's that as well. And the analyst in me, I like to observe the vendors. I like to. One of the first posts I wrote before becoming an analyst was an analysis, like an analysis of the expo hall. I think it was 2016. And one of the things I was looking at was the wording that people were using. So you had vendors claiming, you had smaller vendors claiming, oh, we're the world's best at this, we're the world's best at that.
The only.
But the only to do that. But the thing that was really interesting was that there was one very large vendor that was using the same wording, we're the world's best at it. Hey, okay, isn't that, like, and funny enough, that vendor eventually declined. So it's a phenomenal opportunity for all these kinds of little signals. And sorry, I got excited about it.
No, I agree.
I think there's another vacuum that's been created that RSA can step into, and that's Black Hat.
Yeah.
Black Hat's not what Black Hat used to be.
Black Hat has become RSA in Las Vegas.
It's become kind of this closed, we're going to control who comes, what they do, all that kind of stuff.
I'm not going to talk about a competitor like Informa like that.
No, I know. I mean, but I think there's sort of anti-community activities.
No, they're open for the community. They're not open to other media companies.
I think that's part of the community. I think that's part of the community. So anyway, I think there's a vacuum there.
There's a bigger issue with Black Hat, quite frankly, in that it's not the researchers. It's not Barnaby Jack making the ATM spit out money. No. It's not the guy hacking the pacemaker.
First breaking into the Mac OS.
Or disclosing unknown Cisco vulnerabilities. Remember that? And Cisco shut them down. Yeah. It's not that anymore. It's more this.
The default tsunami password on Wi-Fi?
Full disclosure, before coming to Futuro, I worked at Informa. I worked at Black Hat people. They are watching. Oh my God, I love the people. They are working the same evolution that we are. They're seeing the same evolution that we are. And I think that what I agree with you in that we are now at the stage where research can be released
anytime
in different forms. Like Mitch, you and I sometimes go to KubeCon, for example, right? I say that KubeCon is a stealth security conference.
It has become,
because so if you're doing high-end security on Kubernetes or cloud native, etc., KubeCon's an option, right? You have smaller conferences as well. So the point is that we are all evolving. I like I love Black Hat.
I love Black Hat too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's just not what it was.
Oh yeah.
When I used to stand in the hallway of Caesar's Palace and I got hacked in 2005 up on the wall of sheep.
Oh, you got the wall of sheep.
He got pwned.
That's been my fear forever.
I'll talk to you about it one day. But look, we got to kind of wrap up here. I'm sorry, we've got people waiting, but
this was amazing. Thank you.
Look, you'll be here tomorrow.
Yep.
We're doing this one. Unfortunately, I won't be on this one tomorrow, but
Lisa's going to be joining us tomorrow.
Oh, Lisa Martin.
Yeah, we'll pull in.
You're in good hands. You're in good hands. Guys, I hope you've enjoyed doing this.
This is amazing.
Enjoy your RSA. Yeah. I hope you've enjoyed RSA. Excuse me. Enjoy your RSAC conference. And more power to my friends Linda and Britta and Michelle and Amy and the whole RSA team. They do an amazing job, and of course to you and Cecilia Marinet. We didn't even talk about the launch pad, the sandbox.
It's
many great things.
Stuff.
Really interesting what they've been doing. Absolutely.
All right. We're going to just take a quick break as we switch out microphones. I think I got my friend Jeff Williams from Contrast. Can't miss him. He's 6'7".
Oh, there he is.
Yep. Stay tuned. We're live here at RSAC. This is Techstrong. Cool.
All right. Good stuff.
Hey everyone, we're back here live at RSA Conference. It's Wednesday morning. Things are starting to kick up here. We've already had a full day, of course. We recorded our Techstrong gang at about 8 o'clock this morning. Then we did a new segment special here for RSA called the Analyst Arc with 3 Futurum analysts and talking about their vibe, not vibe coding, their vibe from RSA Conference. My next guest needs no introduction to our audience here. He's one of our good friends, one of the, I don't want to embarrass him, but he's one of the founders of the AppSec movement, right? Early on with OpSWA, everything else. He is also a co-founder, right? No, you're not. You're CTO.
CTO and founder at
and
Contrast.
Founder of Contrast Security.
Yep.
My friend Jeff Williams. I knew you were co-founder, but I always say CEO and it's CTO.
Right.
That's why I wanted to make sure I got it right. Jeff,
CEO is a terrible job. CTO is a much better job. Yeah.
CTO is the job you want. I agree with you. But you know what? Young kids out there don't know that. Everyone's got to find out for themselves, I guess.
Yep.
You live and learn. Anyway, Jeff, it's great to see you here.
Good to see you too.
What is this? Maybe 7, 8 RSAs, maybe more?
Yeah,
and
I've done, more like probably.
Well, I'm saying that you and I have interviewed.
Together, yeah,
I've become an RSA since 2002.
Right.
So yeah, similar kind of thing. You know what, Jeff? Let's start off though. Maybe there are some people out here who don't know Contrast Security. Just quickly, if you don't mind.
Yeah. So we're an application security company. Application security risk is accelerating really quickly now, particularly with vibe coding and other things. Mm-hmm. And we take a runtime approach to application security. So we actually watch the code run, give you real details on what's really exploitable, who's attacking you, what libraries are actually in use. Like, it's all measured directly from a running application. So it's real. It's not theoretical results.
Right.
And we do that to keep you safe and, more importantly, your customers and children safe.
Absolutely. Well, no kidding with children safe. You know, Jeff, one of the interesting things about Contrast, and I've told this to people before, and I got this spiel down now, is for much of the AppSec industry, the AppSec industry focuses on the security of the application before the event horizon of deployment.
Yes.
Right? And that's like sort of a black hole, right? That deployment event horizon. And if we could say all of our AppSec focus is left of that horizon.
That's right.
And
Traditionally.
And for good reason. It's supposedly faster, cheaper, more efficient.
Well, we should talk about that.
Absolutely. But recently I know Contrast, what was the movie? Interstellar? Remember that movie? You've gone through the event horizon.
Right. Through the event horizon.
And come out the other side. And one of the few AppSec vendors that actually have a story about real runtime application security.
Right.
And to me, that's what sets you apart. I don't know, as a CTO, you have a better handle on this than me, but as an observer, that's what sets it apart.
Well, you're exactly right. Traditionally, we've put a lot of bets down on helping developers write perfect code.
Yeah.
But I don't know, do you feel like developers are writing perfectly
I don't think there
code?
is such a thing as perfect code is the problem.
Yes, and
I think it's like a holy grail.
And it's a moving target.
Yeah.
Because stuff changes.
It's like saying I'm never going to publish something that doesn't have vulnerabilities.
And so we've put a lot of bets on that, and frankly, it's not delivering, right? Like most companies have massive backlogs of vulnerabilities that they're not triaging. That whole approach to the problem just doesn't really work. Mm-hmm. And so we had the insight to say, hey, you know what? In production, we can see everything. It's not, in development, you see pieces of applications. You see one repo of 20. You see the libraries. You see the source code. You see the APIs. They're all separately. But in production, they're all assembled together. You analyze the whole thing at once, and you can see exactly where it's being attacked, exactly where it's vulnerable, and you can help companies focus on the few percentage points of issues that are real. The ones that have crossed the event horizon, that are actually being attacked in production. Mm-hmm. Those kinds of problems, that's where you want to spend your very limited critical AppSec resources on fixing those problems. So even though it seems counterintuitive to focus on security to the right, because people like the idea of shifting left.
Right.
The problem is it just hasn't worked. It's backfired.
Well, I'll tell you, it's given rise to platform engineering, which is our newest site, platformengineering.com, because I think people realize that when you overshift left, what are you saying? Your developer's your security guy? I'm not saying developers raise their hand and say, man, do I like to write insecure code? No developer says that. But you don't have developers raising their hand and say, I'm your security guy. That's
also
not
true.
Who they are.
Also true.
And so that I think the whole rise of platform engineering is recognizing we can't ask developers to build their own secure platform in addition to coding their apps. Someone's got to do it.
Yeah, so the way runtime security works is very much like other kinds of detection and response, like EDR and CDR.
Sure.
And one thing to realize, those technologies don't stop application layer attacks, right?
Yep.
They see stuff in the kernel layer, in the cloud, or whatever, but there's a gap, the application layer.
Yes.
And so into your platform, you install ADR, and it instruments the actual running applications and watches it as it runs. That's how you detect things with full context. And so after that, it works just like the rest of the XDR ecosystem.
Sure.
Telemetry gets collected, there's a dashboard, but it also goes into your SIM, and you can correlate it with the rest of your events and so on. But it's a very natural part of operations. Agreed. It's just missing.
Agreed. Let me ask you a question. I was at KubeCon in London last month. Observability.
Nice. Yeah.
Everything's observability.
It is.
How does the ADR play in the observability, this new universe of observability?
Yeah. It's a very similar concept. In fact, we call it security observability in a lot of contexts.
Fair enough.
And observability is interesting. It started to the left of Boom, like in development. And companies like New Relic and AppDynamics and so on, you'd monitor development. And then they realized, hey, what are we measuring? Test systems with, not real data, not real users, not real load. And they're like, well, it's not realistic, because they didn't have the right context. So those tools moved into production, and they measure reality in production.
Yep.
And that's the same transformation that AppSec is going through. If you measure it in test environments, you don't have enough context, you don't have real users, you don't have real threats, you don't have real anything, and you get all these theoretical findings. So when you move into production, that's when you're measuring reality, and you can focus on what matters. And that's what we're helping companies do.
You're walking in that same footsteps here.
Exactly right.
It's the logical route.
It's how stuff evolves.
So, in our never-ending quest for the single pane of glass, do you envision a future where security observability and, call it mainstream observability or whatever, can be in the same interface, could be in the same platform?
I could imagine that, although I think it's more likely in the short term that we'll see it as part of CNAP and SIM kinds of integrations that they're already collecting security telemetry and building a security graph. And our data, we have a graph, it fits into the other graph, that's how that works. Observability is a little bit more of a jump because it's different users,
right?
I think today, but ultimately if we achieve the vision of DevSecOps, we'll break down those silos and everybody will be working off one model of reality. We call it a digital twin. And
that's come a long way now too, especially with AI.
So we're building a digital twin of your application layer, not one app at a time, but the whole thing. So wait,
this is new to me from you now.
Yeah.
Let's start over here.
Yeah,
Talk to me.
So imagine you're a big complex enterprise. You've got hundreds of thousands of applications, all connected to each other, APIs, containers running everywhere, all confusing. So when you deploy Contrast, you can deploy it across that infrastructure. Like we got a Kubernetes operator, you just push it out. It's part of platform engineering.
Right, absolutely.
You push it out. Then the telemetry starts coming in, and we take all this telemetry that's coming from all these apps saying, things like what's the attack surface, where are the vulnerabilities, where are the attacks, where are the assets, all that's coming together, and we're building a digital twin. We call it the contrast graph.
Excuse me.
And it's a model of how your application layer works. It's a lot like the Wiz graph, except for it's not infrastructure. We're talking about another layer of abstraction, how the application layer works. And with that, you get a lot of benefit. You can put vulnerabilities in context and say like, oh, well, I understand this vulnerabilities in this app, which has this blast radius, and you can really get good risk rating. And you can use that data not just for like vulnerabilities and attacks, but you can use it to feed into your threat modeling process, your pen testing process.
I'm a big believer in the digital twinning. I think one of the nice things about all the AI buzz that goes on and our ability now to kind of get our hands around bigger infrastructure or bigger picture.
That's what we had to do. Is our old, 2 years ago, Contrast used our telemetry flowed into a SQL database.
Right.
And that's limited.
Right.
So we moved to a modern streaming data architecture. It's Kafka, it's graph databases, and we've built a massively scalable data collection platform.
Need to do that
it's because our new CEO came from Splunk.
Oh, so obviously.
And so he came in and said, hey, we need to collect more data, not less. And so we've just been enhancing our telemetry, building a awesome model.
Once you're able to get your head around or your hands around all that telemetry, now you start applying the AI and stuff.
Exactly.
To it, and you start seeing insights that you just couldn't see before.
Runtime security and AI go together like peanut butter and jelly. Like
no doubt.
Because runtime is real. It's measured directly from running apps. It's not theoretical stuff. It's not tons of false positives. So yeah, they go together really well.
Love it. All right. This camera's on you, right?
Okay.
Tell them how do they go get this today?
Yeah, it's easy. I mean, you can go to our website. You can learn a little more. That's always a good first step.
And the website is?
contrastsecurity.com.
Right. Okay.
And there's stuff you can try if you want to give it a spin. We're happy to come in and do a POV with you, but the deployment process is easy. You get our installer, you push it out to your containers or your workloads, wherever they are. We don't really care whether it's on-prem or in the cloud or whatever, whether it's APIs or applications.
Right.
We support all of that. And almost immediately, the telemetry will start flowing, particularly if you deploy in production. And that's really where I think you should put it. Then you're going to see, you get amazing visibility into what's happening. I will tell you, you're probably in for some surprises. Like there's probably a lot more attacks going on your application than you thought.
Yep.
And attackers are probably reaching vulnerabilities that you didn't think that they were able to reach.
That's scary.
You may find some log4shell that you didn't know about, by the way.
It seems it's all out there.
Still.
Jeff, good stuff. Really good. I'm really, it's not often I get to hear new stuff like...
Application security has not been innovating as fast as it needs to.
And know it.
With the boom coming from AI development, I mean... If you're producing
get our ducks in
50% more code or 100% more code, I don't think your AppSec team is going to double. So you need technologies to help you scale into that.
Double. We don't have enough AppSec team as it is for what we were producing 3 years ago. Anyway, hey man, this is great. I love it. You're doing a great job, Jeff. As always, man, you're the best.
All right.
Jeff Williams, Contrast Security. Go check out what he was talking about here because this is the kind of stuff you're going to need. Not 3 years from now, not 2 years from now. Now. You need it now. Go check it out. We're live at RSA Conference. We'll be back in a minute. Hi, everyone. Welcome back here to Techstrong TV. If you can't feel it in the air, it's RSA time almost. By the time you guys watch this on Friday, well, I'll still be here, but almost on my way to San Francisco for RSA next week, RSAC. Actually, it's RSAC Conference, if we're going to get it right.
I am so proud of you, Alan. Thank you.
You like that, Cecilia? I thought I did a nice job.
Excellent.
Let me introduce you to my friend Cecilia Marinier. Cecilia is... new title, Vice President for Innovation and Scholars at RSAC. Now, RSAC is the company that puts on the RSA conference. So it's RSAC conference. And that's how we're going to do it going forward. If you hear someone say it sounds new to you, it's new, but it's old. It's the same RSA conference we've grown and loved for, I forget now, 30 years, maybe more. I think I'm going 25 years. So long time. It's also the 20th anniversary of the Innovation Sandbox, which kind of the granddaddy of these kind of innovation displays or exhibits and contests that we've seen become so popular. This is kind of the granddaddy of it, as I mentioned, but it has a new twist this year. Cecilia, how long have you been running the Sandbox and everything?
So I have run the Innovation Sandbox contest for the past 10 years. It's been so much fun. I know, Alan, you get to see me every year. You're like, oh my gosh, she's back. But I have to say this year, we're really excited because we are celebrating 20 years of giving a platform for these entrepreneurs to get out there in front of the most important people in the industry. I mean, these are decision makers, whether it's from government policy or technology. We have that crowd coming. And that's why I think this contest has had such great resonance, because we've allowed for the judges who are coming from industry and volunteering their time to adjudicate and select from a large number of submissions 10 companies that you have to watch. And this year is going to be even better. It's going to be great. Well, actually, every year is better. It's always great. And I love all these different companies. So it's a really exciting year. I highly recommend everybody coming to the contest itself on Monday.
We're going to get to that in 1 second. I want to just give a little history lesson and play professor here, right?
Okay.
So Sandbox, the Innovation Sandbox, which as you mentioned is its 20th year, is a competition for new companies, right? For new companies in the cyberspace. And there are only 10 finalists picked every year that get to compete and display and exhibit at the Innovation Sandbox at RSAC conference. But dozens, if not hundreds of companies actually apply for the Innovation Sandbox. And just making, it's a cliche, but just making the finalists makes you a winner.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's like to get up on that stage and to be in front of, like, there's going to be 1,500 of us in the audience this year. And then having it have a resonance afterwards because it sits on our website. I mean, this is a really important way for entrepreneurs and companies, startups, to actually raise above the noise and show people what's happening in the space. And Alan, we need innovation in the space. Cybersecurity is such an evolving field, and our adversaries are very nimble, that we need to actually have a lot of different solutions that are coming out every year. And this is the only way to give those entrepreneurs a chance to actually demonstrate what they're doing to actually challenge the complex and solve the complex problems in our industry.
Absolutely. And again, just a little history. If you look at past winners, past finalists over the 20 years, it's a who's who of giant, of really, yeah. I mean, so many of the companies have blasted off, which gets us to something else we're going to talk about in a second. But it's
I love the transition. Off. But I agree with you. You've probably heard of Imperva or SentinelOne or Exonius or Wiz or Hidden Layer, and all of those companies, Big ID, they have all come across the Innovation Sandbox stage early on in their trajectory to launching off.
Absolutely.
Like you said.
Now this year, though, man, we have broken the mold in that. There's money there. I mean, it used to be just the prestige of winning itself kind of was a huge thing. But now there's, I spoke about it with you probably 2 months ago already, but there's money involved now. Tell us, just for those maybe you didn't catch our interview with you, chairman of RSAC. Cecilia, tell us, what's in it for our winners?
So every one of the winners will receive a $5 million investment into their company, and from Crosspoint Capital, which is our parent company. And this money can then be used immediately to help them take their company from now until they launch it to the next phase. So it gives them a chance not to have to go raise some funds. They'll have some funds at hand to actually just take the platform that they are been given at RSAC and actually apply it. Because what we've heard, and you can read blogs, and this is not me, like I honestly I love using other people's anecdotes, but we had the person from Volcheck wrote a great blog about the experience he had for the 1 hour with our audience that created a pipeline of business for those companies for Volcheck right afterwards. And he said it was absolutely insane what they got out of this contest being there. So you get to have awareness and a pipeline. It's a great opportunity for companies to actually be on the stage.
And I want to emphasize, all 10 finalists get to $5 million
all
each.
10, $50 million total. It's freaked me out when I first heard it, Al. I'm not going to lie, but I'm super excited about it. I think it's a great opportunity for these 10.
I agree with you. We're going to come back and we'll talk about this year's 10 finalists, but I want to circle back to something else. Innovation Sandbox is not the only innovation and scholars project that RSAC runs at RSAC conference.
That's right.
Right? But wait, there's more.
But,
Cecilia,
exactly. There's
us.
more. Yes. So we have an entire area called the Early Stage Expo, and that has about 78 companies, 78 startups that are there, and it's open from Tuesday evening, Wednesday, and Thursday. So definitely stop by there to check out what's hot and new. In addition, we have another contest. It's called Launchpad. And these are for companies that are coming out of stealth. They're really early on in their journey. Part of this is to kind of just test out with the audience as well as the judges. And this time, the difference here is we are making this like a Shark Tank. And we have 3 incredible judges with Barmak Mefta from Ballistic and Sarah Gao, who's a rock star from Conviction, and Enrique Salem from Bain. All 3 of them have also down selected to 3 of these startups that they are interested in learning more about. And what we're providing the audience is just this opportunity to actually sit in the room and hear what is the VC asking these entrepreneurs, and having the entrepreneurs share their story. And then at the end of it, Hugh, as you mentioned, gets up there and says, "Hey, Enrique, are you in?" And what they're asking is like, would you take another meeting with this group? And each of the VCs provide a little bit of advice. So it's kind of like you get into the boardroom of a VC, and instead of like when you leave as an entrepreneur and you walk out the door and you have no idea, did that work? You actually get to see what's behind the scenes and see what does the VC think. So it's a great, fun, fast experience. Yeah.
Now, Sandbox is Monday. When is Launchpad? Also?
Tuesday at 3:30. Tuesday at 3:30. And it's actually in it's in the same area. There's a different room, but it's the same area. So
let's talk really about areas for a second. You know, we had Linda Gray Martin and
Britta
Glade on a couple days ago, and they were talking about how actually RSAC conference has expanded this year into the what do they call it? YB Yerna Brainer conference area?
Center for the Art. It's a Yerba Buena Center for the Art. It's a nonprofit. You just bring it. I know you were working on the acronym.
Look, I barely got RSAC conference back in my head. You want me to remember another one? But anyway, so for those who are familiar with the Moscone Center, it's usually the one on this side, it's to the right of it usually. It's attached, right?
But it's attached. It's right in the same campus. Like if you are looking coming out of South and you're looking over at North, you're going to see YBCA theaters right there. And then North is across the street. So they're like North and YBCA are really adjacent to one another. And the YBCA Center for the Arts is just slightly behind that theater area. And it has a lot of fun activities happening in. I'm happy to share some ideas for people to go see and then take advantage of while they're at conference.
Well,
if you want me to. Okay,
yes,
let me tell. I'm going to give you a couple of high levels. So we're bringing in 8 villages from DEF CON to come to conference, and they are AI Sandbox, Adversary Sandbox, AppSec, Cloud, ICS, IoT, ICS, Escape Room, which I'm going to talk about in a second, Physical Security Sandbox, and then Pico CTF. So if you're familiar with David Brumley and Carnegie Mellon's Pico CTF, they're having a whole area where you can go and kind of play the game over there as well. This is a place where you do hands-on activities, and it's super fun. And the escape room goes every 20 minutes. You can just go upstairs. It's a super fun area. It's a cool place to go and hang out too, because we have a coffee bar and there's like cool seating and there's inside and outside, and it's really a relax and chill zone. But I think the highlight of the Yerba Buena, there's also a screening room upstairs. So don't forget to look at the sessions that are upstairs in the screening room. But the highlight of the area is actually an installation that DARPA is bringing. It's their AI Cyber City. And this thing is going to be so cool and the hottest ticket at conference. I say that, but there's tons of hot tickets at conference, but this is going to be a super fun one. I definitely recommend going to see it. Like, to get into the actual city, what they did is they're creating an environment where you can walk over and you can see like what's happening in a water plant, or what's happening in a hospital. They have guys in like lab coats, and they're talking to you about the diagnostic of how AI is being used for the positive and the negative. And this is all stemming from DARPA's challenge that they put out, the $20 million challenge to help bring AI in safely into society. And that's their goal. It's a 2-year experiment for them. We're about 4 months ahead of when they actually name the finalists. But if you go in there, you're going to see, like, you're going to be in a city. I can't tell you, you have to see it. But I'll tell you one small thing. In order to get to the city, you have to actually get on this like train. And it's like,
give us a preview, the 10 finalists that are presenting there.
You know, I've had the pleasure of, over the last 2 days, actually, or last week and a half or so, of seeing their pitches, and it's really cool. It's going to be such a good experience. So there are a lot of companies that are working on AI, whether the safety of using AI or how to use AI safely, or how to use AI for security. There's some that are in between. There's one that's working on firmware. There's another one working on an open source solution to do red teaming. It's just going to be a really cool top 10, and worth the effort of coming and seeing, because it's really special. Oh, there's one that's also on AppSec devices, which is very cool too. Like, taking a novel approach to a problem we've had in the industry for a really long time. So I think it's worth your time. I don't want to go specific company by company because it's a little too much, but I would say that it's definitely worth it if you take a look at either the press release, which has a very small specifics about each of the companies, or if you go into the website where the Innovation Sandbox is, you can actually click through. But I can name them for you.
You've opened that can. You've opened that genie's bottle. Yeah. What is the website where we could see this press release and see more about this?
So if you go over to the rsaconference.com website and you go onto the events and you go into programs and you go into Innovation Sandbox, that's where you will see the top 10. And it's a really easy find. It's all over our website. In fact, it's all over our website. So go ahead.
So people are going to see this. This interview is going to air Friday. We recorded it. You know, there's no secret here. We're not hiding. We recorded this on Wednesday. It'll play Friday. Still way before Monday, so people can, get their information. Launchpad is Tuesday at 3:30. What time is the Monday program?
So the Monday program, doors open at 9:30. We will start it at 9:40. It's a very tight, well-run program. So don't be late though, because come around 9:20 for lining up, and we'll see you in the room around 9:30. We'll get it started at 9:40.
Excellent. And that is at the YBAC part.
No. The innovation. Excuse me. I thank you for making that clarification. The Innovation Sandbox is actually going to be, and Launchpad are both held in Moscone South. So we will be back in the same place we were last year, is on the second floor. You come into room 204. And Early Stage Expo is also in Moscone South. I mean, our problem is that we just have so much going on. We need all this extra space. So we grew everything this year, and that's why we moved over to the YBCA, so we could have more companies inside of the Early Stage Expo, and we could have a bigger room for Innovation Sandbox. And that's what we're doing. So thank you for asking.
Cecilia, only you would thank me for making a mistake. Thank you. just trying to think, what about the Scholars Program? You haven't mentioned that.
I haven't. So really excited about that one as well. As you know, I have such a passion around this, and every time I see all of my students' pictures coming through, and I call them my students. I shouldn't. This is the RSAC Security Scholars. These students were identified by the directors of their school. So they're hand selected, and they only get to have one student represent their school at conference. And we create this curated experience for them where they get to meet some of the experts that are in the areas that they're studying in. They can obviously take advantage of all the 600 speakers that are at conference. But what we're trying to do is to build a cohort group so that they can work with each other as they go through their career and have met each other at conference and make this a unique cohort to help build that community for scholars. So that's why we create this. Additionally, we can't do it for everybody. So we have to do another thing, which we call College Day. And right now I just looked at it and we just crossed our 700 registration mark on that one. So go College Day. It's doing really well. This is a full conference experience for any student. It's free. All you have to do is sign up and use your school's email address or send me a indication through a picture of your schedule, and that's all you need. And we want you to come. We want you to see what's happening in this industry. It's a really important time to be in the industry. We need more, a future pipeline of people ready to go. And this is a great opportunity for you to, see the 600 exhibitors on the floor, check out 50 sessions. It's one day. It is only one day. It's on Thursday, May 1st, but I highly recommend. Another 5-star. I give it another 5-star.
Another one. So you're like Oprah, just 5 stars for you, 5 stars for you.
That's how I roll, man.
I hear it. Hey, have we left anything out?
I don't think so. Oh, you know what? Actually, yes, Alan, I want to tell one more thing. As part of the commitment to innovation at conference, and it's specifically about investors and entrepreneurs, we've created a whole new track that we call the Investor and Entrepreneur track. And we've added in 7 extra sessions. So we have about 13 sessions that are strictly for the space around innovation and entrepreneurs and investors. And it has some really like if you look at some of the caliber of speakers coming on that stage, what they're going to be doing is talking to you about what's a trend for tomorrow and or how to start a company. So it's a pretty broad spectrum, but it's all part of what we try to do is build this conference within a conference for that audience, because we know how hot innovation is. There's a lot of contests around the conference. There's a lot of different opportunities where VCs are trying to connect their companies with different people, and we want to help them. We're trying to build that even more. If we create this ecosystem, and they will keep coming. So that's the goal. Thank you for reminding me.
No, it's okay. I mean, you know what, Cecilia, you mentioned it before. You were talking about the AI. I do believe we're at the beginning of a new era in cyber where we're going to use AI, but we also have to defend against AI.
It's offense and defense. It's everything. You need it on both sides.
But you're going to see kind of a Cambrian explosion, if you will, of different techniques, companies, methods, and technology harnessing this wave that we're riding it, whether it's agents or generative or whatever. It's a great time to be involved. It's just a great time to be involved, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. Hey, I will pop up there and say hello to you. Of course, I'm at Moscone West all week on Broadcast Alley, but Monday, we do our DevSecOps event over in Moscone, so I'll be there most of the day, but I'll try to run. Actually, we're on the 2nd or the 3rd floor. If we're on,
you're on the 3rd floor for DevSecOps.
So I'm one above you.
In fact, I'm going to ask a favor, which is when you're up there, if you don't mind letting those DevSecOps people know about the villages over in the sandbox. I think they are the perfect audience. I think they are the perfect audience.
Well, I go up. I introduce every speaker. So while I'm usually stretching, I promise you I'll mention it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cecilia, you do a great job. I know people tell you this, but I wanted to tell you anyway. You do a great job with this.
Wow.
You've made this Innovation in Scholars such a vital part of our SAC conference. So thank you for all you've done for 10 years and looking forward to the next 10.
Good luck, Alan.
Next week. I'm sure it's going to rock. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. One last thing, guys. You might be asking yourself, what is why RSAC conference? Isn't C for conference? Well, C could be for conference, but C is actually for community. So it's an important thing to remember. We'll see you next week at RSA. Cecilia, thanks again. This is Alan Schimmel. Stay tuned. We've got more Techstrong TV coming at you.
Welcome back to Techstrong TV. I'm Lisa Martin, live from RSAC at Moscone West in San Francisco. We're going to be talking all things security all the way through Thursday. Some great content we've already filmed. Hopefully you've been watching. More great content coming your way. My next guest is Naomi Buckwalter. She's the Senior Director of Product Security at Contrast Security. Naomi, it's great to have you on Techstrong.
Lisa. It's good to be here.
Thank you for joining me.
I'm so excited. How are you today?
I'm excellent.
Awesome.
My feet don't hurt yet. It's day one. That's why I'm wearing
heels.
And I
hope that is true for the rest of it.
Me too.
Fantastic.
That's one thing about conferences. You can guarantee a ton of steps and sore feet.
And no lines in the women's room.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true. That's one plus for us girls. So I love the tagline at Contrast Security. You can't stop what you can't see. Tell the audience a little bit about Contrast Security. What is it that you guys are solving for customers?
Oh, interesting. Well, if I could give you an elevator pitch.
Yes.
We do application security in production. That's the easiest way I can explain it.
I love that.
Right? Nice. It's so easy to understand. Yeah. Well, if you think about it, we have other things in security production things. Like we have our CrowdStrikes that's running in production boxes, right? Okay. Like we have different agents that run in production. If you think about the vendor space, there's not a ton of application security happening in production, in runtime. A lot of it's before the runtime happens. So you've got your static scans, your SCAs, all the scans that happen in QA and dev and all the things that aren't actually production. Yeah. And you have to wonder why. It's kind of weird. It's weird.
Well, you were saying, that doing AppSec in production isn't crazy. It's smart.
It's so smart.
Why aren't more folks?
Wait, did you say that or did I say that?
I got that from
you. So smart. You're smart. Actually, it is smart. Because
why aren't folks
it's where behavior happens. It's where the users are. It's where the attacks are. Why aren't we doing more security where the bad stuff is happening?
Right.
Why do we assume we're testing for all the cases prior to releasing the thing in production?
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you why. I know it's smart. We just said it. You said it. But I think it's because people are scared of doing AppSec in production. I think just tech in the past, we've had downtime as an issue. Your company is like, no, we need to have this uptime 99.999 or whatever, right to 5.9, thank you. And I think it's put us back a lot. So if you think about some of the bigger breaches in the past, it really comes down to, you probably just had this old server running with an unpatched thing for the longest time. Yeah. And you were afraid of taking it offline, off production, right, just to fix it and then put it back up. Yeah. Because your business is like, no, we need all the uptime, we need all the revenue. And it becomes this problem because you don't have the protections that you actually need in production.
Well, it's a double-edged sword, and it's like nobody wants to be the next headline for a breach, so it makes sense. Right.
I know.
I mean, the brand reputation, the churn that happens, nobody wants to be that. I mean, in this day and age, security attacks aren't, is it going to happen to us? It's when?
Oh, it's happening
It's how
now.
often?
It's
what is the cost it's going to cost my business?
Right.
So that alone, you think would make enough sense for them to put AppSec in production.
But I didn't even get to the biggest part. It's because we don't have the insight that we need in production, in our applications. We are really good as an industry of getting our network traffic understood, all the things that are happening on our hosts understood. We know all the things that are going on because we have observation, we have sensors in those areas. Yeah. What we don't have are those same sensors happening in our applications at runtime, in production. And now we're trying to say as a company, I think it's time. It's okay to do AppSec in production. It's okay, guys. Like, I almost feel like here at RSA would be our unveiling. Yeah. Is that a word?
Yeah.
Our unveiling, like our unboxing for YouTubers.
Yeah.
So it would be our way of saying to the community, like, it's time. Shift left. probably has failed.
Yeah. Well, how much of what you're doing at Contrast is really education and making these folks aware that it's time, and this is why that old playbook has to be thrown out, because nobody wants to be the next headline.
And it's a little like pulling teeth.
Yeah.
If we had like an interpretive dance, maybe people would probably understand it more. Because it's sometimes they're like, "What are you talking about?" I had a dinner yesterday with somebody at a different company, someone who does static scanning. And it's like when I told him we should do AppSec in production, it's like I stabbed his child. Like his reaction to that was just like, oh, you could just tell his face. I was like, I'm sorry. Do I need to apologize right now? Like he was just so insulted, the fact that I even said that. Because it's so ingrained.
It's cultural.
In us. Right.
It's behavioral.
Exactly.
And that's
why?
hard to change.
Why?
But why? You're right.
Our critical thinking turns off whenever we are thrown another framework or another way of doing something. Oh, and everyone does it this way. Think of the thousands of other people here.
So I'm going to follow that line.
Absolutely. Yep. It's a bias that is not well understood by me just because I can see the issues. And most of us in AppSec actually do. Yeah. And here's another problem is security people traditionally don't have the best grasp of applications anyway. Okay. So what they do is, or what we do, is we kind of just say, hey, we're going to let the developers take care of it. We're going to do our scans. We're going to give them the issues, and then they're just going to magically fix it. That's not what the developers want to do. Trust me. They want to build stuff fast. Yes. They want to make money. They want to go home and build cool shit at the end of the day. I'm sorry. They build cool shit and then call it a day. They see security people, and they always have, as a gate.
Yeah, gate.
As a detractor to what they're trying to do.
As a, no, you can't do that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what we're now saying is maybe that approach has failed us, because think of all the issues that are still happening. OWASP top 10 hasn't changed in like 2 decades, right? How embarrassing for us. Now we're saying application security can be done without the developers. We don't need them anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. And I know that sounds really like, who the heck are you, Karen?
Yeah.
But we haven't given this a shot enough to say that maybe it won't work, maybe it will. Yeah. Why not? Right.
So you're in effect enabling the optimal developer experience because you're pulling this out of their hands, and the AppSec folks can take the responsibility on in production.
Amazing. Do you have a newsletter? I want to sign up for your newsletter. That would be really good. Yes, you do. Yeah.
So where are you talking? Who are you selling to? Is it the developers? Is it the security folks? Is it both? Is it the application owners?
Oh my gosh. Well, everyone and anyone who will write a check. But I will say we are targeting a new audience, and it's our SOC people, our security operations folks.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to sell them is more insight into the applications that are on their networks. Like all the applications and hosts that are on the machines that you care about, run processes and things and accept traffic and do stuff with that traffic in your host that you should really know about, right? So we're giving them observations, more data, more insight into their application layer, into their APIs that they don't already have. Right. And I think our SOC, what we're hearing from the fields is that, wow, this is great. Like before it was just another network packet. Like I don't know what this is doing. Now it's, wow, it's not only do I know where this packet is going, what route it's hitting, what that route is doing, what it's executing in the host, or what data point it's hitting on the back end, right? Like now that we have all that insight, we can do something about it. If it's an application attack, we can block it because Contrast does that really well.
Yeah.
If it's a vulnerability that is out there, maybe we could tell the developers how to fix it. And we do that too. Not only do we block the attack, we can tell you where the vulnerability is. We can patch it, right? Like we have AI how to fix. Like we have all these cool tools that can just tell you how to fix it.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Well, that application detection and response technologies observability are game changing for organizations.
Yes.
It's like the tagline that you can't stop what you can't see. They need to have that visibility.
Yeah.
But also, in a sense, getting out of the way of the developers, letting them have the optimal developer experience that they want, that they expect.
Yes.
But providing that visibility so the blinders are off.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you're letting them do their job better. Yes. And you're doing your job better too as security people. Yeah. Security people can do application security. I know it's sometimes hard because we have to keep up with their technology. Yeah. But once we do, we can show them we're on the same team.
Right.
And then now you're building relationships. Now you're building culture on your team.
And
trust. And
which
that is 100% what you need when you're working with developers. Like, I had conversations where like, why are we doing it with you guys? We can ruin your life if we want to. Like that is an adversarial relationship.
Wow.
Right. This is not a person that I work worked with, but I was just talking. They're like, we can ruin security people's lives if we want to. Like, why are they so mean to us, right? Right.
Wow. What's your favorite customer story of contrast that you think this just perfectly shines a spotlight on what we do well and why we're doing it?
Well, it's funny because I'm a security practitioner. I'm my favorite customer. I actually use contrast every single day.
Awesome. Drinking your own champagne.
Thank you. Oh, not the dog food thing?
No.
The champagne.
I like the champagne. I elevated it.
Thank you. It's so much better. Well, so I'm a security practitioner. I would not be working for a security vendor if I did not deeply believe in our products. Yeah. I am not even saying that lightly. Like, I understand how cringe it is to be here. I'm sorry, RSA. I love you, but it is cringe. And I will say, it's just like LinkedIn. It's like, why are you so cringe? Why do you have to do this cringe? It's security vendors doing too much, and it's not actually helping do security. So me, as a security practitioner, really appreciates a tool like Contrast because it makes my job so much easier. I don't have to do a scan and be like, here's 500 vulnerabilities at the static, and I haven't even validated each one. Good luck with that, developers. Like, I can give our developers actual vulnerabilities, actual vulnerable routes, things that have been exercised in our applications, which means endpoints that have been hit in production, because we know this is a route that has been used, and here's a vulnerability, here's an attack that happened, and then we could do something about it immediately. I don't have to wait for the patch. Right. I can do something in our tool. Contrast can be like, okay, we're going to block this for now, and then gives us some time to patch on the developer side. Yeah. And think about Log4Shell. It was the same way. Yeah. We blocked Log4Shell out of the box before anyone even knew Log4Shell was a thing. And now it buys the developers time, right? Because you're like, you're using old versions of Log4j that are vulnerable to Log4Shell. Go ahead and fix this thing. Right. And by the way, we have Contrast on the other side, acting as that last gate. Thank God we have them. You know,
you should be a developer's BFF.
I already am, Lisa. I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you are. Naomi, it's been such a pleasure having you on Techstrong TV. Thank you for really explaining what you guys are doing so well, why AppSec in production is smart. We appreciate your insights and your candor as well.
Appreciate that.
For Naomi Buckwalter, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching Techstrong TV live from RSAC. We'll join you again after a lunch break with our next guest, so stick around.
Hey everyone, it's Alan Schimmel, and we're back here live at the RSA conference covering Wednesday. We are live. You can see behind me the activity's picked up a little. I think some of the sessions are let out, and there's a lot of people heading over to the West keynote stage. Magic Johnson is going to be on keynoting in about 45 minutes, and there's already lines forming and people streaming in. What does it say that Magic Johnson, who's not really known as a cybersecurity expert, draws a much bigger crowd than any of the cybersecurity people we have in keynotes? But
you could take a break from a lot of cyber and AI talk tracks, right?
Yeah, so, go see Magic. Well, yesterday they had Ron Howard, as well. So all interesting. Anyway, I want to introduce you to Deepan Desai. Deepan is the Chief Security Officer at Zscaler, one of the great security companies out there. It's a great story. I was talking to Deepan. Of course, the founder of Zscaler is Jay Chowdhury. He's kind of a legendary guy in the cyber. When Jay got involved, we didn't call it cyber. It was the InfoSec space. He's had success with, I think Zscaler might be his third big company, right? He had two other really big companies. But Deepan, you've been with Zscaler, what did you say, 11 years?
11 years, yeah.
So you've seen this.
I've seen the growth, yes.
Absolutely, it's been an amazing thing. Deepan, Zscaler is not a company that's that's a double negative. Zscaler is a company that's very familiar to our audience, but maybe there are some people who don't know.
Right.
So why don't we just get that out of the way? Let them know who Zscaler is, what you guys do.
Sure. So Zscaler is one of the largest cloud security company. Our motto is to provide Zscaler Zero Trust Exchange. We're like a switchboard that connects entity A to entity B in a secure fashion. And when it comes to anything that goes out to the internet, our goal is to make sure nothing bad comes in, nothing good leaks out. And for connectivity to your internal application, we want to make sure that you are doing it in a way that we're not we're basically reducing the lateral propagation attacks.
Absolutely. Look, I've always explained it to people that Zscaler was the first network security tool built for the cloud natively. So I don't mean cloud native in Kubernetes per se. I mean natively built in for a cloud environment where before Zscaler, we had that moat and castle sort of model, right? You had a big box that stood in front of your LAN, and everything ran through that box, and we inspected it, and we snorted it, and we, firewalled it, and everything else. With Zscaler, we realized there wasn't that moat and castle anymore. We couldn't put that big box in front of everything, but we could look at the traffic as it came over the cloud network to the LAN or WAN and inspect that traffic, whether it be in a sandbox or some other way, before letting it go through. And of course, the trick was to do it with almost no latency.
Right. Yeah.
And that, to me, was the magic of Zscaler.
The way to think of it is, as users started becoming hybrid, whether it's working from home, traveling, or in office, applications started moving out from that castle that you were describing. Mm-hmm. They're now in public cloud. They could be in data center, or they could be in the corporate environment as well. With the newer technologies, like whether it's IoT, OT, AI now, you need security that follows the users and the application. You cannot have that castle and moat approach anymore where you're backhauling stuff and trying to do everything. It
just makes no sense. It's wasteful, it's
bad user experience. Yeah, and you're not even able to apply security.
Agreed. So, but, I'm giving you Zscaler 2010 or something like that, not Zscaler today. Your job's to give us Zscaler today.
Yes, so today, again, our primary mission is to make sure we enable organizations to adopt zero trust everywhere strategy. And it's even more important now as we're starting to see AI-driven threat landscape evolve, right? When you think about human adversaries, they use a certain set of playbooks. When you think about an AI adversaries, there's going to be a lot of those unknown things that we will have to counter against, which is where if you have zero trust architecture implemented, you're essentially simplifying your network, shutting down the vectors or the attack paths that, whether it's human adversary or AI-driven attacks, you're basically able to protect against that.
Absolutely. You mentioned the AI word. Checking my watch, we made it about 3 minutes until we mentioned AI. Of course, AI is everywhere. At this show, not only at this show, though, it's everywhere.
Yep.
How is AI changing the game for Zscaler?
Yes, so look, as an organization, we ourselves, so I'm the CISO of the company, which means just like all the other CXOs out there, I do have a job of making sure we're securely enabling AI adoption in our organization. But being the cyber vendor as well, we are also implementing a lot of those learnings, and we've already done that, where the Zero Trust Exchange allows organizations to securely adopt AI. So we're able to inspect traffic going to these AI applications like ChatGPT, Copilots. We're able to make sure that none of the sensitive data leaks out because we do TLS inspection over there as well. And then we are able to provide you a full visibility. Shadow AI is a reality.
Sure.
I was talking to a CISO yesterday, like every company has AI adoption going on. It's just whether you know about it or you don't know about it. That there is usage of AI, your employees are trying it out. So that's where Zscaler does help provide that visibility, security controls to make sure there is no risk of data exfiltration. Now, you ask, how is Zscaler using it as well? So we are absolutely integrating AI across that exchange because we strongly believe you need AI to fight AI, right? So this is where across the stages of the attack, we have models implemented. We're also using generative AI capability to do neat things like predicting breach-like scenarios because it's able to process large volume of data at scale.
Love it. You guys recently came out with a report. Share.
Yes. So just last week, we published our annual phishing report. This is a report that comes out of our security research team, Threat Labs. The team looked at 2024 findings, and this is where we were able to glean insights into type of attacks that are happening. One of the interesting finding, and we are not surprised, is the overall volume of phishing attacks went down almost 20% globally. We're absolutely seeing a shift from volumetric attacks to more quality attacks. And AI is one of the reasons because they're leveraging AI to craft very targeted email, bringing in context. So let's say the threat actor is targeting organization A. They will look at what all things are going on for their organization at that time. Is there an appraisal cycle? Yes. Then I will do an equity grant spear phishing email. Is there a mergers and acquisition talk going on? Then I'll use that. So they're able to bring in that current context.
They up the game.
And they're able to craft email which is flawless.
Doesn't sound like it was written by English as a second language.
Exactly.
I know.
So we're starting to see more and more of that. And then in the report, we also call out other vectors like wishing, where they're picking up the phone using cloned voices. We saw video
cloned voices, cloned video. I was just going to say cloned video.
Yes, exactly. So we're starting to see an uptick on that as well. And as we head into this year, I wouldn't be surprised if we see more and more of these hybrid attacks where they use one vector to establish confidence on that victim employee and then use the traditional vector to make them click or install something on the endpoint.
Look, I've been in security a long time, as have you, right? Do you ever get discouraged?
Yeah, you shouldn't, right? It's like I said, there is always going to be cat and mouse game over here. There are certain things that you could do to be more proactive. When we talk about zero trust, it's also a journey. Every milestone you hit, your posture goes up. But then bad guys are also trying to evolve their tactics, and you need to be aware. You need to have that situational awareness to make sure you're getting in the right shape to defend against it.
Agreed. Agreed. What's been your impressions of the show this year?
I
your
feel
vibe.
Like, definitely more crowd than last year. If I were to say that. Unfortunately, I spent a lot of time outside the show floor meeting all the large customers. But a lot of AI, agentic AI, solutions around securing AI or leveraging AI to be more productive. Look, we are in that stage where there's plethora of solutions in this space. Probably over the next 1 to 2 years, we're going to see about 80% of these fizzle out. And then there will be 20% that will actually result in some good, pragmatic.
But that's market at play, right?
Exactly.
That's the market at play. I don't know. I mean, there was this whole rebranding. It's RSAC conference, the RSAC company. They're trying to build a community and a membership that'll go year round. I think it's a good thing for the industry, right? I think it's a good thing. I don't know if you saw the CISA, well, not CISA, the Department of Homeland Security talk yesterday. I think at a time when maybe government is pulling back from being the center of the
collaboration, exchange, yes.
That we need an RSA to provide that role.
Yeah, no, and it's one of the most attended conferences as well.
Well, it's the biggest security.
Exactly.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, no knocking anything, but it's twice the size of Black Hat.
Exactly. Yeah.
Maybe more now, because as you said, I think it is bigger this year than even last year, and I think last year was 40,000 people.
Yeah. So leveraging this event as a forum for collaboration and even making it year long around, like you mentioned, I think it's a good step.
Absolutely. What can we expect to see from Zscaler soon?
Well,
don't say anything you're not supposed to.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. But yes, no. Look, there is a lot of investments that we're doing on both the zero trust everywhere piece, so zero trust for users, workloads, IoT, OT, even the public cloud environment, and then because we see such high volume of data, so on any given day we're securing 500 billion transactions globally. There are 9 billion threats and policy violations that are being seen. We're spending a lot of time leveraging that telemetry to build AI-powered operations. So both from security perspective, this is the security operations applications, and then there is also IT operations applications that we're building. There was a recent acquisition that we made last year in the data fabric space.
Yes.
So that is now fully integrated. We're building apps on top of it, and the goal over there is the inline exchange is protecting our customers from threats inline, but then those learnings also flow in over here, and we are able to do correlation, bring in additional context, including non-Zscaler data set, and then influence policies, controls back into that inline exchange. So that's something that we're pretty excited about.
That is. And you know what's interesting is that it's no longer just attack detection or response even. It is the whole picture. Zscaler, I look back and as I said, I've seen Zscaler grow from its start. The breadth of the platform speaks to the maturity of the technology. Anyway, it's a wrap.
Yep.
Enjoy the rest of RSA. Say hello to Jay for me.
Thank you. Yep.
Zscaler here at RSA Conference. We're going to be back in a moment. Stay tuned. You're watching Techstrong TV.
Hey everybody, welcome back to RSAC, the Techstrong coverage from Techstrong TV. I'm Mitch Ashley, Futurum, leading the analyst practice for application development, DevOps, application security, all kinds of good stuff. I'm joined by what I would call a good friend. Brian and I have gotten to know each other for a long time, talking usually at these kind of events. Yeah. Most of the time about half the time we're on camera.
Like we just did this, didn't we?
We did. I think, we should just pick up from wherever we were last time. So, Brian Fox, introduce yourself. Tell us, your background and Sonatype.
Sure. I'm Brian Fox, co-founder and CTO at Sonatype. I'm also on the OpenSSF governing board and the Finos governing board and Singapore Monetary Authority Cyber Board, where I was last week, talking about a lot of this stuff. So yeah, that's me. Long background in open source.
You certainly do, and distinguished, and a lot of contributions, which
Thank you.
Definitely appreciate it. Lots of things we could talk about. I'll hold off the AI word if we want to for the moment, but one of my senses in kind of knowing that we've gone through this before, right? Adoption of the cloud, adoption of rolling out things in Kubernetes and in COVID. It's always kind of what do we do about security, sort of the after the fact. And hopefully we're not doing that again, but it kind of feels like, in a way, we are. Is security sort of the secondary thing? It's not off the radar, but it's let's vibe code, let's create agents, let's do all these things, and okay, how are we going to secure it again? JP Morgan Chase CISO issued a letter saying, hey, the industry needs to step up and do more about security. If you were going to write that or you were going to give that talk, what do you think we need to be doing?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I could have written the same letter. I feel like it's the same thing.
That was my first reaction.
Yeah, I've kind of gone through this cyclical thing. I felt like 15 years ago the problem was awareness. If we only educated people, they would do better. And that's true to a point, but I think over the last, like I said, 15 years or so, the industry has gotten better, but not better enough, as we've seen with all of the high-profile attacks, SolarWinds, Log4j, all the malicious attacks that we're seeing these days. And so in response, we saw, regulators worldwide stepping in and trying to put their thumb on the scale. And, I've kind of been a champion of that over the last handful of years and trying to work to massage that and make sure that those policies are effective and not punitive. We're potentially seeing a backing away from that, that momentum, which is a little frustrating, at least here on the U.S. side. Europe, India, Singapore, they're still pushing hard on that, and I think that's good. And so the open letter from JPMC is sort of calling on the industry to do better. My response to that is that's great. Also, the industry needs to be able to kind of put their money where their mouth is. The vendors to these large banks will do better if the banks demand it. Mm-hmm. And so it's, asking them to do better. I feel like that's what we've been trying to do forever. So there's two ways you can move that needle. The regulators can force it. The large consumers, banks, in this instance, can also force it. That was sort of the process that the U.S. government was taking about sort of mandating SBOMs, mandating attestations, things like that. If these large software acquirers, non-government ones can do it too, if they start demanding the same things, I think it will have the same effect. But they have to band together and do it, and they have to be consistent about it.
Yeah, I almost wonder in part if that letter might have been issued because of the change in direction with CISA. We want you to focus on securing, a national infrastructure, less, I would describe it as less taking a leadership role. I won't put you in a position it's describing it, but it's almost like, okay, now we have to step up in a different way. The large consumers of technology is certainly one approach to that. Any other thoughts of ways we might collaborate, work together to strengthen security as a community?
I think it's those two things that I said. Either the government steps in to force it, which can often be heavy-handed, or ultimately consumers have to demand it. And in this instance, I'm not talking about end user consumers. I'm talking about the large enterprises that are the consumers of software. If they need to demand it as well. Only then will the economics force businesses to prioritize these things in the right way. You and I have spoken about software liability reform and things like that, and that's part of it, because until we can rebalance the economics so that losing data costs more than just buying people their 10th subscription to credit monitoring, until those economics are balanced, we won't see the behaviors change. Right, and so there's many ways to balance them, like we've talked about. So I think we need to see that. We're not seeing it enough, and certainly, with the land grab, gold rush, whatever metaphor you want around AI, it's like you touched on in the beginning, is kind of, we're seeing a backslide, I think, in that too.
Yeah, I very much sense that of like, we need to get ahead. Every day we're falling behind faster with AI because of the pace that it's moving.
Yeah.
So speaking of AI, someone mentioned at a talk that I was at, well, we won't do anything about security and AI until the first big event happens, sort of the Target data breach, the Log4j, you could pick out whatever kind of milestone occurrence that got everybody's attention. You could also argue, well, that could happen very much faster with the pace that AI is moving and how much people are doing vibe coding or agents or using AI in their tools but not securing it properly. Do you follow that too? Are we kind of desensitized to the next big event going to cause anything to change?
There's definitely that element. I mean, I think the desire to keep up and the race for AI is causing people to grab the latest things, without vetting them, right? And so it's like, oh, there's a new model out on Hugging Faces. Let me grab it and give it a shot. And so these are the exact behaviors that lead to dropping of the guard that the malicious actors look for, right? So there's already been cases of copies of models that are put out there that do nefarious things. Now the danger with the AI is that, you tend to want to feed it information. So it's a little bit different than just a piece of software that you're running that may or may not have access
the role of data in it is even...
Right,
yeah,
may or may not have access to lots of your data depending on what you're doing, but that's the main point of the AI. People want to grab these models and kind of feed it all of their data. Well, if that's an untrustworthy piece of software that's hoovering all that data and sending it somewhere, it's even more dangerous than what we've seen. And so we have this interesting collision of people are, dropping their guard, trying to go fast, trying to use the new and novel thing, and not really thinking through all the implications.
Mm-hmm. One of the things I've been thinking about too is one of the differences with AI is since it's code-driven, but it's driven by prompt. And so there's so many more ways of injecting prompts or AI changing its own prompts. I mean, you've got this whole vector in there that can be interjected not just by users, but by code and also other AI systems. So in some ways, we almost need better internal security within AI systems, not just good guardrails, but what happens when AI is generating new and novel things, if you will.
I mean, the power of the AI systems comes from the fact that they're not exactly deterministic, right? That's why they're so useful. They can approximate novel thought, right? But that also makes it impossible to actually thoroughly test all of the things. So where does that leave you? It leaves you in a world of having to depend upon trusting who provided it, trusting the data that went into it, trusting the tuning and all of these things. But we're still in a place where there's not a lot of visibility into that. This is a problem we have in open source. It's why the massive rise of malicious open source is out there, because we don't know who the authors are, even on the popular software that is good, right? They're somewhat anonymous people behind the scenes. And I think, AI is going to force us to rapidly reconcile that, because you can't, in theory, you could take a piece of open source code, you could read it, scan it, do all the things, and get comfortable with the fact that I understand what this is. There's nothing weird in here. But you can't do that with AI. You're talking, petabytes of data that it's been trained on. How do you know if that's been curated to have a specific bias or not? Right. How do you know what the model numbers have been tuned to? Can you really prove it? Right? So it gets to a point where it's impossible to really inspect this. And then you get back to, well, I just have to trust it. I have to trust the people that provided it and all these kinds of things. But we don't quite have that visibility mechanism yet. So I think that's going to push us in that direction pretty rapidly.
Can you talk a little bit about maybe for Sonatype as AI has risen onto the scene, and I know you're very much forward thinking in your approach to this, how has that changed your product strategy or thinking about AI and models and security?
Yeah, so early on our customers started asking us, how do you help us govern these things, right? So we have a long history of helping organizations detect and govern the open source components that are going into their software. And so from that perspective, AI is just another, albeit large and hard to quantify component, but it is just another component at the end of the day. And so we're seeing a lot of the same patterns that we saw early days, where we'd talk to leaders and they'd say, we don't use open source. And it's like, yes, but you downloaded 100,000 components from us last year. And so it's sort of a case of leaders say you shouldn't do a thing, and they assume that that's what's happening. And without the tools to validate and govern it, they can't know that they're wrong, but they're usually wrong. And this is what we saw with open source. And so we added capabilities to our system to be able to detect, provide metadata around the models, and it goes beyond the traditional, security, quality, and licensing that you see in open source, but now we have to think about bias and other kinds of things, derivative models, and is the data, the software license might be one thing, but the data license might be a different thing, and these other types of aspects. So we've had to expand the parameters of metadata that allow them to reason. But the most important thing is being able to discover the AI, right? And so we see a lot of people talking about AI usage, and there's sort of two different pieces to that. There's what the tools are, so think Copilot and other things that are helping you create code on the side. But then what we're seeing and what we're helping them manage, the developers are baking these models into the product,
right,
just like another open source component. And many leaders are focused on the first one and completely missing the second one. And so that's where we've been focused, because our platform and everything else is already kind of designed to be able to manage that problem.
Excellent. Someone said to me yesterday, the pivotal point in their career was when they sort of stopped pitching FUD to the CEO and had to start pitching, and here's the value to the business, why this is important, not just important, but the benefits security brings to the business. If you're going to help one of your colleagues or customers or friends with their pitch around software security, maybe including AI as well, what are some things you'd want to make sure, key points you'd want to help them make?
On their pitch
to fund software security projects.
Wow.
I know. I saved the easy ones for you. No, I do. I saved the challenging ones because you're the guy to ask.
Yeah. I would think, pitching them to make sure that they have the investment to be able to truly understand what's inside their software from all of the different dimensions. AI, like I explained, is like a whole new, factor that with so many new dimensions. So what we see is so many organizations are struggling to deal with just being able to produce something simple like an SBOM for their existing open source. If you can't do that, you're not prepared for all of the malicious components, you're not prepared for the AI components. So I think you need to be thinking about it holistically and not assuming that things are okay, because oftentimes we're finding that they're not. And it's a case of just because you haven't found it doesn't mean it's not there. If I'm from New England, we have radon in our basements, but if you don't have a detector for it, you wouldn't know. It's colorless, odorless, tasteless, you have no idea. Just because you haven't tested for it doesn't mean it's not there. And that's kind of what we're seeing with certainly these AI models that are being baked into software. The developers know. They're the ones that are doing it. It's the leadership who's responsible for knowing they're somewhat unaware of these things. And that is not a good situation.
They're ultimately who's going to get held accountable for
exactly.
it, right?
Right.
Yeah,
they're the ones that are responsible to know. That's right.
Yeah. So last topic, running out of time, we could go hours, What's top of mind? What are things you focusing on for the next 6 months or so? Where are you looking at? What are you researching, thinking about, working on?
Of course, every conversation is like this one around AI and the intersections of it. There's still a lot going on in Europe around, providing the details behind the Cyber Resiliency Act and the Product Liability Directives. The community is working pretty rapidly to try to define what those best practices are, because the regulations say, if you don't follow the best practices, you'll get fined, but it didn't define what those are. We're in that process right now. And a lot of that has to be has to be done in the next 6 months, right? So there's a lot of work going on to focus on that. We're seeing other countries following suit. India recently released some of their regulations, similar things. So we're seeing a lot going on there, and that's keeping a lot of us in the industry busy to help kind of make sure that the best practices are the right ones, so that the legislation is effective.
Oh, good. Well, maybe even if the U.S. is pulling back or redirecting what it's doing, the international community is not stopping either.
No, they're not. And every significant company is in software is a global company. So these regulations that apply in Europe are going to drive action regardless of where people are headquartered, right? So I think that's at least some of the good news that we're going to see. We're going to see that change no matter what.
Good. Well, thank you. Hey, keep up the good fight, man.
Thank you.
All right, good to be talking here with Brian Fox. Thanks for tuning in. We have some more live interviews coming up here on Techstrong TV, coming to you from RSAC and Broadcast Alley. We'll see you in a minute.
Hey, welcome back to Techstrong TV, live from the show floor at RSAC in Moscone West in San Francisco. I'm your host, Lisa Martin. We have great conversations lined up today, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So stick around. Lots of great content coming your way. My next guest is Dr. Katie Paxton-Fear, Principal Security Research Engineer at Traceable by Harness. Dr. Katie, it's great to have you on Techstrong TV.
It's so exciting to be here.
Isn't it great?
I love it. Like the energy, this is so cool.
It is cool. Well, we appreciate your time. So Traceable by Harness, this merger was only announced in February.
Yes, it's been a whirlwind.
I bet it has. So really aiming to create this new leader in secure software delivery. Talk to us about that and how these two powerhouses are going to do just that.
So I think quite a lot of the traditional security model has been really focused on security teams. And while that's great, and we obviously love talking to security teams, actually, it's not just about security teams. There's a whole, other range of people in an organization. Yeah. The most important people there are developers. Right. And at the end of the day, they're the ones that are developing secure software, right? They're the ones that is their job, that is their mission, their purpose. Right. And if you have a software solution, like a security solution that only speaks to the security engineers, you've kind of missed out a major part of the kind of story there, because what about the people who write the code? And I think really what Traceable by Harness is doing and kind of pushing for in the industry has been this move to be, it's not just about security, it's about the developer experience, it's about developers, and how do we merge those two worlds together? And often when we speak to our customers, and obviously Harness is a sister company to us, and Harness and we share a lot of customers, right?
Okay.
When we speak to them, they are the same buyer. They are interested. They want to get both solutions. Yeah. And so as we see this kind of push towards, from two separate ideas, developers and security, to DevSecOps, but everything's got to adapt with it. Security solutions are moving towards, it's not just about security teams, it's about the developer experience as well.
Are you seeing this kind of rapid convergence of DevOps and security? We've been talking about DevSecOps for a while, but it's a cultural shift, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I think a lot of the early movements of like DevSecOps were very much the cultural more than the actual shift.
Okay.
And they still had like quite siloed responsibilities. And actually what we're now seeing is way more convergence of that, way more, it's not just about security teams. And in organizations where developers outnumber security people by, hundreds in some teams, you can't forget them.
No.
And you can't be in a situation where you're telling the developers what to do. It doesn't work. It doesn't feel good for the developers. They don't want to engage in security. You have to work with them instead of trying to work against them.
Yeah.
And I think bringing those two worlds together and really bringing the kind of making security something developers want to do.
Yeah.
Make it something they're excited about. Make it products that they really love will give us so much more secure software.
Absolutely. AI coding tools. I mean, we can't go a day without talking about AI anymore since ChatGPT burst onto the scene. You're an OG AI expert.
I'm a hipster. I'm an AI hipster.
Hipster.
I was
that was
cool.
And now it is cool.
Yeah.
But AI coding is also introducing some security risks.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Talk a little bit about some of those doors that's opening up and how your solution helps to close those doors.
So obviously we've heard a lot about vibe coding.
Yes.
That is the term. You know, no programming, no thinking, just vibing with the AI, just being like, make me a game that allows me to, you know, buy like cities and buildings and make me a city builder game. And the AI just does it for you.
Yeah.
You don't have to think about it. The problem is you don't have to think about it.
Problem.
And a lot of developers are using this code and just copying and pasting it and putting it straight in. And the problem is with AI, you know, security, if you think about the history of computing, is such a new kind of idea. You know, these security events like RSA that we're going to now, they really have become more popular kind of in the last, you know, 10 years.
Right.
Programming's been around for years before then. Right. And think about AI. AI is statistics. It has so many more examples of broken code, of code that isn't secure because it wasn't much of a thing at the time, that it's not surprising that it doesn't know how to secure it, because security is something new. It's something in the grand scheme of things that is like a blip. And I think really with like vibe coding, you know, it's all about how do we enable developers to use AI, because we want them to, because this can take, I actually did a vibe coded application recently. I did it in language I didn't know anything about as like a little test. One, as someone who knows about security, I was not thinking about security at the time I wrote it. The second it started generating code, even as someone who has a PhD in security, who knows this is a problem, I just copy and pasted it. I was like, this is too easy. I'm just going to get AI to do it all.
Okay.
And
it's a double-edged sword, it sounds like.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And it's how do we, you know, enable developers to use things like AI, but also to think critically about it and actually have, you know, we hear a lot about human in the loop.
Absolutely.
Making sure, you know, you're not just coding based on vibes.
Yeah.
You're also coding based on security.
Absolutely.
And I think really when it comes to what, you know, security solutions like Traceable by Harness really do, enables that AI revolution, gets, you know, that AI develop in the developer's hands, get them using it, get them, you know, experiment with it, having them rely on AI, but in a secure way, in a way where, you know, we are a security company. We've thought about security. We know security.
Yeah.
And really seeing, you know, that perspective when we're developing the AI and enabling those developers.
Right. It needs to be factored in, and the security from the beginning cannot be bolt on or an afterthought.
Absolutely. And I think when it comes to, you know, the real risk of AI, the real risk of AI is not necessarily in, say, AI performing security attacks or anything like that. The real risk is if you've got developers who are just implementing code uncritically and just copying and pasting, you know, whatever the AI gives them, you're just going to introduce the same security vulnerabilities we solved 5, 10, like plus years ago.
Okay.
And my real worry and, you know, the real problem that I think we're going to start to see really crop up is those old vulnerabilities we've considered solved that we're not even thinking about anymore.
Right. Move past them.
And then we're just reintroducing them. They're going to get a new lease of life. And that's what we've seen across quite a lot of security research.
So vibe coding is also a relatively new concept. This is a buzzword, but this was coined in February.
Yeah.
A couple of months ago. Are you seeing more of your work really revolving around enabling the developers to understand how to rely on it securely versus just blindly relying on it?
It's interesting because I don't think there's a lot of discussion about it at the moment. I think there's a lot of like how we enable developers to use AI, but the securely has kind of been missing a little bit. It's kind of not really been talked about as much, because I think when it comes to vibe coding at the moment, the problem is, I don't know if you've seen that there's a Twitter post of somebody who's like, I vibe coded an application. I don't know anything about programming in this many hours. Here's the link. And maybe like 12 hours later, he followed up with, please stop hacking my application.
Oh, no.
And then after that, he's like, I fixed this problem. And then there was more security problems.
Sure.
Because and at the end of the day, developers aren't security experts.
Right.
They're not.
And they don't have to be.
And they don't have to be. And you know what? AI should be secure. That can be a security expert. That can be a security resource that developers use. It can help them do it. Unfortunately, kind of what we have at the moment in a lot of the kind of vibe coding application space is more of like a prompt that ends with, please implement securely. And that's it. Like, and if you look at the advice as well, if you look on Twitter and see developers talking about this, they actually list front and center that security is optional.
Really?
Yeah.
In 2025, they're still thinking like that?
Yeah.
That shocks me.
But it's tempting though. Like, I have to say, as somebody who did this, I was able to implement an application that would have taken, me doing it properly, like a week, maybe 2 weeks, in 6 hours.
Wow.
And that's the problem. Yeah. That you want to have that advantage.
The productivity advantage is there.
It's insane. Yeah. It's such a good advantage. And to like discount it it's unthinkable. So we really need to think about, enabling developers, whether or not that looks like, having security in things like the security in the pipeline, the ICD. A lot of the work we do at Traceable by Harness is how do we put API security testing in the CI/CD pipeline, have it something that's automatic, have it something that developers don't think about. And that's kind of where we want to get to. We want to get to a way where they're using the products and they're not really thinking about it.
They don't
have to.
Right, exactly. But it seems like from a vibe coding perspective, a lot more awareness needs to be done consistently. What's the ideal in this AI era that we're all living and working in? What's the ideal developer experience?
Honestly, that security should be as invisible as we can get it, but still something developers want to engage with.
Yeah.
The problem is if you are a developer and security becomes a blocker for you, if you're trying to write code and it's like, no, sorry, you can't do that. No, this has got, this many vulnerabilities, fix them, you're not able to do it. If we have that kind of mentality, we're almost like we're just getting in the way. We're making it annoying. We're making security be the department of no. We want to be the people on the development team who know about security, who you can come to.
Yeah.
We're not going to add workload to you.
Right.
We're going to be enablers for you. We're going to make it as easy as possible for you to do your job.
Yeah.
That is our job as security folks. And having solutions that kind of use that mentality of, the ideal developer experience is the security team does it. The ideal security team experience is that the developers do it. There's got to be a middle ground there. And I think it's how do we invite developers into security spaces, into security tools, get them hands-on, get them excited about security, and also be a member of the team who will say, you vibe code an application. That's so cool. Let's run a security test. And if it passes, let's see how we can put this into production or put it into, maybe an internal tool.
Right.
It's that kind of change from being, no, you can't do that, that's bad security, to, we have tools that can do things like security scanning for this application. You don't have to worry about it. If it comes back clean, we'll do it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do this.
And if it doesn't,
together.
we can fix it.
And if
all the vulnerabilities.
We can fix it together. It's not you fail, bad, you get an F, you failed your test.
Yeah.
It's we will work together to get your goal out there.
So do you see yourself as a facilitator of the DevSecOps movement? And is that evolving fast enough?
I think every security professional needs to think of themselves as an ambassador for developers. I don't think it's as simple as saying, I'm in the security team, that's not my job.
Right.
It's moving to a situation where, developers they don't have to know about security. They don't have to know maybe a little bit, but they're not experts in it.
Yeah.
And they don't have to be.
They shouldn't have to be.
And you want to have a relationship with them where they feel like they can come to you.
And trust.
And trust, yeah. And once you lose that trust, once the developer considers you like a blocker in their workflow, it's so hard to get it back.
Sure.
It's so hard. Yeah. And honestly, it's like, how do you make your developers not hate you as a security professional?
Yeah.
But the thing is, we've got a great opportunity. I want to say that we have a great opportunity to use AI as a bridge between the two and to use it to make both of our lives easier.
I love
and
that
to
as a bridge.
enable us.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I do. I see myself as an ambassador, and I want to be the kind of security person who will be there for developers, that is on their side, that is not working against them, but working with them.
With them.
everyone. We're back here live at the RSA conference. Things have gotten real quiet, and for good reason. Magic Johnson is on the keynote stage here at Moscone West, and man, there were people streaming in to see Magic. You know, I saw Magic Johnson do a keynote at actually a CA World. That's how long ago it was. They still had CA. And he's an amazing speaker with a great life story. Not only as a basketball player, but a pioneer in, in AIDS survivability, but also as an urban businessman, right? It's a fantastic story around Starbucks and movie theaters, and of course the Dodgers that he owns, as well as parts of other sports teams. He's if you ever get a chance to see Magic Johnson talk, go. If you ever get a chance to see this guy put on a show, go to the show. Let me introduce you to my friend Mark Miller. Mark has been my partner in putting on our DevOps Connect event here at RSA for 10 years.
Right.
10 years. We just did our 10th show this Monday, right behind me there at Moscone South. Maybe one of our best shows yet. It went really well, really well received. Mark picks the speakers. He heads the speaker committee. He's involved in the marketing. He's involved in the look and feel of it. He's involved in producing the show, leading it. Hey, Mark, how are you, man?
Good, as always. Good
to have you on here.
Thank you.
Well, let's talk about the show, and then let's talk about the next thing you're doing.
All right, good. The show on Monday, we had rock stars.
Yes. Well, let's start off. For those who don't know, this year's show, the theme was AI, AppSec, in the app dev world, basically.
That's right.
And so a little different than your regular DevSecOps. We had some of the greatest AI security leaders at the biggest AI firms.
Right. It's interesting because that's what Saul Rashida said to me when she saw who was on stage with her. It's like, you've got a panel of rock stars. Saul was the host for the opening panel.
Yes.
Which had Jason Clinton, the CISO from Anthropic. That had Josh Sachs, the AI tech lead at Meta.
Yep.
That had Matt Knight, CISO from OpenAI.
Fantastic.
Had Moran
Ashkenazi, CISO of JFrog, public company leading ML ops.
And that was just one session.
Yeah, it was. And Saul, who's not just your average moderator, she was an active participant as well. She has the chops to do that. So yeah, it was a great session. It was a great way to kick things off. And then right after that, we had Saul doing her keynote herself.
Right. Each of those people had their own session afterwards.
Yes.
They could talk about what their companies were working on and how they perceived what was going to go down for the future of security.
Yes.
And then for the afternoon, one of my favorite people, because no one in my circle knew Noelle yet.
Right.
Noelle Russell, who started the AI Leadership Forum. And she's talking about the human aspect of AI, which is great. Then following her, Leslie Grande, talking about creative velocity. She's a professor at the University of Washington. So a really nice diversity. And Mitch had his panel at the end.
Yes. We also had a guy from Dell, Dave.
Yeah, Dave Konetsky came from Dell.
Yeah, look, Dell's doing, obviously it's Dell, right? Hey, dude, it's a Dell. But Mark, it was a full lineup. I think we got kicking off around 8:40, 8:45. You and I took the stage.
That's right.
We went till 3:30 or so. We had to stop only because that's when the keynotes open here. Yeah. But I already spoke to the powers that be at RSA. Very excited about next year.
Really? Good.
I think we need to start planning Monday. We'll start on it, right? Because there's never enough time, as you know. But you're going to be busy after this week. What do you got going on?
I'm excited. You know me from All Day DevOps, which Derek and I started in 2016. One of our partners in that was Chip Stewart, and Chip Stewart and I have started a company that's going to do the Artificial Unintelligence Conference.
Okay.
And that's on September 16th, going to be over 100 sessions, 24 hours, no sales pitches, no marketing. You know the drill on how we work it. And we just barely have announced it, and we've already got more than several hundred registrations. We've got 60 confirmed speakers with 60 more on the way. It's going to be a big date.
I agree with you. It is going to be a big one. When is it?
September 16th. It's 24 hours.
So we got time.
We're going to start at 9 o'clock in the morning in London.
Oh, London time.
Yeah. And then follow the sun around for 24 hours. And I've got speakers already in every hemisphere. So I love doing this one.
Yeah, no, this is right up your alley. When you say artificial unintelligence, though, right? You're being provocative on purpose, but what exactly do you mean?
I think that a lot of people are following the mass media and the hype in the mass media. So by putting the unintelligence in front of it, it stops people. Everybody smiles when they first hear it, right? But what it does is we're going to talk to the practitioners who are actually building solutions for their company. So these aren't the technology companies that are powering AI. These are healthcare industry. This is automotive industry. We've got artists too.
Sure.
That are going to show what they're doing with Midjourney and stuff. I mean, like I said, I'm excited about it because we're going to cover it in a way that I'm not seeing yet.
You piqued my curiosity. Tell people how they can is registration open yet?
It's open. Just go to unintelligence.ai, and it's right there on the front page. Just put in your email address. We'll keep you informed as we get new speakers in, and then see you on September 16th.
Fantastic. And I assume things go well, this will become an annual, semi-annual kind of event?
That's our plan, yeah.
Very cool. Mark, always something new, something working on. All right. I think if that's it, we'll take a break here. It's really quiet. Everyone must be in to see. It died down. Everyone's in for Magic, the Magic Man. All right. We're going to be back. We're going to take a lunch break. So we'll be off for about an hour. We'll be back with a lot more coverage of today's RSA coverage here for Techstrong TV. Until then, I'm Alan Schimmel. Thanks for joining.
Welcome back to Techstrong TV, guys. I'm Lisa Martin. Great to be with you. We are live at RSAC in San Francisco at Moscone West, having great conversations with leading cybersecurity experts across industries for the next 4 days of live coverage. Alan Schimmel and Mitch Ashley will join me in the next couple of days, so be sure to keep tuning in. My next guest is Chris Weissapol, Chief Security Evangelist at Verica. Chris, great to have you on Techstrong.
Hi, it's great to be here.
You are an OG cybersecurity expert. You've been in cybersecurity space for probably, you said you've been to like at least 20 RSAs.
That's right.
Talk to me about the evolution you've seen, because as technology advances, the good guys have access to it, the bad actors have access to it. We're in this AI era now, which just spreads that attack surface even more amorphously. What have you seen that struck you over the last 20 years?
Well, I mean, I think we keep making the problem harder and harder for ourselves because we keep making more software. We keep expanding our attack surface. Someone was telling me today that there's risky plugins for Teams now. I'm like, really? There's plugins for Teams? So, like, there's just more and more software coming at us constantly being deployed, and all of that software has risk.
Yeah.
And now we have AI generating code,
yes,
which means more software faster.
Yes.
So that's what we have to do as a cybersecurity industry, is protect this evolving attack surface, which the technology changes, and the developers build new stuff. They change technologies on us, and I always feel like security is always catching up.
Okay.
But I do think we're making good progress.
Yeah. Good.
When I spoke earlier today, my talk was secure by design. Are we winning?
Yeah.
And what I wanted to show was there is some good news. There are some good indicators, and we derive this data from Vericode's customers. We call it the State of Software Security Report.
Yep.
And in that data, it actually shows that over the last 15 years, there's less vulnerabilities in the software that vendors are producing.
That's good.
And it actually was very slow incremental progress for the first 10 years of the report. 1% a year improvement in apps that didn't have one of these OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities in them. But in the last 5 years, we had 4% a year improvement. So
what accounts for that acceleration?
Yeah. Well, that's what I want to figure out, right?
Okay.
Right? I mean, it's great to see the outcome, and then you try to figure out, like, what are the practices people are doing? What are the motivations that is causing them to make better software? Right. And then, I would say, like, let's have more companies do that.
Do you think that's a DevSecOps
Absolutely.
evolution?
Absolutely.
And developers and security folks finally coming together to collaborate?
Absolutely. I think the DevSecOps process gets that security more closely embedded into the actual development workflow, and the whole shift left.
Yeah.
And it's not the only answer, but it is definitely one of the things that you need to do to make improvements. And that has been a process change that's really taken hold in the last 5 years.
Oh yeah. Well,
so
it's
I think
cultural
that
too,
is
right?
One of them. Yeah, developers are very aware of the security tools that are running now, where 10, 15 years ago, it was something that someone else did, and they pressured me to maybe fix a few flaws, and I didn't really understand it. Now, with DevSecOps, the improvement is it's part of their job. And we're getting there. It isn't absolutely part of every developer's job.
Sure.
But I like to say it's part of the definition of done software is, the features are in there, they've been tested and they work, and it's been security tested, and the security bugs fixed.
Yeah.
Now it's done. And so that process improvement is what's making one of the big improvements in this outcome.
That's good. I'm sure you were pleasantly surprised to see that increase after 10 years of very small incremental improvements.
1% a year, I was like, and we were starting at, I think it was 23% passing rate, and we got to 32% after 10 years. I was like, I'm going to be long retired before we get to over 50%.
Yeah.
But then we had this acceleration in the last 5 years, and I feel like we can actually improve things a lot over the next 5.
Well, the challenge, it's kind of like it's a flywheel, right? I mean, you talked about we have so much more software now,
right?
But that phenomenon is only accelerating. It's not going to slow down. So how does Vericode help get control for the developers? So from a business perspective, nobody wants to be the next headline. Is it possible to gain control over this?
Yeah. So yes, but it isn't something that happens overnight. And one of the big reasons is when you first test your software, you have years and years of security debt. All that time you weren't testing the software, you had vulnerabilities that you were completely ignoring. You didn't even know they existed.
Right.
And then you sort of have to slowly drive down that security debt. You have to allocate a percentage of time, because you can't do it all at once. You can't I know Microsoft said they did this back in 2003 with their trustworthy computing memo. Bill Gates said, we're going to stop writing software. Everyone's going to learn how to write secure software. We're going to fix all the bugs. It's like you just can't stop your company for a year, let alone a month.
No.
Right? You have to weave it in.
Yeah.
And you have to slowly drive that debt down. So that's what we do when we start engaging with a customer, is we put these tools in place, but we say you still have to keep shipping your software.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you're going to be shipping software, whether it's to the cloud or to your mobile device or to your customers on-prem, that has security bugs in it, because you can't fix them all right away.
Right.
But what you want to get to is have enough capacity to fix at least the new bugs you're creating, so you sort of stop the bleeding and you're not getting worse.
Yeah.
And then you incrementally process. So it typically takes a company a few years to go from no process to being best in class. I would say like 4 or 5 years.
Oh, okay. So that's a journey.
Yeah, it's a journey.
As the evangelist, where are you having conversations with end customers? Is it at the CISO level? Is it at the ELT level? Is it the developers? All of the above?
It's mostly with the developers.
Okay.
And that's great because like all the security people already know who I am. They know who Veracode is. They know what we do.
Yeah.
But the developers have no idea, right? So like a company will have a developer day. Will they fly all their developers to one location and they'll have talks throughout the day. I love speaking at those talks because I get to engage directly with, it might not be the developers, it might be sort of the development managers. But it would be developers and architects.
But that's your audience.
And that would be the audience that I really like to talk to.
Talk a little bit about, you mentioned the Secure by Design campaign. CISA launched that, a couple of years ago?
Yes.
It's been a couple years now.
Yeah, it's been a couple years. They launched their Secure by Design pledge 2 years ago.
What's the, conceptually?
So Secure by Design has been around for a long time. In my talk, and my co-presenter, actually, Jason Healy, he's from Columbia, he's a security researcher. He talks about a paper written by the Air Force in 1972 that actually said, we have no hope to build secure software unless we start from the beginning and build it secure by design.
Oh,
so the concept isn't new.
Got it.
It's just that people haven't been practicing it.
Why do you think that is? Is it behavioral?
Because when you start building software, that's the time where time is the most precious, right? You're like trying to see if you can get the software to market.
Yeah.
It might be a competitive situation where you're doing catch up with your competitor. I mean, the competitive pressures is the big reason that people aren't fixing flaws because they need that feature, right? Or they have a customer complaining about something. So when you have those scenarios, fixing a security bug becomes deprioritized. Right. And I think the Secure by Design is deprioritized because it's in the beginning of when you're building software. But unless you do it, you kind of have no hope over the lifetime of that software of having it be really secure.
Right.
It's really hard to bolt stuff back on. Like if you look at what Adobe did with Flash, I don't know if you remember, but there was years after years of critical bugs in Adobe Flash. This was really old software. Adobe Flash was created in the late 90s, and it persisted until, I don't know, like 2015 or something like that. And they finally said, we can't keep up with the bugs.
Wow.
We're gonna terminate this software and we're gonna shut it down and end of life it.
Yeah.
That's an extreme case.
Yeah.
But it sort of shows the point because they didn't build it securely in the beginning, and it was very popular, very critical piece of software in all kinds of websites.
Yeah.
It was constantly attacked, and they could never catch up. So that's sort of the worst case scenario. Sure. But that's what can happen if you don't start Secure by Design.
Well, it needs to be baked in from the beginning. Application security, where does that belong in production? It can't be a bolt-on afterthought because companies time and again have proved that doesn't work.
Right. Like the worst place to put it is like, well, maybe just scanning stuff after you put it in production.
Yeah.
That would be the worst. But most people realize that gives no time to fix anything that you find. So a lot of companies scan the code or test the code just before production.
Okay.
But the problem is with DevSecOps, with so many quick iterations where you might be pushing code on a daily basis, there's no time to both test it and fix it. So you got to. This is where the whole shift left comes in.
Okay.
Ideally, in the developer's IDE or at pull request time, when that code is changing, test it, and you have the opportunity to fix it.
Yeah.
Then too. But I think that also is a little short-sighted just to shift left, because so we say you have to shift right too. Like you have to understand what's going on in production.
Sure.
Because there's stuff in production that doesn't exist on the developer's desktop.
Okay.
It's interacting with the cloud environment that might be configured differently. There might be other software deployed in production that it's interacting with. So you need to test there too.
Sure.
So we say shift left and right.
Okay.
Both as early as you can and in production to give you that complete picture.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that we're driving to at Veracode. We have this product called Veracode Risk Manager, which connects results found in production back with the results of your testing, back with the code and the root cause of the problem to make one coherent picture of risk and where to fix it, the best place to fix issues. So instead of fixing 100 individual issues, if you can determine it's really just one issue, you want to do that.
Yeah, go upstream.
And so that's our drive, is to constantly make things more efficient for the developers, because we know their time is so limited.
Yes.
So we want the context, point them right to the fix. And now we're introducing AI, generative AI-based fixing.
Okay.
So have the AI fix it.
Yeah.
And if you think about, like, we talked about velocities are getting quicker and quicker,
Yeah.
there's more code. Generative AI is just making that go faster.
Exactly.
Right? So I've seen data to say each developer can write 50% more code using generative AI.
Yeah.
So now you have 50% more code per developer. Who's going to fix the flaws?
Right, because we can't just expect it's going to be secure.
So you need to, you can't assume that the generative AI stuff is secure. So we got to test that just the same, but then you need something that can fix it.
Yeah.
And so we're focused on automating the fixing process using generative AI as much as possible, make things that are reliable and built in, that just maybe every time vulnerabilities are found in a pull request, automatically fix them.
Yeah. It sounds like what you're giving the developers is visibility.
Yep.
Way more visibility than they had before to really understand where things are, where the vulnerabilities are, how to fix them, allowing them to use Gen AI to be more productive, which is what they want. They want to write code.
Exactly.
They want to generate applications.
They want to vibe code.
Yeah, they want to vibe code. Yes.
Who wants to look up what this API's
I
parameters
know.
are?
That's not
already knows it.
Yeah.
Just say, I want to make a database call.
Yep.
Yep.
What's your favorite customer story of Erica that you think really shines a light on the true value you're delivering so that organizations can really become cyber resilient? That's a journey in and of itself.
Yeah, so I think the way I like to look at it is, if we look at our State of Software Security report, which we came out in 2025, we look through the data, and we have a lot of averages. The average application, the average bug takes this long to fix. The average application has this many % of OWASP top 10. But then we split it into quartiles, and we said, what are the organizations that are leading? What are the ones that are doing the best? Yeah. And so it shows you what you, as an organization, you can benchmark yourself against this data and say, I want to improve. I want to be like that. So that's sort of the story I like to tell, is, the best organizations are fixing 10% of all the security bugs they know about on a monthly basis.
And is that acceptable, 10%?
Yes, that will keep your head above water.
Got it.
That'll keep your head keep your head above water. So we look at those metrics of the leading organizations, like how fast are they fixing flaws? Is it taking them 6 months, a year, or is it taking them 30 days? And then it shows you, like, well, this is possible.
Yeah.
This is possible to do. I would love to add in survey data to say, like, exactly how are you getting to these outcomes? Because we just see the outcome in the data. We don't know what they're actually doing.
That would be nice insight to have.
Yeah, so I would love to do that, to tell a better story, so a customer or just any company can look at our report and say, if I do these things, I'm going to get an outcome like this.
Right.
And I don't have to just, like, listen to something as a best practice. This is what companies that are getting these good results are actually doing. And I think that's connecting practices with outcomes.
Absolutely.
Is super important, because everyone here speaking in all these halls is talking about what's the best way to do this, what's the best way of that. But they have to show that the actual outcomes are of real world companies, or it's just a pipe dream.
It's all about outcomes.
Yeah.
Last question for you. As we're living in this AI era, it's funny, AI has been around for decades, but ChatGPT was born, and then everybody is talking about AI. And there's a lot of AI washing going on. You can't go to a conference without hearing tons about AI. But how, in this AI era, organizations, I talk to CMOs a lot, or everybody's embracing Gen AI, agentic AI. How do you help organizations defend this digital frontier in the age of AI when the frontier is just continually changing?
Right. One of the challenges is just knowing where the AI is.
Yeah.
Right? Like, a lot of it is, like, it's creeping into all these different products, and, like, sometimes CISOs are completely surprised that something has been transcribing all of their employee video conferencing calls.
Yep.
Right?
Oh, because anybody can shadow IT. Anybody can
you
use
can
Otter or Zoom. Everything's got note takers.
Totally. So it's, again, this AI attack surface is percolating through everything. And if, say, you're using a SaaS service and you're sending your data out of your enterprise somewhere else to be processed, right? Are they training on my data? Mm-hmm. Right? is there a chance that my secrets end up in the answer to someone else's support question?
Yeah.
Right? So those are the things you need to ask, or CISOs need to ask, is where is all this AI activity happening? Because AI has to learn from something.
Right.
And there's so much value in AI learning from proprietary data sets, because everyone can train on the open source code or all the published books out there. There's a lot of stuff they're not supposed to be training on, but they are because it's available.
Right.
But if you have a proprietary data set, that gives you a competitive advantage.
Okay.
And what's a great one? The data my customers are creating.
Right.
So this is one big thing that people need to be aware of. The other one is, where is AI being built into my own software?
Right.
Like if I'm building a chatbot for my website, are they hooking in ChatGPT API into that thing, and they're having it talk? That's a risk. Now can have things like prompt injection, right? Maybe attackers can get into my proprietary data through the chatbot on my website because it has access to my customer records or something like that. So there's a risk of losing your proprietary data, and there's a risk of by people training on it, but there's also this risk of attackers using the AI you're building in to steal your data.
Wow.
So it's a new, I feel like it's the cloud era all over again, where cloud changed everything.
Sure.
I think AI is changing everything again.
Yeah. What's the one positive that you can share with the audience that you've seen from this evolution that we talked about at the beginning of cybersecurity? What's that golden nugget? We're going in the right direction here.
I think we are going in the right direction. So the big picture is, like, as this technology constantly changes, is it helping defenders more, or is it helping offense more?
Yeah.
Right. And we have to constantly think, like, how does defense constantly get better?
Right.
And one of those things is secure by design.
Yeah.
Right. That is something that helps the defense get better, because you have more defendable software, less vulnerabilities, less patching, less incidents to respond to. Right. So I think the secure by design is definitely the biggest thing that I'm seeing as a potential game changer.
Excellent.
But I also think that this connecting the dots of the technology with the root cause of the problems. So this attack surface management, discovering vulnerabilities, but then connecting it back to the root problem. This is giving us much better visibility.
Exactly. I was just
into risk. So the visibility into risk is getting better, but we have to act on it.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's then you have to make improvements based on the information you have. You can't just get this great information then do nothing with it.
Right. It's a never-ending story.
Yeah.
Chris, thank you so much for joining me on Techstrong TV today. I learned so much from you, what you're doing at Veracode, what you're enabling developers to achieve, that visibility, those blinders are coming off. And that's so important as cybersecurity will just continue to evolve in good ways and not so good ways. Got to stay a step ahead. We appreciate your insights. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, my pleasure. For Chris Weisopel, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching Techstrong TV live from RSAC. This is day one of 4 days of coverage from Techstrong. Keep it on this channel. We've got more great content coming up. Thanks for watching.
Hey everyone, welcome back here to Techstrong TV. Whether you've been naughty or nice, next week is RSA conference, and we are in full swing here in Techstrong. Very excited. I'm flying out Saturday. We'll be there setting up Sunday. Monday it was, of course, our DevSecOps event, and this year it's AI, and of course it's AI, cybersecurity, and app dev. We've got some great speakers. Really, really excited. I'm really excited to have these two ladies on, though, because for those of you who know or have been to RSA or follow what goes on at the RSA conference, you already know them. For those of you who don't, these are the powerhouses who run the RSA conference and have for, well, they're not as young as they look. They've been doing this a long time.
We have, I know.
Yes. But let me introduce you to my friends Linda Gray Martin, who Is it Senior VP of RSAC? Is that the right
That's
title?
correct, yeah, of the conference. So I look after the conference, but I'm also Chief of Staff for the company too.
And let me introduce our next guest, who is a powerhouse in her own rights, my friend Britta Glade. Britta, welcome. It's so great to have you here.
It is my pleasure. Thank you, Alan. Always great to see you.
So let me just make sure I got this right. VP Content and Curation for RSAC.
SVP, Senior Vice President for Service.
SVP.
Yeah.
And Alan, we actually changed the C because RSAC is all about, the C is all the things it means. Content and communities, because we have so many different communities at conference.
Okay. That's fantastic, Britta, and I think that's a perfect role for you. I was kidding around about how long you guys have been involved in RSAC, but it's got to be 15 years, 18 years?
Yeah, easily more than I joined in 2006 when I was responsible for RSA Conference Europe. So back in those days. So yeah, 2000. So 19 years I've been at the company. Yeah. And Britta, you're...
I think I'm at about 11.
Yeah.
So I got you beat. I've been going to RSA since 2002.
Okay. You're the veteran here.
Uh-huh. I think... What year did we do San Jose? Do you remember? It was 2003 or 4. It was like in the middle of a downturn.
It used to rotate. It used to be back and forth. San Francisco,
oh, maybe
San
that's
Jose,
why I
San
remember it.
Francisco.
Because it was right after 9/11, and there were more people handing me resumes than they were talking about my product. And I was so bummed. But, that was a long time ago. Anyway, Britta, you mentioned the C in RSAC, right? It took me 5 years to always put the C on RSAC because I wanted to make sure people understood we were talking about RSA conference.
Conference, absolutely.
But now the C is something else, or it's more.
Well, it can be many things. I think that's the beauty of it. I mean, obviously the conference is at the heart of what we do, and it's definitely central to that kind of larger mission that we all feel. But, the C, I think, it just kind of highlights that we've become more than a conference. There's this need for year-round learning and education. And, we're the epicenter of content, connection, culture, conversation, collaboration, I think. But mainly what it really means to all of us and in our hearts is community. It's all about community. So the C can be many things.
Very good. Let's talk a little bit about, Linda, you mentioned your SVP for the conference, but Chief of Staff for the company. Yes. For those people maybe a little confused about that, it goes to the heart of the C, if you will. But just, let's close the loop on that one.
Let me close the loop. So hopefully you will have seen that recently we announced the launch of RSAC's membership platform. So, it's going to include capabilities that allow people to continuously learn, to collaborate and to communicate, to help them on a daily basis. So we've kind of got two parts of the business at this point. Obviously, the conference is the center of what we do and always will be. But we do have this expanded membership platform now. So obviously an expanded team that goes along with kind of building, launching, maintaining, and working with the community on that. So our company has grown significantly in the last 18 months. We have 75 employees now. And it's really important that we maintain the very strong culture that we have on the conference as we build this company. And so really that is part of the role that I have as the Chief of Staff of the company, working together with the teams, making sure that everybody is collaborating effectively and coming together as we kind of go on this journey.
Absolutely. That was always one of the best kept secrets, I think, in security. It was kind of like Wizard of Oz, they're behind the black curtain. There were like 6 people pulling the levers for this gigantic conference that the whole industry came to. And, there were contractors and there was a lot of help because when you came to the event, there There was people all over. But the fact of the matter was the RSA conference itself was only a handful of full-time employees, you know.
That's
and
right.
back then you were putting on 3 shows, 3 different conferences a year.
I know. I don't know how we did it when we look
Neither
back.
do
Maybe
I.
it's just that I've got older and my capacity
No,
is less.
there was a little kind of Wizard of Oz thing going on there.
Yeah, but it's
you know what I love about it though, Ellen? Those you're talking, the full-time employees, and yes, it was always surprising. However, to the heart of what Linda was talking about, community, we've always had a really large number of program committee members, folks from across the community who've, they pick the sessions that are going to be put together. They go through them, they edit it, they prepare, recommendations for how can this be the best possible content. And I've always loved that aspect about RSAC conference. That it really is of, by, and for the community. It's always been the heart of what we do.
Yeah,
absolutely. So I'd love to sit and talk about this all day with you, but we're under, we have to within time here. And it's the week before RSA conference.
Indeed.
First of all, thank you both, because I know you've both got to be spinning up 1,000,000 miles a minute right now. But let's talk about this year's conference. Why someone looking out here saying, should I go? Shouldn't I go? What do they have to look forward to?
There is so much. Where do we start? I mean, first of all, I just want to give a shout out to the theme of this year's conference, because I think it's one of the main reasons people should come, and it's all about community. So our theme this year is Many Voices, One Community. And it's the heart of everything that we do. And I know we've kind of mentioned that already. And that although people have different backgrounds and different perspectives and different strengths, we're unified together in this mission to help make the world a safer society. And so, and it's a very collaborative feeling. So, of course, we have 500, 600 sessions, 600 exhibitors, 700 speakers, all the stuff that you would expect that people have come to know and love RSA Conference for. And we will have all of that again. But, just being at the heart of this very passionate community where people want to help, they want to lift their peers and colleagues up, and they want to share knowledge. It's such an opportunity. You'll quite often hear Hugh Thompson, our executive chairman, the convening authority for the cybersecurity industry. And it really is. It's where everybody comes together. So just a few thoughts from me.
Britta, you're SVP of Content and Communities. Talk to us about the content for this year's event.
Absolutely. I love all of the content. You're putting together a great seminar on Monday, right? And what I love with what we put together, the experience across the week, there's a lot of things that happen publicly. There's also a whole lot of content and gatherings and get-togethers that happen for private communities, which is very important. That collaboration, the conversations that happen at conference on different challenging topics, right? Where different groups need to get together. So we, as Linda mentioned, we have, over 600 sessions spread across 29 different tracks. We actually start Sunday with some closed door sessions, run through Thursday with a great closing celebration. The sessions are available, different things are open to different folks depending on what your pass type is. So that's, guidance I would give folks attending. Make sure, when you're looking at the agenda, when you're picking the sessions you want to attend, be sure to reserve a seat, something that's really, really important to you. Reserve that seat, and make sure your pass type gets you into the session you want to attend. And then, it's a busy week. Look forward to after the week as well, being able to go back into the library, be able to see those sessions that you're interested in. We talked about the membership platform. There's going to be some great live groups that are available, conversations that will start before the event, during the event, and continue well beyond after the event. Hopefully weeks, months to follow, people continuing to benefit from those conversations they have with one another.
Guys, there are always fantastic keynotes. Some non-cyber keynotes. Last year was Alicia Keys, or was that the year before? They start running into.
Yeah,
that was last year.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that. I saw her there, then I went to see her in concert as a result. But anyway, who do we have this year lined up? Kind of not your average cybersecurity person.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can run you through some of the guest speakers, certainly on the West stage, and then maybe Britta can talk to the South stage. But, just a note to that, what you said, our guest speakers aren't always to do with cybersecurity. And there's a reason for that, because they have other perspectives and other experiences that we can be inspired by or learn from. And, the closing celebration, which we started last year with Alicia Keys, who you mentioned, that's just, it is what it is. It's a celebration. We want people just to enjoy and sit back, relax with their colleagues, celebrate the week that we've just had, celebrate the work that everybody does, and just take an hour just to enjoy and have a different experience. And that's, we're continuing that this year. Although we've gone in a slightly different direction, which I'll tell you about. So just some of the guest speakers that people can look forward to on our West stage. We have Ron Howard, so famous, well-known movie director, who's actually going to be interviewed by his daughter, who's also an actor and director, Bryce Dallas Howard. We're so excited about this. He's directed so many different movies, and I think many of them will resonate with our audience and with our attendees, from A Beautiful Mind to one of the Star Wars adventures. And I mean, there's just so much in his.
He'll always be Richie Cunningham to me, Linda.
I know. Well, I was saying the other day, that's how, I used to watch Happy Days when I was back in the UK when I was little. That's how I first learned about the US and US culture. So it's like a massive part of my childhood. But I think he's going to be absolutely fascinating. So he's going to be Tuesday afternoon. Wednesday morning, we have Magic Johnson, two-time NBA Hall of Famer, entrepreneur, philanthropist, a very warm, charismatic guy who I think people are going to love listening to. And we've heard he's a fantastic speaker.
Yeah, I've seen Magic give keynotes. Let me tell you something. The athlete is a very, very small part of his whole story. This man is, from being a pioneer and frankly living with AIDS.
Right.
100%.
And he likes to tell you, he made money as an athlete. He became truly wealthy as an entrepreneur, and all through it, the Starbucks, the movie theaters, the Dodgers. That's a don't miss. That, I'll be there.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, exactly. We're super excited about him. And then our closing celebration this year, like I said, we're going in a slightly different direction. Award-winning actor, singer, comedian Jamie Foxx is going to be in conversation with Hugh, which we're
also has an amazing life story.
Amazing life story, but we're kicking off with a DJ, a guy called DJ Irie, who incidentally knows Jamie Foxx. So there's a nice connection there. And then we're having a musical set from a collective from San Francisco called Jazz Mafia, who I think are going to blow people away. It's like 12 super talented musicians who are just going to get that party started with some really interesting interpretations of songs. So again, I hope people can just enjoy that time, enjoy that last hour. It's going to be really special.
Excellent. Yeah. Linda, let's turn to you and talk South Stage.
Do you mean Britta?
Yes, South
Britta,
Stage.
You're Linda. I'm sorry.
I'm Linda.
South Stage is now YBCA. So this is an exciting part of RSAC this year as we've expanded our campus. So if you're facing Moscone North, right to the side of it has been this beautiful Blue Cross Theater that you've seen over the years you've walked past. We are taking over all of that area. It's called the Yerba Buena Center for the Arts. It's a beautiful theater and a proper theater, if you will. The ballet is there right now. So you'll imagine theater seating. So we've brought the goodness of these longer format keynotes onto that stage. We have a great lineup this year. We'll have the always popular AI safety. Where do we go from here? A panel with many different leaders from different AI platforms. AI is getting harder versus easier, right? Which I know you're exploring at your seminar. The cryptographers panel, always a fan favorite. That will be over on that stage as well. We have Bruce Schneier will be joining us again. We have, it's a host of really great sessions. Rob Lee will be there. If we look at how much has changed in this, critical infrastructure threat landscape. So we brought Rob Lee is going to be there on Thursday, delivering a really great keynote on that. And then many, many, many other great ones in between. Kevin Mandia will be back with us.
Okay, very cool.
The year in review of cybersecurity. So I'm excited for this venue. We're being able to introduce also over in the YBCA, DARPA is bringing their AI experience. And I think you're going to talk further with Cecilia about that. That is also do not miss territory. You need to attend this interactive, immersive experience to see AI in this imaginary city around us, and they've put together a fabulous experience for attendees.
Wow, it's great. So we finally have a proper keynote space. Not that the keynote stages were bad. I mean, over the years.
The big one that Linda, that's about 4,000 people in there. That is a huge, beautiful.
And we've got that's in Moscone West.
We have a production team that no one beats our team that puts together that system. But yes, for our longer form keynote stage, we've got this larger theater it'll blow people's socks off. So we're really
I can't wait. I'm excited.
We're excited about this campus expansion, and the sandbox is over in YBCA. There's it's just additional space for people to spread out, to be able to consume content.
I will be in West at Broadcast Alley, usually right next door to the door there, the whole week. So I pop in and out of West a lot, but I'll make it my business to get to YBCA. But
you don't want to miss it.
For those of you who've not been to RSA, it's not just about the keynotes. There's 600 plus sessions. If you have any interest in cyber and technology, there's a session there for you. There's probably 6 sessions there for you. A lot of them do get filled up because they're not all in 4,000 seat theaters. Right? There's 175 seats sometimes. When you're registering for the event, be sure to click in the ones you want to go to and get your seat, because otherwise you may find yourself shut out. And I'm not here hawking tickets to RSA. I'm just telling you the facts.
No, it's true. I think coming with a plan, we always advise that for people, because not only are there 600 sessions, there are 600 vendors in the expo as well, and it can be overwhelming. So it's just take the time to do a little bit of planning before you get to the conference. I think it will really help your experience and help you get the most out of it.
So rumor has it this will be the biggest RSA conference ever. You guys want to go out on the limb on that, or?
I think we just have to wait and see. It's just a few more days.
Okay. Again, things kick off Sunday. Monday is seminar day and a lot of other stuff going on. Monday afternoon, I think, is opening keynotes around 3:30, 4 o'clock,
3:30,
like
3:30.
Yep. And then
the
Monday
expo
night,
floor
the
opens.
expo floor.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Right
and
after
we're in
the
full
opening
swing.
keynotes. Yeah.
Very cool. Well, Linda and Britta, I look forward to seeing you in person in San Francisco. I know you guys get busy. I get a little busy myself, but I will make it my business to come find you and say hello. As usual, amazing job, difficult job. You guys make it look easy, which is really the magic to the whole thing. So excited for this year. You know what? It's RSA Conference is the website, yes?
Yes, so it's RSAC Conference is now, that after we went through our new brand launch, and the website address, you can either reach us by onersac.com or rsaconference.com.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure. There's still time to register. By the way, if you're just looking for Expo passes, if you look online, you could probably find a free code for an Expo pass. There are Expo Plus passes, which is, I think, what Britta was referring to, that get you into some of the keynotes and sessions. And then there's the full passes as well.
Correct.
We'll see you at RSAC. Linda, Britta, thank you so much. We're going to take a break here on Techstrong.
Thanks for having us.
You.
Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, we're live here at RSA. This is Alan Schimmel. It's my first interview for RSA 2025. I've been busy over, I don't know if you can see it out the back, but Moscone South is just over there. We're in Moscone West, and I've been over in South all day. I haven't had a chance to be here. Lisa Martin's done a great job. I hope you're following along. What a best way to kick off my RSA coverage, though, than with this guy right here. If you don't know him, shame on you. But no, if you don't know him, he's the CEO of Futurum Group. It's my good friend, Daniel Newman. Daniel, welcome to RSA coverage, man. You're my first interview.
Yeah, and welcome yourself. I mean, we're at the desk together.
Yeah.
Our first one since we got happily married.
That's right. And that was in Boca, was the last time we did that.
That was in Boca. Yeah. And our first RSA together, though, as one big happy family.
Been here. So, and this is a good RSA. They're expecting somewhere between 40 and 45,000 people. You know, we do this event every year over in conjunction with them. This is our 10th year doing it. And we had, well, at 2 o'clock, we had about 850 people there. But we'll probably finish with 1,000. It was an amazing day of AI, cyber, app dev.
Yeah, it's been a good one so far. I came in on Sunday. I know the event technically is not even really fully started, the expo floor, but been doing some stuff around the perimeter. I had a great sit down with Palo Alto Network CEO Nikesh Arora. They bought a company since last
night. An AI company.
Announced and launched a new platform. So talk a little bit about that. Spent some time with Cisco's Chief Product Officer, Jitu Patel.
Love Jitu.
Had him G2's great. Great sit down. I went over and visited the Veeam house. I was just sitting with Google Cloud for a while.
Really?
Of course, Google is making big moves. We'll see
billions and billions,
30-something billion. Got to get the Wiz deal done. You know, the environment's still a little questionable.
So I heard the Wiz deal is not getting done now till 2026.
I haven't heard anything official, and even if I had, I wouldn't say it here.
Okay.
But let's say from the onset of that announcement, there's a lot of regulatory uncertainty still. And Google, of course, is in the middle of a lot more regulatory scrutiny. Chrome, advertising business, they're just going through a lot right now. And so while personally, I don't actually believe this transaction is particularly problematic, I think when you're a company that's kind of facing this many investigations, both here domestically and around the world, trying to get something through, you know how hard it is to get these deals done. You need a lot of regulatory bodies to approve them.
There's also a PR aspect to it. And like you said, while this particular deal I don't think represents any sort of monopolistic behavior or anything, because of the atmosphere that Google finds themselves in, it's going to get so much more scrutiny than it deserves, quite frankly. You know, I'm not a handicapper, but the odds of this thing getting done are just not as good as you would think that it should be.
Yeah, so let me tell you something that is very interesting in those conversations that I had, though, so far. This industry has long been very fragmented. There's so many different types and pieces of security. Yeah. You come here, and it's not a few dozen power players. It is hundreds, thousands of companies. There's new companies, tons of venture money going into this space. You know, we're securing this application, this device, this edge, this data. But there is this really big sort of movement by these larger companies to try to do a platformization.
Yeah.
I heard it from Nikesh. I heard it from G2. This kind of, the industry needs centralization, and that AI is a bit of a forcing function.
Maybe. But so here, as someone who's been in security 30 years, the move to a platform, it's little fish get eaten by the medium fish, big fish eat the medium fish. One of the issues in security is innovation at the Cisco level or even the Palo Alto level kind of stopped. They count on acquisition for innovation. And what you used to hear was products become features, right? So you would have a small company that made a product, and then that became a feature in a larger product set. Well, the other shoe of dropping on that is products move into platforms.
Yep.
And then the nice thing about platform is you don't have to own every product that fits into that platform. You could partner and have an ecosystem, if you will. I think that's been the holy grail that companies like Palo, Cisco, and before them, McAfee, Symantec, they all chase that holy grail. Very few companies achieve that platform status, which is weird because you would think, what's the big deal about being a platform, right? But why is it so hard? But very few companies get there, Daniel.
Well, it's a massive deal. And what's a little different in terms of a forcing function, one, AI, right? So AI is creating so much velocity, so much pace that companies have to be able to address that, and stitching together dozens or hundreds of different security solutions is a challenge, especially given the amount of budget that is security, which is generally single-digit percentage of an overall IT budget.
At best.
While concurrently tending to be not the strongest part of expertise within any IT team. And so the idea, again, it's a good idea, not necessarily saying it will work, but that you could sort of have that one universal platform. By the way, we started there a little bit with cloud, right? It was, you're going to use one cloud.
Right.
And that one cloud will solve all your compute, storage, networking needs. And it's like, well, you need one cloud, but you also need a bunch of your own infrastructure still for this reason. And then it was how many years later that all those big clouds said, well, now you need more than one cloud. And by the way, there's a telco cloud and there's an edge. But I think the idea that getting underneath all of the security needs and having sort of a more prominent partner becomes relevant, but it also materially changes the makeup of the industry if that was to really take place.
Yes, it would. You know, the single biggest question I hear from my friends in security, especially those who can't make it out to San Francisco here at RSA, where's the innovation? Where is the innovation in security? We're doing the same things we were doing. Where's the innovation? And unfortunately, the innovation is generally not in Palo Alto or Cisco. Now, I don't mean to pick on them. They're two great security companies. The innovation, I always say, if you go down to the expo floor here at 5:30, it's kind of like the Star Wars galaxy. In the center of the galaxy, there's a big black hole that's sucking in light.
Yeah.
That's where these big companies have 40 by 40 booths and 80 by 80 booths. It's when you get to the outer rim, you see innovation. Those 10 by 10 booths where security people are innovating, coming up with the next generation, especially with AI, agentic AI stuff. And I see it in two ways with AI. One is AI is a sword, one is AI is a shield, or using a shield for AI. I think the whole system is geared, and I'm not saying it's cracked, but the whole system is geared to keep that innovation engine humming.
100%. These big companies will make a number of purchases of these smaller companies. That was the Protect.ai acquisition.
Absolutely.
It's just that there are thousands of smaller startups either being seeded in Series A's and B's that may not see that exit. But we do need, in any industry, and that's the same thing in AI, there's lots of companies trying to innovate there, but we are seeing a very exciting convergence
Yeah.
Security doesn't sit on the island anymore. It used to be like IT, security. And now these two things are very much interdependent.
Yep.
And that security platforms plus data plus infrastructure aren't sitting that far away from the type of compute applications and resources and agents.
Absolutely. Let me bring up something else here. I'd like to get your thoughts. Hey, if you need a nap,
no, I'm
good.
Use?
Okay.
But we're all a little sick.
Yeah, well, it's going around here.
Thank gosh, from where you sit watching us right now,
they can't catch it from here. So, I don't know if you had a chance to go over to the what they call the Innovation Sandbox here.
No, not yet.
So, 20th year at RSA, they pick 10 companies every year to compete in the Innovation Sandbox. A who's who of winners over 20 years. Lots of IPOs, lots of big exits. This year, they're doing something a little different. Every one of the 10 finalists is getting $5 million in venture money from CrossPoint Partners, which is the company that now owns RSA Conference.
Oh, wow.
Interesting. What's your opinion about, so RSA Conference as a conference, should they be investing in companies? Are we going to mess up? Are we going to kill the gravy train, this whole system of innovation? Like, you know, there's a lot of people here are saying RSA is a conference, not an investor. They're changing their business model. It's now RSAC Conference, C for community.
Well, I think that's very limiting. It's a very small mindset. Look, the RSA conference community, whether it is or isn't community, right? We're debating that, is a ecosystem, and it's a bringing together of many people and ideas. Transparency here is that RSA happens to be owned by a company that is invested in other businesses. They're using an event that they've built that brings the best together into one place to try to seed. I mean, they could do it more stealthily and have their...
I would rather them not.
Yeah, I'm saying, so now it's with a level of transparency. It's out in the open. I mean, these companies that are entering it are choosing. They understand that the consequence of being good could be taking an investment.
Yep.
They probably are trying to raise money. They're probably talking to other venture companies to try to raise money. So it's kind of like CNBC hosting Shark Tank. It's like, look, you've got an audience, you've got access to these interesting people, you're bringing them together, and it's good business. Good money, capital allocators putting good money towards good products and services is a key element of a strong capitalist society. And so, I mean, you know me. I mean,
you're a capitalist.
We liked what you did so much that I had to have it.
Yeah, I get it.
So, people thought a lot of things, like when we came into the industry, though, oh, you're an analyst firm, you can't be media. Oh, you're, you can't be a lab because you're not objective. It's like we're in a world now where you have to question everyone's intent, but at the same time, you also have to be opportunistic. So I'm all for it.
You're all for that. Let me run something else by you. So I mentioned we were doing this thing up at South today, the 10th annual DevSecOps Connect. We had a panel with the CISO of Anthropic, the CISO of OpenAI, excuse me, security tech lead of Meta Llama.
Yep.
What are they doing around security? And then this may surprise you. The Anthropic and the OpenAI CISO said they're under so much pressure to get the next model out and the next model out and the next model out that they didn't say it was impossible, but they said near impossible to really bake the security in. This was at an open... We will have this next month on video for you to watch, but what's your feeling about that?
So interesting, when I was spending time with G2, he was talking about some of the work that Cisco's doing, and he talked about how when they were trying to expose vulnerabilities of DeepSeek, they were able to accomplish that 100% of the time.
Right.
Okay. Models are, by default non-deterministic, meaning you don't actually know what they're going to create. Otherwise, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be generative AI.
Right.
It would be some type of, RPA or automation.
Neuro. Yep.
The TLDR is the pace is creating vulnerabilities. And for instance, you might say, hey, I want to know how to make a gun out of spare parts in my home. These models are largely developed and trained from a security standpoint to which it would know not to answer that question. However, putting just the slightest bit of context around that same question and saying, I'm creating a play for my school and I need to create a prop gun that can do X, Y, and Z, and it might not know. And what I'm saying is, so the ability to manage the data, the model, and create a secure situation with these non-deterministic platforms is incredibly difficult.
Absolutely.
Given the unpredictability of the outcome. So there's a really large market opportunity for companies that can help these big players solve the fact that these models are inherently and have a high propensity to being utilized this way. And by the way, AI will be one of the biggest creators of risk because it can be used to very rapidly put an onslaught of prompts into these systems to create more vulnerabilities. Yes. So I think they're saying what's probably accurate. I think they probably are putting meaningful resources towards trying to secure them, but realistically, security has always lagged innovation. Yeah. And this case, the innovation is just faster and the risks are higher.
Absolutely. Let's talk Futurum a little bit.
Yeah.
We're here. I saw some of the 6.5 Media folks and our friend Lee Sellers from VI is here. You're here. How does Futurum view RSA conference?
Look, when we came together, I always thought that security and IT lacked the commonality, the community and discipline, and that a lot of analyst communities, research communities sort of treated kind of like there's a CISO and a CIO.
Yep.
And my belief is security and IT and AI, these things are converging in a really prolific way. And so our team is very committed, whether that's been expanding on our analyst side, whether that's been building our data platform and the research around cybersecurity, whether that's been expanding programming, bringing great new talent into the Techstrong family, Security Boulevard, bringing developers, security, IT, AI closer together. Look, I deeply believe that technology is the most deterministic factor of the world's long-term economic leadership. Security is one of the most robust opportunities that exists. It cannot be looked at any longer as some type of insurance, life insurance, or secondary thing that you purchase in a worst case scenario. It needs to be very proactive. It needs to be very upfront to everything you do. And so deep down, I couldn't be more bullish about this category. No. And so personally, while I haven't spent as much time in this space as I maybe in other parts of the tech stack, seeing the community, I couldn't be more proud of the company that we've created and the depth that we're able to cover this space. And I'm just really glad we're here. And I think you guys are doing a great job. And while I can't stay longer.
I see where you're getting here.
I can't stay long.
Another time.
But I am really looking forward to coming back and RSA, but also just continuing to, take a more and more active role in this community, because I think security is one of the fronts that's just under-covered, under-discussed, with so much upside opportunity and necessity, Alan.
40,000 plus people here would say absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely. Daniel Newman. Hey, dude. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thanks for having me.
I love working with this guy. Daniel Newman, CEO of Futurum, futurumgroup.com. We didn't talk about the intelligence portal. I'm going to talk about it this week. Check it out. But we're live at, excuse me, my voice is going. We're live at RSA. We'll be back. Actually, this is it for day one, right? Well, day 0. We'll be back tomorrow for day 1. Until then, enjoy. Bye-bye.
Hey, it's Techstrong TV coming to you live, day 3 of our coverage of RSAC here at Moscone West in San Francisco. We've had great conversations with leading cybersecurity firms and experts from across the globe, and I'm pleased to welcome back one of our guests, Anand Oswal, who I've had the privilege of interviewing before, the SVP and GM of Network Security at Palo Alto Networks. Anand, great to have you. Big week for Palo Alto.
Great to be here today. Yes, Lisa, it's a great week.
Can't go to a conference these days without talking about AI and security. It's just table stakes.
Yeah.
But Palo Alto has been really obviously making headlines, especially this week, announcing the acquisition of Protect AI, new AI-powered security platforms, because every company has to have an AI story.
Yeah.
Talk to us about the impact that Protect AI will enable Palo Alto to make with its customer base.
Yeah. So if you step back, Lisa, you talked about, you cannot talk about AI. A year ago, everybody talked about seismic shift that AI was having on businesses.
Yeah.
Right? At Palo Alto Networks, we solved two of our customers' more important problems. How do you have employees access AI applications safely and securely? And as you're building these applications, because every organization is building them.
Yes.
They want to change their business. They want to give new experiences to their customers. How do I deploy these securely? So with that in mind, we've done two things. The first is for employees. Look, everybody's accessing AI applications. You are, I am, our employees are, because they want to get more productive, they want to be more effective, they want to be more efficient. Now, all of this is getting access from the browser. The browser is the prominent attack vector. So a new secure browser is needed for this new era of AI. And what we launched today is that we already have a secure browser. We said employees can browse bravely. They can access these applications, not worrying about data leaking, etc., because we are making sure that the organizations have all the tools for them to do it. Advanced threats, advanced malware, which are browser native. But the most important thing also for users is that don't compromise my user experience.
Right.
So we will untether your web and SaaS applications, give maximum performance, reduce your reliance on all this legacy VDI stuff.
Yeah.
At the same time, have that consistent security. So that's what we did for employees accessing AI applications. The second thing, I think you touched on Protect.
Yeah.
And what we launched is this week is Prisma Airs. It's the industry's most complete and most comprehensive AI security platform. Look, we look at AI application changing the landscape.
Yeah.
Right? You have your app architectures evolving.
No.
You have new types of threats. You can't have point products for different parts of your thing. Right?
No.
Need all of this stitched together, delivered comprehensively, and solving the entire problem for the customers.
Yeah. Well, doesn't the average organization have 7 to 10 plus different security tools in their environment anyway?
They have more than
solutions?
that. The average customer has many more than that. But if you look at AI, it's changing the way you build applications. Now, you and I have been around the block a long time.
Yes.
Long ago, how were applications built? A 3-tier model. You had a front end, you had a database, and you had a back end, or the application.
Yeah.
Then came along the cloud. It modernized your application, microservices, cloud constructs. AI applications are really the third wave. You're bringing in newer things. It's not just an application, a model, and you're done.
Yeah.
You're bringing in infrastructure, models, data, tools, plugins. What happens? It increases your attack surface.
And the complexity.
Yes. So you can fight those with your point products for model scanning, point products for posture, point products for red teaming, point products for runtime, point products for agent security. You got to solve this cohesively and consistently across the entire gamut. And that's what we announced with Prisma Airs.
That's fantastic, because you talked about the attack surface. It's just going to continue to spread. And I always think of it as it's really amorphous. There's so many new applications, threat vectors, channels, actors, that this problem isn't going away. Yeah. It's just going to continue at speed and scale.
Yeah. I think we call it the scale, the sophistication, and the speed, the 3 S's.
Yes.
And AI is just turbocharging all of this. So if you think about AI applications, they're bringing in new threats. Yeah. Attackers are using prompt injection techniques to get customer data. So they pretend that I'm you and they'll get my data. They're making code generate malware. You can do a model DOS attack. You can do a simple query to a model. Like a simple example, we print hello 1 trillion times. It can make the model spin. Of course, those are simple ones that people can block now.
Yeah.
But most important, you don't want your sensitive data. You've taken your data, you've trained your models, you don't want that data to leak.
Right.
Now, the other thing that's interesting, I know you said about AI, the next most famous word is agents.
Right, especially these days.
Everybody starts. So if you think of agents, what do the agents do? If LLMs give you answers, agents give you action.
Action.
Right? They plan, they adapt,
They
act
execute?
autonomously, and they replan and they react.
Yes.
So now when you're thinking of security, you need to think how the model is thinking, how the model is behaving, what is the model architecture. The risks are no longer in just your code and vulnerabilities, in the training data used to train the models. And that's why when we announced Prisma Airs, we said there are 5 important pillars of AI runtime security. First, model scanning. We scan code and infrastructure today.
Yeah.
So what's different in models? The difference is the data used to train the model, different model architecture, different model behavior. Then we think of posture. Posture should not be just for a model. Again, like I said, we don't need point products.
No.
Network, application, models, data, agents. All this done comprehensively with posture management. Then red teaming. What does red teaming do? Red teaming is trying to mimic how an adversary thinks. So you think of AI and agents, we don't execute code only. We plan, we adapt, we replan. So your AI red teaming should be autonomous. It should be able to think how an adversary thinks and be comprehensive to mimic real behaviors.
Okay.
If you think of the runtime security, you have threats that we know from classical applications, classical threats. Then you have specific threats for AI applications, the ones I talked about, prompt injection, model DOS, etc. But then you have other threats related to agents. One important one is, look, agents will give you answers short term, but agents want to be personalized for you over the long term. What if I poison the memory of that agent uses? Now it's going to change the behavior of the agent.
Okay.
Agents have to do autonomous actions. What if they have excessive permissions?
Yeah.
So all this needs to be thought through comprehensively to make sure that you have security. And that's what Prisma Airs is, the most comprehensive platform. Discover your system, assess your risk, and protect all your threats in one platform. Single management, workflow is completely unified. So it's not dealing with 12 different point products to solve the same problem.
Well, what I'm hearing is massive simplification.
You have to.
For CISOs, because the threat landscape will continue to evolve. The technology will continue to evolve.
Yep.
There's no slowing down. Nobody wants less data slower. We know that.
Yes.
But something else that you said that I like, because I always think of humans in the cybersecurity chain are often the weakest link, but they can be the biggest asset. So what you're enabling Brave browsing, you're enabling humans to take some of that risk out of the equation, which is essential because employees need to be able to deliver what the customers want.
Look, what do employees want? Employees want to be productive.
Yes.
They want to look good. They want to get their work done effectively.
Do want to look good.
And they want to get it done efficiently.
Yes.
So they want to use these tools. Yeah. The job of the organization is to ensure that, hey, do you have safe and compliant usage of these tools?
Yeah.
Can I control what applications are being used and what I don't want to be used? Can I protect the sensitive data from leaking out the organization? And all these applications, Lisa, they give responses back. What if the responses have threats and malware?
Right.
Protect you. That's what you want to make empower the employee to do.
Yes.
And that's what we say, browse bravely. Now, if you think of the developers, they're building applications because they want to transform your business. AI applications are going to change every business.
Absolutely.
It's going to change your P&L. It's going to change the way you think about customer experiences. You're going to give newer experiences. Now, you want to deploy those applications bravely. But a lot of times, if you don't know all the steps that you take to make sure it's done right, you could make a mistake.
Absolutely.
You could use, like today, for example, there are about 1.6 million models on Hugging Face.
1.6 million?
Yes.
Wow.
Now, a developer could just download a model, but what if it has vulnerabilities?
In it.
It has malicious code inside it.
Right.
So you just scan it. What if your agents have excessive permissions because they're acting autonomously,
right?
And they have excessive permissions. And when you do that, something else happens.
Yeah.
So all that needs to be thought through. Model scanning, posture management, red teaming, your runtime security, and the platform should be ready for newer things like agents.
Right.
But that's coming. The plethora of agents is going to happen.
It's coming. There's no slowing that train down at all. I talk with a lot of CMOs, and even in the marketing function, CMOs, part of their KPIs is AI agents acting on their behalf.
Yes.
It's everyone's embracing it. It's kind of like, well, I always feel like when ChatGPT was born a couple years ago, this catalyst just went haywire because AI has been around for a long time.
Yes.
But suddenly now it's everyone has to have an AI story.
Yes.
Well, there's a lot of opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
But there's a lot of risk as well.
Yeah.
How is the CISO role in your experience changing to be able to have this AI platform comprehensive view and also enable those employees to Browsely Brain?
Yeah.
Brave Browsely.
If you look at the organizations, the job of the security organizations is to, of course, secure the organization. You want to make sure that the employees, that the sensitive data is not leaked. And in many cases, it's not through malicious intent. Employees may not know. You put some things in your AI tool and the data is out.
Yeah.
You didn't do it intentionally.
No.
So how do you have the right controls? Full visibility. It starts with full visibility. You can only secure something if you see it.
Right. Can't secure what you can't see.
You can't secure what you can see. So full visibility. Then you can decide, do you want to allow it, or deny it, or you want to block or limit usage.
Right.
Once you do that, then what for the applications that allow, how do I ensure I have the right policies that my sensitive data is not leaking out? That's what you want to do for employees to be productive.
Yes.
But at the same time, do it safely and securely.
Right.
Right. And the same thing applies to the way we approach you building applications for your end customers. Right. If you're able to use all these tools and make it more efficient, you're able to give new experiences to your customers, potentially generating new revenue streams.
Absolutely.
Reducing your cost. You want to do it securely and safely.
And that's business value. That's outcomes to the business.
Exactly.
And that's what the C-suite wants to achieve.
Everybody wants that.
Yes.
So you just need to make sure that you're thinking through all aspects of security and it's not an afterthought.
Can't be. I think that's been proven time and again because the sophistication of the risks and the attack, they're growing. The technology innovation is growing. Is it possible to fight fire with fire? Are we going to be able to be proactive here?
Yeah, absolutely yes. The answer is absolutely
That's a good answer. I'm happy to hear it.
Let me give you some data points. Today we are blocking on our platform 31 billion attacks every single day.
31 billion attacks every single day.
With a B.
With a B.
Yes.
Wow.
Right? Now, a small number, 9 million or so, are net new attacks, day zero attacks.
Every day.
Attacks that nobody has ever seen before.
9 million new a day.
Yes. And the reason we're able to do it is because we use what we call precision AI security services.
Okay.
It's a combination of machine learning, deep learning, and all the variability we can get through Gen AI. Right? Because the days of you getting infected with something, me learning about it, building a signature, patching my system so everybody else is safe are over.
Right.
I want to protect things that you have never seen before.
Right.
We have over 4,400 deep learning models on a platform that are able to look at content, metadata, real-time traffic to stop these right there. And that's the power of what we can get through AI to solve these things holistically.
So is that where CISOs need to be focusing on all of the net new attacks to be able to get ahead?
It's both, right? So
it's both.
Of course, you want to stop all the attacks that you know of because it's easier now to create attacks with AI. Yes. But you also want to have a system that is able to look at all your data, to look at the variability, to look at your behaviors, and stop threats that you've not seen before.
You need to be doing both simultaneously.
Because at the end of the day, it's not enough to say that you got infected, everybody else is now secure.
Yeah.
Like I don't want anybody infected. I want to be able to be proactive right now. And that's what we've been working on.
Yes.
And that's where we want to make sure that we're ahead of the game.
That proactivity is so critical because of the speed with which everything is scaling. The good stuff, the bad stuff, the questionable stuff, the opportunities. What's been the customer and partner feedback this week since the announcement of the acquisition?
Look, I probably met 30 customers or so. And then
this
already,
week?
yes, already.
Wow,
some one-on-one, some together.
Okay,
there are a couple of things that have come out. Every customer is saying the point you said before. I have too many tools, too many point products. I don't know how to make this work. Help me, right? I can't have a consistent policy across all my infrastructure. This is just becoming to a point where I need help.
And they're overwhelmed, I'm sure.
Yes, they're overwhelmed.
Yes.
The second thing they're saying is that AI is a great enabler, but how do I make sure I enable it and stay safe and secure, both for the employees and the business value when I'm building applications?
Yes.
And the third is that, like, what does it mean for me in terms of how do I ensure that all of these things come together?
Yes.
I reduce my operational cost. I am getting more and more efficient, and I'm able to stay at the curve. Or in a simple way, they're saying, how does my organization make more money? How do I save money? And how do I be out of trouble?
So are you seeing more of the CISOs now having to go to the C-suite, to the CEO, and prove business value and AI spend? I imagine they do. It's no longer just a...
Yeah, a lot of the AI spend on building new applications is coming from the business. A lot of the things that you need to do for preventing...
Security?
Securing usage of AI applications is definitely coming from a security group. So it's a combination.
Yeah.
And it varies by organization. Different organizations are structured differently, right?
So walk me through some of the plans for existing customers from a migration integration perspective. What can they expect to be able to really capitalize on all of the value that Prisma AIRS is going to deliver?
I think that's a great question. So if you think about our network security platform, right? It is comprehensive. The whole idea is any user on any device accessing any application, any data, on any network, consistently secured. So when you have new use cases like AI, the platform is extensible. So you take the example of employees accessing AI applications, it's easily enabled on the platform no matter where you are. You could be in the office going through your firewall, you could be home going to SASE. If you think about your developers, as they build new applications for that business value we talked about, the existing platform is extensible for me to enable all the capability I talked to you about with Prisma Airs with the same framework. So now you're leveraging what you have to provide a consistent capability to the customer.
Consistency
so it's not yet another point product, a new UI, a new tool, a different policy for AI. Because, I mean, if you fast forward a few, maybe I don't know how long, it's hard to predict. Every application will be an AI application.
Yeah.
There's no distinction anymore.
And it's not going to take too long.
Yes. So you want to have that extensibility of the platform because you'll always have new things. Or you look at our secure browser. It plugs in exactly into our SASE architecture. So it's not like another solution for something. It's all integrated and brought together very cohesively for our customers, so easy for them to consume.
Easy for them to consume, which is great. What are they looking at time frame wise to be able to really extract the business value here? And also dial down that technical debt of all of those extraneous security tools?
Yeah. So I think it varies. Every customer is in a different journey.
Sure.
We have many customers today who are using the complete platform, securing how they have applications in their data center, securing their cloud assets, securing their AI, both for employees and applications and the remote workforce. But the platform is modular. You have a choice to start in a different way, in different journey.
Yeah.
So you could start with your SASE customers, where your remote workers and remote branches, and then migrate to the other parts. Majority of our customers, of course, are using our firewalls, hardware and software in the cloud or in the data centers to protect, and then they're able to move there. So it varies on customers.
Many pathways of opportunity.
Many pathways to get there, but the end goal is the same. How do I get a consistent security? How do I reduce the operational cost? How do I get into a better ROI for my investment? And I just want to make sure this security works. I can't be reactive. I want to be proactive.
That you can't afford to be reactive anymore. We have to be proactive. Yes. But it's a balance.
Yeah, but it's also about, if you see the majority of issues happen because of manual configurations or misconfigurations.
Yes.
So what we're doing in the platform is easier way for you to dynamically determine. So the example I gave you on red teaming.
Yes.
After I do my red teaming, the policy recommendations are based on two things: my best practices and the environment.
Yeah.
And that's tuned dynamically. So now you don't need to do the hard work of figuring out what's the right policy. I'm able to recommend that to you and with a single click apply it.
So workflows are getting more streamlined.
More streamlined, more simplified.
Yeah.
Right?
So I get the value to the business, the value to the CISO, the value to the C-suite. Is this, I always kind of look for, what's the bridge between the developers and the security folks? Because we know DevSecOps as a concept is still kind of in its infancy.
Yeah.
Is this a facilitator? Is this that platform, that bridge between the developers having the experience they expect and the security folks being able to ensure the security of the environment?
Yes, I think it's a very good question. If you think about the journey of cloud, the developers went there before the security people came in.
Yeah.
So what is the first question the security professional asks? What's running in my cloud? Right? Is it exposed? Does it have vulnerabilities? Once you give them the list, it's like, it's too long. Please shorten that list for me.
Yeah.
I can't deal with all of them.
It's overwhelming.
Right?
Yeah.
Then they say, look, I need to have runtime security. The idea is that all these pieces, and the same thing is happening with AI, all of these pieces need to be brought together cohesively. So you're providing a unified solution, not a piecemeal solution of, hey, this is my vulnerabilities, this is my posture, this is the results of your red teaming, this is your runtime risk. No. Tell me all of them, show me a workflow to link them all to give me the best outcome. Don't show me all these small activities. I'm outcome based. That's what they want.
You want to get rid of that noise.
Exactly.
See through the noise to elevate the impact.
Yeah, and in the end, give and show the outcome what is happening. Otherwise, I'm dealing with 10 different products, 10 different solutions. They have 10 different management planes. They don't talk to each other. They don't share threat intelligence. I'm not getting the outcomes I want.
Right. What excites you about where we are in security in 2025? Here we are with about 45,000 security professionals and vendors and partners. You mentioned some good news earlier about we're going to be able to get proactive.
Yeah.
Palo Alto is enabling organizations across industries to get there, which is table stakes these days. But what excites you about where we are from an offensive perspective in cybersecurity? Are we there yet?
Yeah, look, I think the more important factor that I'm excited about is that I think for the first time with the advent of AI, you feel that security is solvable. You can really make sure that you can stitch all these things together cohesively to solve customer problems. but you have to have the right architecture, right approach.
Sure.
If you go with 10 different point products for 10 different point solutions that are not talking to each other, not sharing, it's very hard, right? It's very complicated. So how do you have that consistent policies? I could be at home, I could be in the office, I could be on the road. I could be on this device, I could be on my personal device that's owned by me. I could be accessing an application in my data center, cloud, SaaS, AI. It doesn't matter.
It shouldn't matter.
Yes, and that is exactly what we're solving with the platform.
Yeah. Awesome. What's next for Palo Alto? Obviously, great momentum this week. I'm going to continue that. Any nuggets you can share with us?
There'll always be new innovation that you'll see from us in cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is ever evolving field. Stay tuned for more information.
I love that. Anand, it's been great having you on Techstrong TV. Thank you for sharing and really dissecting what's new at Palo Alto, how you're enabling this comprehensive, cohesive view. You're taking out technical debt. You're simplifying the CISO's workflow. You're simplifying the employee experience in this age of AI that is so incredibly important. And you said, in the age of AI, security is solvable. I love that. Thank you for all your insights. I appreciate it. We'll be following Palo Alto.
Yeah. Thank you, Lisa.
Great to have you. For Anand Oswal, I am Lisa Martin. You're watching Techstrong TV live from day 3 of our coverage of RSAC. Stick around. We have more great content coming at you on Techstrong TV. We'll see you in a minute.
Hey everyone, welcome back here to Techstrong TV. You know, I always enjoy having a first-time guest on our show and introducing you all to a new company. So I'd like to introduce you to Marty Kagan. Marty is the co-founder and CEO of a company called Hydraulics. I hope I got that right. Hey Marty, welcome to Techstrong TV. It's great to have you on here.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Okay. Marty, we're going to talk about hydraulics a lot. But let's first talk about you, Marty. You're the co-founder and CEO. I'm sure there was a lot of thought, consternation. You know, everyone who's ever started a company has been through this. Like, you know, they say you got to be a little bit crazy, but how crazy is the question? But give us an idea of kind of your road leading up to co-founding Hydraulics here.
My background is mostly in the content delivery space. I worked at Cisco and Akamai and Fastly, running big engineering teams there. But I started a company prior to this called Sodexis that we ended up selling to your neighbors, Citrix, down in Florida.
Sure, I remember.
The challenge we had with Sodexis was we were just generating huge amounts of data, about 23 billion records a day. And it was like writing a blank check to Google every month to deal with the data. And at the time of the acquisition, my co-founder, Hassan, said, I think we're doing this wrong. I think everyone's doing this wrong. I think there's a better way to deal with this kind of volume of data, that there's a hole in the market when it comes to that kind of scale. And he had a bunch of ideas that we thought, well, you know, you're probably wrong because it's a big crowded space. But on the off chance that you've sort of looked at the problem differently, it's a big market to disrupt. And so we decided to give it a shot.
Absolutely. And you know what, that is a big market. I mean, so my background's in security, cyber. And you know, one of the things we've had for as long as I've been in security is, you know, the more we want to track everything, right? We want logs for everything. But, you know, the average security incident, you may not discover it until 9 to 18 months after it took place. And so you need to keep records.
I think there's some myths in the industry around that the organizations want less data, when in fact we really think they want more. I think that you can't treat lossless transaction logs the same way you treat lossy application logs, where there's noise and redundancy. And I think that the hot, warm, cold strategies that many companies have adopted were really a trade-off rather than optimization. That the problem was that you've got finance putting pressure on IT to say, you got to cut costs, you got to contain cost. And the same thing, you've got the product engineering, AI, ML, data scientists saying we need more data. And that tension between managing your costs and making everything available creates an opportunity to change the economics and solve some interesting problems.
Absolutely.
What we found, there were lots of great modern data stacks like Snowflake and Databricks that do amazing jobs of decoupling compute from storage, but they're not really good at driving interactive dashboards. That's not really what they're built for. And so you've got a NOC and a SOC and these other groups that want to be able to interact with the data. They were often reliant on things like Elasticsearch for only the most recent 24 hours of data, and then everything else ends up in cold storage, and that creates problems that you don't have access to all your data. So that was sort of the problem we wanted to go after.
It makes perfect, Marty. I live it every day, because I think you're right. First of all, I remember it's got to be around 1992 or 93, maybe 94. I bought it was a hard drive. It was gigantic. I think it was 40 megabytes. And it was literally a hard box. It was about this big. Remember those days? And,
spinning media with,
And I said, my God, this is more memory than I'll ever need. What am I going to do with all of this, right? But the very there's some sort of law at play. The more storage you have available to you, the more things you find that you need to store, right? But then there was this.
Well, cost is a big driver. Affordability is a big driver. So you say, well,
absolutely.
And data anxiety and data regret are very real. So you think, well, I wish I could keep everything. I wish I could index everything, but I just can't afford it. So we'll just index these columns and we'll just keep this data. We'll roll it up into our summaries. We'll throw away the raw data because we just can't afford. But really, I don't. But then later I'm going to regret, like, I wish I'd kept that. I wish I'd indexed that. And so that we felt if we could just make it easy for everyone to store everything and keep everything and index everything, then you would eliminate all that anxiety or regret. Like, you just won't have to worry about it. And
absolutely. But there was another thing at play, Marty, where people said, you know what, not all data is created equal. I am going to keep this in, as you mentioned, cold storage. Maybe I'm going to put this on a tape. Maybe I'm going to keep this in S3, but I'm going to keep this somewhere else, right? Because I need this close by. I need this fast, and I don't really go into that as much. And so that was one of...
That's because there's this trade-off between fast and hot and expensive and cold and slow and cheap. And if you can eliminate the difference, then why would you not have everything hot? Why, if you're going to store that stuff anyway, like regulatory reasons or whatever, if you're going to have all this data, you might as well make it usable. And it's only the cost that is driving you to say, well, let's just put it in cold storage. And we found as we open it up, people say if all your cold storage is all of a sudden you have sub-second query performance against all of your data going back 3 years, it creates all new business opportunities that were sort of limited, that you couldn't get to before because you've been forced to stick it into somewhere that was
absolutely. And then when you went to retrieve it from the cold locker, you my God, no one told me it was going to take this long and it was going to be this hard.
Or this expensive. The other thing people are finding is actually getting data back out can actually be really expensive.
Yeah. So talk to me about how hydraulics, excuse me, how hydraulics help solve this.
We felt there was nothing else really built for that kind of a terabyte to a petabyte a day scale. There were lots of solutions where you're talking millions of transactions, but when you're talking billions, you need a different architecture. You need something that is built on stateless auto-scaling, so you can handle DDoS attacks. Things like ETL, traditional ETL, where you can extract all the data and write it back in, that works fine at the million event scale. It doesn't work well when you're talking hundreds of billions of events. To have like multi-stage pipelines to manipulate your data before it goes into the data lake can all of a sudden cost just as much as the data lake. So you need a fully integrated solution, and you need something that is Kubernetes native, that is designed to scale up and down automatically. Because as much as you want to be able to handle the Super Bowl, 5 minutes after the Super Bowl, you don't want to be a database that big. You want to back down to the scale you need. And so building something that was stateless and scaling, was a unique approach to the market. And Hassan, my co-founder, felt that we could get SSD-like performance directly off object storage if we changed the way we do indexing, compression, and I/O, and kind of rebuilt the underlying storage layer to optimize for object storage. And we've been able to consistently get kind of that hot data performance off of cold storage.
Excellent.
The other thing we found is sort of, what do you do with this now? You got a data lake, who needs a data lake? What are the problems you could solve? We felt that there were lots of good solutions for internal observability.
It's Techstrong TV coming at you live. Day 3 of our continuous wall-to-wall coverage of RSAC. We're in Moscone West and Broadcast Alley. We have been having, as you know, because you've been watching, some amazing conversations with practitioners, with C-levels, with product leaders, with customers, partners, about the evolution of the cybersecurity landscape, especially in the era of AI. We're happy to have our next guest with us, Monish Advani, the Senior Director of Product Management at Harness. Great to have you on the program, Monish. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
So exciting kind of year already for you guys. Traceable and Harness merged, announced just a couple of months ago. Talk a little bit about why that is. What were some of the catalysts in the market that demonstrated this is the right direction for the business?
Absolutely. Yeah. So just to take a step back, Harness being, an AI native modern software delivery company focused on helping developers, ship software more efficiently. And Traceable, founded by the same CEO, Jyoti Bansal, focuses on being the modern API security platform company. So when we were talking to our customers, it just made sense, and there was so much synergy to bring these two companies together and create an AI native DevSecOps platform that kind of unifies the story of bringing security closer to developers and making it part of like every step of the software development lifecycle.
Where is that conceptually and culturally, the developers and the security folks coming together? Because I understand there's a lot of synergies with how they think, how they work, but there's been some cultural challenges of bringing that practice together. Where are we in 2025 with that merger?
I think it's still a challenge. It's getting better. Security. There's a shortage of security developers. At the end of the day, you look at 37 million software developers on the planet.
37 million?
Yeah, and then 5 million cybersecurity professionals, right? Helping them fix all those problems. On top of it, you have this AI vibe coding coming, helping developers be more productive. But then the problem of security gap increases with AI coming into play. So, it's the issue is like this. We're getting better, but, and surrounding them by process and cultural challenges itself, it's still in work that needs to get better. And we are just at the right place to do that transformation for them.
Can AI be that bridge?
AI would definitely help.
Between the developers and the security professionals?
Absolutely. AI would definitely help developers be more productive. But when it comes to fixing security issues, because these AI models are built on open source models, they are not doing the job of fixing security issues on the top or writing better code. So at the end of the day, it comes back to the security developers itself to make it better.
And is that your target audience, the security developers?
We target both. We target the developers as well as security professionals. Harness goes and talks to the DevOps and developers first, but we always see both teams coming together and having a common conversation.
Right.
And security and developers are always there to help us do that.
What is the optimal developer experience these days in the AI era, and how are you guys facilitating that?
Yeah, I mean, the experience is they want a single platform.
Yeah.
Right? They all want to live at the same place, make it more developer friendly, bring in all their code repositories and security tools together. So they just want to breathe better and launch software and ship software better. So
Now, unifying software delivery, API security isn't a nice to have anymore for any business and any organization. Why is that? Why is it in this cloud native world, this AI era, why is it table stakes?
Well, first of all, none of the companies have the right tools to do it all together. And this is where Harness and Traceable kind of bring end-to-end application security all within one platform. And if you think about DevSecOps as a term, you're talking about secure development. You're talking about building artifacts that have to be secure. You're talking about trusted releases. You're talking about monitoring and defending your applications once they go live. All of that in one platform together is where the real challenge is. And we are doing that together.
Is this kind of redefining DevSecOps in a way?
100%. Absolutely. And doing it with AI is where companies are seeing that challenge, and bringing it all together with the one platform is where the opportunities, I feel.
Talk to me about, unpack some of those opportunities, because I always love to find that, we talk about the cyber landscape and the threats and the risks and this and AI and the opportunities, but the risks. What are some of those opportunities?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the application security market as a whole, there is security testing, there is posture management, there is supply chain security, there is Cloud WAP, which we recently launched yesterday. All of those tools together, unifying them is where, customers find ease to consume those products and solve the security challenge that they're facing. And they go all the way from vulnerability management to the time they're deploying the code and seeing the application live and defending against those attacks. So it's a tough thing to solve, but that's exactly where Harness and Traceable are well positioned to do that correctly.
And it's cloud web application and API protection. Talk to us a little bit about that and the impact.
Yeah. I mean, it was launched yesterday, an amazing day for us. It brings in web API, web application, API protection, bot defense, DDoS defense all together. Most of the customers have these tools individually, and they're using static signatures to kind of detect those attacks. What we did was we took all of them, unified them, brought it under one platform, and then used behavior analysis to understand the context of user, session, all in all to understand what is happening with the traffic. And if an anomaly is detected, we kind of stop it right there.
So autonomously?
Yeah.
So you're freeing these folks up from some of those menial tasks they don't want to do anyway.
Yeah, you don't have to go to different tools to do that. You do it autonomously on a single platform, through behavior analysis. You don't even need signatures to detect those traffic events.
And what's been the feedback so far? You said the announcement was yesterday, so
it was.
Great day for
we won an award already.
Congratulations!
Thank you.
Which one?
So we're the leader from Secure IQ Labs, and
Awesome.
turning out to be a leader on that space on Cloud WAF. So this is exciting for us. Traceable and Harness coming together just to do this correctly.
And is this merger and the technical capabilities? Are you going to be giving? It sounds like yes. Giving the developer folks, the security professionals, the visibility that they haven't had before?
Absolutely.
And that's critical.
It's deep inspection. It's the visibility you want for SecOps teams to understand what is happening in the traffic, what is anomalous, and to intervene at the right pace is extremely important for them.
And are you seeing the role of the CISO changing as a result and evolving as the cyber landscape changes, as AI accelerates?
I think the job is getting difficult, if you ask me. There are trends around, if you look at what's happening at RSA itself, security for AI and AI for security. Right? It's just there are two topics now to understand where that vision and landscape is going, what tools do they need to buy and understand. Can they get one single platform that helps them do that together? It's hard.
Security for AI, is that a solvable problem?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's something a lot of companies are looking into now. Just to understand what is happening in terms of prompt injection, hallucination, things of that sort. Yeah. So that's a space a lot of the companies are trying to enter. Same goes for Traceable. We plan to achieve that through API security, because at the end of the day, API is sort of the backbone for what code is written and what traffic flows, and we want to leverage that to solve some of the challenges there too.
And if I think about API security on its own for a second, and I want to elevate this conversation up to the C-suite, maybe the board.
Yeah.
What's the business value, the business impact that AppSec delivers to an organization?
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you have to think of posture management as one big concern.
Yeah.
The traffic that keeps on flowing for all the data that's written from code to the time you deploy, understanding the traffic, having an inventory around it, using AI is critical. Stopping those attacks, those notorious attacks on how the API is written. Sometimes there is like bad auth or broken auth. Fixing those issues is extremely important when it comes to testing the code or the API itself. And then more importantly, detecting anomalous behavior around it. So there's too much value for an exec to understand how my data is actually flowing and what is happening within the data in and outside of my organization.
Well, I mean, they need to understand it in a time where data is just going to continue to explode.
Absolutely, yes.
Nobody wants less data slower, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The amount of events we process when it comes to understanding the API traffic itself is so large. Scaling it for the amount of traffic, and as the AI keeps coming in and data keeps growing, is always going to be something that Traceable's good at. Yeah.
What would you define as like the top 3 differentiators of what Harness is doing with Traceable that really delivers that customer impact?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way we think about software delivery at the end of the day is with security embedded in it is the way to go. That's
can't be an afterthought.
Yeah, and then making it driven mostly by AI as the world is changing and how we are thinking about software delivery. That's important. And I think deep dev adoption is going to be key with this, because developers are attached to AI as much as possible now to do better coding and to ship software better. So all of that, if you do all of that together well and good, then you are at the forefront of this problem.
And that's nirvana, to get to the forefront, to be able to get proactive when there's so much reactivity been going on for decades.
100%.
And the sophistication of the threats and the attacks and all of the things that are the deep fakes and all the things that are just making it so much harder to detect.
Yeah.
We've got to get to that nirvana, that proactive
Always got to be step ahead of this game.
You do. Yeah. Is it fighting fire with fire, fighting AI with AI?
I feel there'll be all the humans coming together to fight with the AI at the end of the day.
Yeah.
That's how I feel, because if you look at the countries today, right? I mean, US is trying to do something with AI. China is trying. I think they all will come together to fight again at the end of the day with AI.
I hope so. I hope there's collaboration.
That has to happen.
What's your favorite, final question for you, customer story of Harness and Traceable that you think this really articulates beautifully the value of what our technology delivers?
Yeah. I mean, what's interesting is because the culture and the foundation of both these companies is similar. 70% of Traceable customers are already Harness customers.
70%. Oh, 70%. That's outstanding.
I know, yeah. And what's even better for us, customers like PayPal, Informatica, and others are already using both of these technologies and platforms to understand what DevSecOps truly means for them. And that kind of synergy and resonation, back from the developers and the security teams, just makes our life easy to solve their problems at the end of the day.
And you're making their lives easier as well.
That's the
I
goal.
imagine the onboarding, the migration process for those 70% is mapped out and going to be efficiently delivered.
100%. And Harness is built with that intent. There's a startup within startup environment. So we treat Traceable as a merger, but when it comes to merging these platforms to bring it all together, it's all unified in one way.
And that's what customers want.
Exactly.
Monish, this was a great conversation. Thank you for
so much.
sharing what's going on at Harness, the power, the catalyst for the merger, what's in this for the developers, the security folks, and ultimately the brand reputation of a business. We appreciate your time and your insights.
Thank you for having me. It was great.
All right. That was fun. For my guest, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching Techstrong TV, day 3 of our coverage from RSAC. Stick around. More great content coming at you in just a minute. to Techstrong TV. I'm Lisa Martin, live from the show floor at RSAC. This is our 10th year covering RSAC from Techstrong. We're going to have some great conversations all week, so stick around with us. Alan Schimmel will be here, Mitch Ashley, some other great folks. I'm joined by my first guest of the day, Itzik Alvis, the CEO and co-founder of Entro Security. Itzik, it's great to have you on Techstrong.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Talk a little bit about, the launch was about 2.5 years or so ago.
Yeah.
I saw recognition from NASDAQ. That's exciting.
Yeah.
Give us a picture of what you saw gap-wise. You mentioning before we went live that you were a cyber practitioner for a long time. What gaps in the market did you see and go, we can solve this?
Yeah, so Entro is a non-human identity lifecycle management company. We're helping organizations to protect their non-human identities like service accounts, API keys, and so forth. So prior to Entro, I was responsible for the internal security at Microsoft. Prior to that, I was a CISO for an healthcare services company. I was possibly breached a few times by non-human identities. Yeah, so that's what led me to start Entro. So yeah, the main problem we're seeing in the industry is that usually developers are the ones who are creating, permissioning using those non-human identities. And they also scatter them around, like committing them into code and sending them over Slack and so forth. And the main problem we're seeing is that security teams don't really know how many non-human identities they have and where they are.
Devs are working on their own without security involvement?
With no security oversight whatsoever.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you came on and said, we can help. So are you bringing the developers and the security folks together? Is that kind of one of the main things that you were facilitating?
We're letting development do what development are doing best, which is develop fast and enable the business. But we're an overlay platform that finds all of those non-human identities and then gather them, doing risk assessment, abnormal behaviors around them, and basically giving visibility and risk assessment to security teams while we're not touching anything the development teams are doing. So completely out of band.
Okay, excellent. That's a great collaborative environment, which is so
exactly.
It's essential these days. It's not even a nice to have, it's essential.
Right.
Talk a little bit about non-human identities. What are they? What are some of the critical functions that they handle?
So non-human identities, those are the credentials, if you will, that applications are using in order to access and authenticate to resources those application needs. So if you have an application that needs to use a database, they need some sort of a way to authenticate against the database, and that's the function of non-human identity. Programmatic credential, basically.
So they're becoming more and more common, yet they're also opening a door from a security breach perspective. Talk a little bit about
Correct,
that.
Yeah.
What's the balance there?
Currently, we're seeing that for every human identity, like human user, there's 92 times non-human identities.
92?
Which is insane. That's an insane number.
How do you even manage that?
You're unable to manage it without any sort of platform to help you do that.
Yeah.
And again, because developers are the ones who are creating them and managing them or unmanaging them, security don't really have even an inventory to answer the question of how many they have and where they are. So, of course, doing risk assessment, rotating them, like resetting their passwords and so forth, those are something that organizations are really struggling to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This divisibility on it, 92 times NHIs versus humans is... I imagine we're just seeing the AI assistants are just becoming indispensable for every type of organization. How do you manage that?
So it's the same problem. AI, it's another application that needs to access resources within your organization, and they are using non-human identities in order to authenticate against the resources within the organization. So that's only increasing the current problem of non-human identities.
Is it time organizations start treating these assistants like employees, like humans?
I believe so. I believe that in the near future we will start seeing those non-human identities being used by AI agent, creating more non-human identities and starting to do stuff within the organization on their own. And they will be kind of an employee. Yeah, I believe so.
So the challenge is there from a manageability perspective for security teams to get their handle on all of these non-human identities, get the developers really focused on developing code, but also managing this growing, probably exponentially growing opportunity/challenge. How does Entro come into the picture and eliminate those challenges for organizations?
So again, the main problem is they don't have any visibility or risk assessment around them. So what Entro is doing, we're able to find all of them and basically automate, secure their lifecycle. We're treating them as if they are human identities, like you're onboarding human and offboarding human. We're doing the same for non-human identities. So we're finding all of them, giving you an inventory, so you will be able to answer the question of how many non-human identities you have and where they are. We're then enriching them to a point you know which applications are using what non-human identities to access what resources and other vital data around them, like human ownership and so forth, permissions. And once you have the inventory and the classification, the map of what they are being used for, now you can do risk assessment. Now you can answer questions like, do I have non-human identities with more permissions than needed? Are they not in a secure location? And so forth. And then we're doing abnormal behaviors, which means, let's say someone from North Korea is using your non-human identity to access your environment. That will be probably an abnormal behavior. Little risky and something you would like to prevent. We're going to prevent it for you. We're going to move them to a secure location, and basically once they are no longer in use, we're going to offboard them for you.
Is it also part of shutting some of them down if they are insecure or also not really serving the right purpose for the business?
Yes. So usually when we're entering an environment, when we're starting to onboard Entro, we're seeing that about 40% out of all non-human identities are no longer in use. They are enabled, 40%.
Wow,
are enabled, someone can use them, but no one is using them anymore, idle, stale. And that means that we're disabling all of them, deleting them, and basically decreasing the attack surface by 40%.
Wow, that's a big number. Almost
that's a big number, and during like
the
first week.
Necessary and opening exposure to risks for organizations. Right. What problem do companies come to you with? I imagine they don't know what they don't know.
Exactly.
So what's the customer conversation like when you're talking with a prospect? They say, Itzik, we've got a problem, but we don't even know what it is.
Like everybody is aware. Everybody are aware about the problem. They know developers are creating permissions and non-human identities to access databases and storage accounts and other resources. They know it's being done within the organization, and they would like a way in order to control control, govern what those developers are doing. That's the main problem. Security wants to govern any identity that can access their environment and data.
And is it developers that are creating these, or are there other users within organizations that
usually
are also
developers, DevOps, like developers, DevOps, SREs, and so forth. Those are the ones who are creating them.
And their objective is what?
So again, those non-human identities like service accounts and so forth are being used by applications in order to authenticate against resources like database. So the objective is to enable the application to authenticate and connect to resources the application needs, like storage.
Offloading that task from a developer, for example.
Correct.
Yes, managing that. So what is a favorite customer story of yours that you think really shines the light on why you co-founded Entro and really big reductions in these NHIs that you're helping companies achieve? What's your favorite customer story?
Yeah, so actually just like I think 1 month ago, a DevOps left an organization. He left the organization and he downloaded all of those service accounts, all of those non-human identities.
Whoa.
And that was picked up by Entro, by our abnormal behaviors. So we helped them to find everything he downloaded, all of the credentials, all of the non-human identities, rotate them, like replace their credentials and so forth. So stuff like that we keep seeing.
Yeah.
Really giving me and the team, the energy boost we need to continue on.
And the confidence that you saw the right problem to solve for these organizations.
Correct.
And is this I imagine this is across industries, including government?
Including government, for sure. Every organization that have internal development have non-human identities.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
wow.
Lots of them.
Some of the stats you threw out were shocking, that there's a 92x multiplier NHIs versus humans.
Right.
And that 40% of them are either not usable or not necessary. So
they are usable, but not in use.
They're not in use.
Yeah, idle.
Okay.
And also, by IBM cost of data breach, probably the most, the best report in the industry, and Verizon report, the second best. Both of them are saying that non-human identities is the second most frequent attack vector and the number one most costly attack to an organization. So that's a real huge issue within the industry.
Huge issue for organizations. Yeah. Wow. What are some of the things that folks here that are attending RSAC can see and learn at your booth? I know you guys are exhibiting here.
Yeah, they should definitely come to the booth and understand how we're able to find all of them, how we're managing the lifecycle of them, reducing their permissions, rotating them, assigning ownership, and so forth. They should definitely stop by and see how they can fully manage and solve the non-human identity problem.
What's the time frame? I should have asked you this earlier. What's the time frame by the time Entro gets into an account where you're finding all of these NHIs and giving the control back to the organization? Is this something that happens fairly quickly?
Yeah, very quickly. Usually the onboarding takes like 15 minutes. We're able to connect like that.
Wow.
And then to scan for everything, few hours.
Okay. So the time to value is really short.
Correct.
That's outstanding.
Yeah.
What's next for the business? You're 2.5 years old. What are some of the things that we can expect on the horizon? Anything on the roadmap you can share with us?
Yeah, we'll continue to grow. We're gonna keep creating and doing lots of partnerships. So we're already partners with Wiz. We're partners with other great companies. So we're gonna continue to expand what we're able to do and who we can work with. And hopefully we'll keep leading the market.
That's awesome. Itzik, thank you so much for joining me on Techstrong TV, talking about non-human identities, the challenges there, but the opportunities that Entro is delivering to your clients across industries. We appreciate your insights.
Yeah,
thanks
for having me.
All right, for Itzik Alves, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching Techstrong TV live from RSAC. Stick around. We have a full day of coverage today, tomorrow, and Thursday. We'll be right back with our next guest. Welcome back to Techstrong TV. I'm Lisa Martin, live from RSAC at Moscone West in San Francisco. We're going to be talking all things security all the way through Thursday. Some great content we've already filmed. Hopefully you've been watching. More great content coming your way. My next guest is Naomi Buckwalter. She's the Senior Director of Product Security at Contrast Security. Naomi, it's great to have you on Techstrong.
Lisa. It's good to be here.
Thank you for joining me.
I'm so excited. How are you today?
I'm excellent.
Awesome.
My feet don't hurt yet. It's day one. That's why I'm
wearing
heels.
And I hope that is true for the
sitting.
rest of it.
Me too.
Fantastic.
That's one thing about conferences. You can guarantee a ton of steps and sore feet.
And no lines in the women's room.
That's true.
Yeah,
that is true. That's one plus for us girls. So I love the tagline at Contrast Security. You can't stop what you can't see. Tell the audience a little bit about Contrast Security. What is it that you guys are solving for customers?
Oh, interesting. Well, if I could give you an elevator pitch.
Yes.
We do application security in production. That's the easiest way I can explain it.
I love that.
Right? It's so easy to understand. Yeah. Well, if you think about it, we have other things in security production things. Like we have our CrowdStrikes that's running in production boxes, right?
Okay.
Like we have different agents that run in production. If you think about the vendor space, there's not a ton of application security happening in production, in runtime. A lot of it's before the runtime happens. So you've got your static scans, your SCAs, all the scans that happen in QA and dev and all the things that aren't actually production.
Yeah.
And you have to wonder why. It's kind of weird. It's weird.
Well, you were saying, that doing AppSec in production isn't crazy. It's smart.
It's so smart.
Why aren't more folks?
Wait, did you say that or did I say that?
I got that from
Oh, okay.
you.
So smart. You're smart. Actually, it is smart. Because it's where behavior happens. It's where the users are. It's where the attacks are. Why aren't we doing more security where the bad stuff is happening?
Right.
Why do we assume we're testing for all the cases prior to releasing the thing in production?
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you why. I know it's smart. We just said it. You said it. But I think it's because people are scared of doing AppSec in production. I think just tech in the past, we've had downtime as an issue. Your company is like, no, we need to have this uptime 99.999 or whatever, right to 5.9, thank you. And I think it's put us back a lot. So if you think about some of the bigger breaches in the past, it really comes down to you probably just had this old server running with an unpatched thing for the longest time. And you were afraid of taking it offline off production, right? Just to fix it and then put it back up. Yeah. Because your business is like, no, we need all the uptime, we need all the revenue. And it becomes this problem because you don't have the protections that you actually need in production.
Well, it's a double-edged sword, and it's like nobody wants to be the next headline for a breach, so it makes sense. Right.
I know.
I mean, the brand reputation, the churn that happens, nobody wants to be that. I mean, in this day and age, security attacks aren't, is it going to happen to us? It's when?
Oh, it's happening
It's how
now.
often?
It's
What is the cost it's going to cost my business?
Right.
So that alone, you think would make enough sense for them to put apps like in production.
But I didn't even get to the biggest part. It's because we don't have the insight that we need in production, in our applications. We are really good as an industry of getting our network traffic understood, all the things that are happening on our hosts understood. We know all the things that are going on because we have observation, we have sensors in those areas. What we don't have are those same sensors happening in our applications at runtime, in production. And now we're trying to say as a company, I think it's time. It's okay to do AppSec in production. It's okay, guys. Like, I almost feel like here at RSA would be our unveiling. Yeah. Is that a word?
Yeah.
Our unveiling, like our unboxing for YouTubers.
Yeah.
So it would be our way of saying to the community, like, it's time. Shift left probably has failed.
Yeah. Well, how much of what you're doing at Contrast is really education and making these folks aware that it's time, and this is why that old playbook has to be thrown out, because nobody wants to be the next headline.
And it's a little like pulling teeth.
Yeah.
If we had like an interpretive dance, maybe people would probably understand it more. Because it's sometimes they're like, "What are you talking about?" I had a dinner yesterday with somebody at a different company, someone who does static scanning. And it's like when I told him we should do AppSec in production, it's like I stabbed his child. Like, his reaction to that was just like, oh, you could just tell his face. I was like, I'm sorry. Do I need to apologize right now? Like, he was just so insulted, the fact that I even said that. Because it's so ingrained.
It's cultural.
In us. Right.
It's behavioral.
Exactly.
And that's
why?
hard to change.
Why?
But why? You're right.
Our critical thinking turns off whenever we are thrown another framework or another way of doing something. Oh, and everyone does it this way. Think of the thousands of other people here.
So I'm going to follow
do it
that
this
line.
way. Absolutely.
Yep.
It's a bias that is not well understood by me just because I can see the issues. And most of us in AppSec actually do. And here's another problem is security people traditionally don't have the best grasp of applications anyway. So what they do is, or what we do, is we kind of just say, hey, we're going to let the developers take care of it. We're going to do our scans. We're going to give them the issues, and then they're just going to magically fix it. That's not what the developers want to do. Trust me. They want to build stuff fast. Yes. They want to make money. They want to go home and build cool shit at the end of the day. I'm sorry. They build cool shit and then call it a day. They see security people, and they always have, as a gate.
Yeah, a gate.
As a detractor to what they're trying to do.
As a,
and
no, you can't
exactly.
do that. Yeah.
So what we're now saying is maybe that approach has failed us, because think of all the issues that are still happening. OWASP top 10 hasn't changed in like 2 decades, right? How embarrassing for us. Now we're saying application security can be done without the developers. We don't need them anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. And I know that sounds really like, who the heck are you, Karen?
Yeah.
But we haven't given this a shot enough to say that maybe it won't work, maybe it will.
Yeah.
Why not? Right.
So you're in effect enabling the optimal developer experience because you're pulling this out of their hands, and the AppSec folks can take the responsibility on in production.
Amazing. Do you have a newsletter? I want to sign up for your newsletter. That was
have a
really
podcast.
good. Yes, you do. Yeah.
So where are you talking? Who are you selling to? Is it the developers? Is it the security folks? Is it both? Is it the application owners?
Oh my gosh. Well, everyone and anyone who will write a check. But I will say we are targeting a new audience, and it's our SOC people, our security operations folks.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to sell them is more insight into the applications that are on their networks. Like all the applications and hosts that are on the machines that you care about. Run processes and things and accept traffic and do stuff with that traffic in your host that you should really know about, right? So we're giving them observations, more data, more insight into their application layer, into their APIs that they don't already have.
Right.
And I think our SOC, what we're hearing from the fields is that, wow, this is great. Like before it was just another network packet. Like I don't know what this is doing. Now it's, wow, it's not only do I know where this packet is going, what route it's hitting, what that route is doing, what it's executing in the host, or what data point it's hitting on the back end, right? Like now that we have all that insight, we can do something about it. If it's an application attack, we can block it because Contrast does that really well.
Yeah.
If it's a vulnerability that is out there, maybe we could tell the developers how to fix it. And we do that too. Not only do we block the attack, we can tell you where the vulnerability is. We can patch it, right? Like we have AI how to fix. Like we have all these cool tools that can just tell you how to fix it.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Well, that application detection and response technologies observability are game-changing for organizations.
Yes.
It's like the tagline that I like, you can't stop what you can't see. They need to have that visibility.
Yeah.
But also, in a sense, getting out of the way of the developers, letting them have the optimal developer experience that they want, that they expect.
Yes.
But providing that visibility so the blinders are off.
Absolutely. And you're letting them do their job better. Yes. And you're doing your job better too as security people. Yeah. Security people can do application security. I know it's sometimes hard because we have to keep up with their technology. Yeah. But once we do, we can show them we're on the same team.
Right.
And then now you're building relationships. Now you're building culture on your
and
teams.
Trust.
And trust. And
which
that is
currency.
100% what you need when you're working with developers. Like, I had conversations where like, why are we doing it with you guys? We can ruin your life if we want to. Like that is an adversarial relationship.
Wow.
Right. This is not a person that I worked with, but I was just talking. They're like, we can ruin security people's lives if we want to. Like, why are they so mean to us, right?
Power.
Right.
Wow. What's your favorite customer story of Contrast that you think this just perfectly shines a spotlight on what we do well and why we're doing it?
Well, it's funny because I'm a security practitioner. I'm my favorite customer. I actually use Contrast every single day.
Awesome.
And I
your own champagne.
Thank you. Oh, not the dog food thing?
No.
The champagne's
I like the
one?
champagne. I elevated it.
Thank you. It's so much better. Well, so I'm a security practitioner. I would not be working for a security vendor if I did not deeply believe in our products. Yeah. I am not even saying that lightly. Like, I understand how cringe it is to be here. I'm sorry, RSA. I love you. But it is cringe. And I will say, it's just like LinkedIn. It's like, why are you so cringe? Why do you have to be this cringe? It's security vendors doing too much, and it's not actually helping do security. So me, as a security practitioner, really appreciates a tool like Contrast because it makes my job so much easier. I don't have to do a scan and be like, here's 500 vulnerabilities at the static, and I haven't even validated each one. Good luck with that, developers. Like I can give our developers actual vulnerabilities, actual vulnerable routes, things that have been exercised in our applications, which means endpoints that have been hit in production because we know this is a route that has been used and here's a vulnerability, here's an attack that happened, and then we could do something about it immediately. I don't have to wait for the patch.
Right.
I can do something in our tool, Contrast, can be like, okay, we're going to block this for now, and then gives us some time to patch on the developer side. Yeah. And think about Log4Shell, it was the same way. Yeah. We blocked Log4Shell out of the box before anyone even knew Log4Shell was a thing. And now it buys the developers time, right? Because you're like, you're using old versions of Log4j that are vulnerable to Log4Shell. Go ahead and fix this thing. Right. And by the way, we have Contrast on the other side, acting as that last gate. Thank God we have them. You know,
you should be a developer's BFF.
I already am, Lisa. I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you are. Naomi, it's been such a pleasure having you on Techstrong TV. Thank you for really explaining what you guys are doing so well, why AppSec in production is smart. We appreciate your insights and your candor as well.
Appreciate that.
For Naomi Buckwalter, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching Techstrong TV live from RSAC. We'll join you again after a lunch break with our next guest, so stick around. Welcome back to Techstrong TV. I'm Lisa Martin, live from RSAC at Moscone West in San Francisco. We're going to be talking all things security all the way through Thursday. Some great content we've already filmed. Hopefully you've been watching. More great content coming your way. My next guest is Naomi Buckwalter. She's the Senior Director of Product Security at Contrast Security. Naomi, it's great to have you on Techstrong.
It's good to be here.
Thank you for joining me.
I'm so excited. How are you today?
I'm excellent.
Awesome.
My feet don't hurt yet. It's day one. That's why I'm wearing
heels.
And I
hope that is true for the rest of it.
Me too.
Fantastic.
That's one thing about conferences you can guarantee: a ton of steps and sore feet.
And no lines in the women's room.
That's true.
Yeah,
that is true. That's one plus for us girls. So I love the tagline at Contrast Security. You can't stop what you can't see. Tell the audience a little bit about Contrast Security. What is it that you guys are solving for customers?
Oh, interesting. Well, if I could give you an elevator pitch, yes. We do application security in production. That's the easiest way I can explain it.
I love that.
Right? It's so easy to understand. Yeah. Well, if you think about it, we have other things in security production things. Like we have our CrowdStrikes that's running in production boxes, right? Like we have different agents that run in production. If you think about the vendor space, there's not a ton of application security happening in production, in runtime. A lot of it's before the runtime happens. So you've got your static scans, your SCAs, all the scans that happen in QA and dev and all the things that aren't actually production. Yeah. And you have to wonder why. It's kind of weird. It's weird.
Well, you were saying, that doing AppSec in production isn't crazy. It's smart.
It's so smart.
Why aren't more folks?
Wait, did you say that or did I say that?
I got that from
you. So smart. You're smart. Actually, it is smart. Because
why aren't folks
it's where behavior happens. It's where the users are. It's where the attacks are. Why aren't we doing more security where the bad stuff is happening?
Right.
Why do we assume we're testing for all the cases prior to releasing the thing in production?
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you why. I know it's smart. We just said it. You said it. But I think it's because people are scared of doing AppSec in production. I think just tech in the past, we've had downtime as an issue. Your company is like, no, we need to have this uptime 99.999 or whatever, right to 5 nines, thank you. And I think it's put us back a lot. So if you think about some of the bigger breaches in the past, it really comes down to you probably just had this old server running with an unpatched thing for the longest time. Yeah. And you were afraid of taking it offline, off production, right, just to fix it and then put it back up. Yeah. Because your business is like, no, we need all the uptime, we need all the revenue. And it becomes this problem because you don't have the protections that you actually need in production.
Well, it's a double-edged sword, and it's like nobody wants to be the next headline for a breach, so it makes sense. Right.
I know.
I mean, the brand reputation, the churn that happens, nobody wants to be that. I mean, in this day and age, security attacks aren't, is it going to happen to us? It's when?
Oh, it's happening
It's how
now.
often?
It's now.
What is the cost it's going to cost my business?
Right.
So that alone, you think would make enough sense for them to put AppSec in production.
But I didn't even get to the biggest part. It's because we don't have the insight that we need in production, in our applications. We are really good as an industry of getting our network traffic understood, all the things that are happening on our hosts understood. We know all the things that are going on because we have observation, we have sensors in those areas. Yeah. What we don't have are those same sensors happening in our applications at runtime, in production. And now we're trying to say as a company, I think it's time. It's okay to do AppSec in production. It's okay, guys. Like I almost feel like here at RSA would be our unveiling. Yeah. Is that a word?
Yeah.
Our unveiling, like our unboxing for YouTubers.
Yeah.
So it would be our way of saying to the community, like, it's time. Shift left probably has failed.
Yeah. Well, how much of what you're doing at Contrast is really education and making these folks aware that it's time, and this is why that old playbook has to be thrown out because nobody wants to be the next headline.
And it's a little like pulling teeth.
Yeah.
If we had like an interpretive dance, maybe people would probably understand it more. Because it's sometimes they're like, "What are you talking about?" I had a dinner yesterday with somebody at a different company, someone who does static scanning. And it's like when I told him we should do AppSec in production, it's like I stabbed his child. Like his reaction to that was just like, oh, you could just tell his face. I was like, I'm sorry. Do I need to apologize right now? Like he was just so insulted, the fact that I even said that. Because it's so ingrained.
It's cultural.
In us. Right.
It's behavioral.
Exactly.
And that's
why?
hard to change.
Why?
But why? You're right.
Our critical thinking turns off whenever we are thrown another framework or another way of doing something. Oh, and everyone does it this way. Think of the thousands of other people here.
So I'm going to follow
that
line.
Way. Absolutely.
Yep.
It's a bias that is not well understood by me just because I can see the issues. And most of us in AppSec actually do. Yeah. And here's another problem is security people traditionally don't have the best grasp of applications anyway.
Okay.
So what they do is, or what we do, is we kind of just say, hey, we're going to let the developers take care of it. We're going to do our scans. We're going to give them the issues, and then they're just going to magically fix it. That's not what the developers want to do. Trust me. They want to build stuff fast. Yes. They want to make money. They want to go home and build cool shit at the end of the day. I'm sorry. They build cool shit and then call it a day. They see security people, and they always have, as a gate.
Yeah, gate.
As a detractor to what they're trying to do.
As a,
and
no, you can't
exactly.
do that. Yeah.
So what we're now saying is maybe that approach has failed us, because think of all the issues that are still happening. OWASP top 10 hasn't changed in like 2 decades, right? How embarrassing for us. Now we're saying application security can be done without the developers. We don't need them anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. And I know that sounds really like, who the heck are you, Karen?
Yeah.
But we haven't given this a shot enough to say that maybe it won't work, maybe it will.
Yeah.
Why not? Right.
So you're in effect enabling the optimal developer experience, because you're pulling this out of their hands, and the AppSec folks can take the responsibility on in production.
Amazing. Do you have a newsletter? I want to sign up for your newsletter. That was
have a
really
podcast.
good. Yes, you do. Yeah.
So where are you talking? Who are you selling to? Is it the developers? Is it the security folks? Is it both? Is it the application owners?
Oh my gosh. Well, everyone and anyone who will write a check. But I will say we are targeting a new audience, and it's our SOC people, our security operations folks.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to sell them is more insight into the applications that are on their networks. Like all the applications and hosts that are on the machines that you care about, run processes and things, and accept traffic and do stuff with that traffic in your host that you should really know about, right? So we're giving them observations, more data, more insight into their application layer, into their APIs that they don't already have.
Right.
And I think our SOC, what we're hearing from the fields, is that, wow, this is great. Like before it was just another network packet. Like I don't know what this is doing. Now it's, wow, it's not only do I know where this packet is going, what route it's hitting, what that route is doing, what it's executing in the host, or what data point it's hitting on the back end, right? Like now that we have all that insight, we can do something about it. If it's an application attack, we can block it, because Contrast does that really well.
Yeah.
If it's a vulnerability that is out there, maybe we could tell the developers how to fix it. And we do that too. Not only do we block the attack, we can tell you where the vulnerability is, we can patch it, right? Like we have AI how to fix, like we have all these cool tools that can just tell you how to fix it.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Well, that application detection and response technologies observability are game-changing for organizations.
Yes.
It's like the tagline that I like, you can't stop what you can't see. They need to have that visibility.
Yeah.
But also, in a sense, getting out of the way of the developers, letting them have the optimal developer experience that they want, that they expect.
Yes.
But providing that visibility so the blinders are off.
Absolutely. And you're letting them do their job better. Yes. And you're doing your job better too as security people. Yeah. Security people can do application security. I know it's sometimes hard because we have to keep up with their technology. Yeah. But once we do, we can show them we're on the same team.
Right.
And then now you're building relationships. Now you're building culture on your
and
teams.
Trust.
And trust. And
which
that
is
100% what you need when you're working with developers. Like, I had conversations where like, why are we doing it with you guys? We can ruin your life if we want to. Like that is an adversarial relationship.
Wow.
Right. This is not a person that I worked with, but I was just talking. They're like, we can ruin security people's lives if we want to. Like, why are they so mean to us, right?
Power.
Right.
Wow. What's your favorite customer story of Contrast that you think this just perfectly shines a spotlight on what we do well and why we're doing it?
Well, it's funny because I'm a security practitioner. I'm my favorite customer. I actually use Contrast every single day.
Awesome.
And I
your own champagne.
Thank you. Oh, not the dog food thing?
No.
The champagne's
I like the
one?
champagne.
I
elevated it.
Thank you. It's so much better. Well, so I'm a security practitioner. I would not be working for a security vendor if I did not deeply believe in our products. Yeah. I am not even saying that lightly. Like, I understand how cringe it is to be here. I'm sorry, RSA. I love you. But it is cringe. And I will say, it's just like LinkedIn. It's like, why are you so cringe? Why do you have to be this cringe? It's security vendors doing too much, and it's not actually helping do security. So me, as a security practitioner, really appreciates a tool like Contrast because it makes my job so much easier. I don't have to do a scan and be like, here's 500 vulnerabilities at the static, and I haven't even validated each one. Good luck with that, developers. Like, I can give our developers actual vulnerabilities, actual vulnerable routes, things that have been exercised in our applications, which means endpoints that have been hit in production because we know this is a route that has been used and here's a vulnerability, here's an attack that happened, and then we could do something about it immediately. I don't have to wait for the patch.
Right.
I can do something in our tool, Contrast, can be like, okay, we're going to block this for now, and then gives us some time to patch on the developer side. And think about Log4Shell, it was the same way. We blocked Log4Shell out of the box before anyone even knew Log4Shell was a thing. And now it buys the developers time, right? Because you're like, you're using old versions of Log4j that are vulnerable to Log4Shell. Go ahead and fix this thing.
Right.
And by the way, we have Contrast on the other side, acting as that last gate. Thank God we have them, you know.
You should be a developer's BFF.
I already am, Lisa. I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you are. Naomi, it's been such a pleasure having you on Techstrong TV. Thank you for really explaining what you guys are doing so well, why AppSec in production is smart. We appreciate your insights and your candor as well.
Appreciate that.
For Naomi Buckwalter, I'm Lisa Martin. You're watching Techstrong TV live from RSAC. We'll join you again after a lunch break with our next guest, so stick around.
Hey everyone, welcome back here to Techstrong TV. You know, I always enjoy having a first-time guest on our show and introducing you all to a new company. So I'd like to introduce you to Marty Kagan. Marty is the co-founder and CEO of a company called Hydraulics. I hope I got that right. Hey Marty, welcome to Techstrong TV. It's great to have you on here.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Okay. Marty, we're going to talk about hydraulics a lot. But let's first talk about you, Marty. You're the co-founder and CEO. I'm sure there was a lot of thought, consternation. You know, everyone who's ever started a company has been through this. Like, you know, they say you got to be a little bit crazy, but how crazy is the question? But give us an idea of kind of your road leading up to co-founding Hydraulics here.
My background is mostly in the content delivery space. I worked at Cisco and Akamai and Fastly, running big engineering teams there. But I started a company prior to this called Sodexis that we ended up selling to your neighbors, Citrix, down in Florida.
Sure, I remember.
The challenge we had with Sodexis, we were just generating huge amounts of data, about 23 billion records a day. And it was like writing a blank check to Google every month to deal with the data. And at the time of the acquisition, my co-founder, Hassan, said, I think we're doing this wrong. I think everyone's doing this wrong. I think there's a better way to deal with this kind of volume of data, that there's a hole in the market when it comes to that kind of scale. And he had a bunch of ideas that we thought, well, you know, you're probably wrong because it's a big crowded space. But on the off chance that you've sort of looked at the problem differently, it's a big market to disrupt. And so we decided to give it a shot.
Absolutely. And you know what, that is a big market. I mean, so my background's in security, cyber. And you know, one of the things we've had for as long as I've been in security is, you know, the more we want to track everything, right? We want logs for everything. But, you know, the average security incident, you may not discover it until 9 to 18 months after it took place. And so you need to keep records.
I think there's some myths in the industry around that the organizations want less data, when in fact we really think they want more. I think that you can't treat lossless transaction logs the same way you treat lossy application logs, where there's noise and redundancy. And I think that the hot, warm, cold strategies that many companies have adopted were really a trade-off rather than optimization. That the problem was that you've got finance putting pressure on IT to say, you got to cut costs, you got to contain costs. And the same thing, you've got the product engineering, AI, ML, data scientists saying we need more data, more data. And that tension between managing your costs and making everything available creates an opportunity to change the economics and solve some interesting problems.
Absolutely.
What we found, there were lots of great modern data stacks like Snowflake and Databricks that do amazing jobs of decoupling compute from storage, but they're not really good at driving interactive dashboards. That's not really what they're built for. And so you've got a NOC and a SOC and these other groups that want to be able to interact with the data. They were often reliant on things like Elasticsearch for only the most recent, 24 hours of data, and then everything else ends up in cold storage. And that creates problems that you don't have access to all your data. So that was sort of the problem we wanted to go after.
It makes perfect, Marty. I live it every day, you know, because I think you're right. First of all, I remember it's got to be around 1992 or 93, maybe 94. I bought it was a hard drive. It was gigantic. I think it was 40 megabytes. And it was literally a hard box. It was about this big. You know, remember those days? And
spinning media with,
Uh-huh. And I said, my God, this is more memory than I'll ever need. What am I going to do with all of this, right? But the very there's some sort of law at play. The more storage you have available to you, the more things you find that you need to store, right? But then there was this.
Well, cost is a big driver. Affordability is a big driver. So you say, well,
absolutely.
And data anxiety and data regret are very real. So you think, well, I wish I could keep everything. I wish I could index everything, but I just can't afford it. So we'll just index these columns and we'll just keep this data. We'll roll it up into our summaries. We'll throw away the raw data because we just can't afford. But really, But then later I'm going to regret, like, oh, I wish I'd kept that. I wish I'd indexed that. And so that we felt if we could just make it easy for everyone to store everything and keep everything and index everything, then you would eliminate all that anxiety regret. Like you just won't have to worry about it. And
absolutely. But there was another thing at play, Marty, where people said, you know what, not all data is created equal. I am going to keep this in, as you mentioned, cold storage. Maybe I'm going to put this on a tape. Maybe I'm going to keep this in S3, but I'm going to keep this somewhere else, right? Because I need this close by. I need this fast, and I don't really go into that as much. And so that was one of...
That's because there's this trade-off between fast and hot and expensive and cold and slow and cheap. And if you can eliminate the difference, then why would you not have everything hot? Why, if you're going to store that stuff anyway, like regulatory reasons or whatever, if you're going to have all this data, you might as well make it usable. And it's only the cost that is driving you to say, well, let's just put it in cold storage. And we found as we open it up, people say if all your cold storage is all of a sudden you have sub-second query performance against all of your data going back 3 years, it creates all new business opportunities that were sort of limited, that you couldn't get to before because you've been forced to stick it into somewhere that was,
absolutely. And then when you went to retrieve it from the cold locker, you my God, no one told me it was going to take this long and it was going to be this hard.
Or this expensive. The other thing is people are finding that actually getting data back out can actually be really expensive.
Yeah. So talk to me about how hydraulics, excuse me, how hydraulics help solve this.
We felt there was nothing else really built for that kind of a terabyte to a petabyte a day scale. There were lots of solutions where you're talking millions of transactions, but when you're talking billions, you need a different architecture. You need something that is built on stateless auto-scaling, so you can handle DDoS attacks. Things like ETL, traditional ETL, where you can extract all the data and write it back in, that works fine at the million event scale. It doesn't work well when you're talking hundreds of billions of events. Having multi-stage pipelines to manipulate your data before it goes into the data lake can all of a sudden cost just as much as the data lake. So you need a fully integrated solution, and you need something that is Kubernetes native, that is designed to scale up and down automatically, because as much as you want to be able to handle the Super Bowl, 5 minutes after the Super Bowl, you don't want to be a database that big. You want to back down to the scale you need. And so building something that was stateless and scaling, was a unique approach to the market. And Hassan, my co-founder, felt that we could get SSD-like performance directly off object storage if we changed the way we do indexing and compression and IO and kind of rebuilt the underlying storage layer to optimize for object storage. And we've been able to consistently get kind of that hot data performance off of cold storage.
Excellent.
The other thing we found is sort of, what do you do with this now? You got a data lake, who needs a data lake? What are the problems you could solve? We felt that there were lots of good solutions for internal observability, but a big gap in the market around SaaS observability, especially for high volume, high value use cases like CDN data, security data, ad tech data, where you're talking, again, hundreds of terabytes a day of information. That wasn't, it was a different set of problems. And then lastly, we felt that most of the tools out there came with their own dashboards and their own query languages, and that created a lot of sales friction because end users don't actually want new tools. They want to use their existing tools. So we took a kind of a counterintuitive approach and built a logging platform with no front end, or rather every front end. We embrace and extend things like Grafana and Kibana and Splunk and Databricks and Fabric and ClickHouse and Spark and MySQL and PromQL. And my engineering team is working very hard to build more and more interoperability with existing tools, so that we can make Databricks faster and cheaper. We can make Splunk faster and cheaper. We can make ClickHouse faster and cheaper, rather than having our own front end. That has really helped accelerate our business, we think.
Oh, I would imagine it was. 'Cause, I mean, you look at a Splunk, for instance, right?
A lot of companies are very relying on Splunk. They love Splunk. It's a great tool, but they're often like, I can't afford to ingest. Right. And so you say, well, only put this data in Splunk, versus saying, I'm going to use Splunk for everything, but I'm just going to leave the data. I'm going to land the data hydraulics, let hydraulics handle the ingestion, the transformation, the enrichment, the indexing, compression, and then use Splunk as my front end. But I've got another team that wants to use Kibana, another team wants to use Grafana, another team wants to use Databricks, and they can all operate off that one copy of the data in hydraulics, right, and have it copy the data to 6 different databases. There's a huge consolidation benefit in having a single platform to service these different needs.
Waddy, I got to tell you the truth. As someone who's lived this sounds almost too good to be true.
We get a lot of that.
What's the catch? What's the catch?
Well, so, there's trade-offs. We don't support updates. We're not an ACID-compliant data warehouse. We're not built for data that is, we're not built for unstructured data. We're very focused on particular kind of workloads and use cases. Time series, structured logs that are immutable. That's kind of our sweet spot. And again, scale is really the key there. Like the folks who are doing this at scale. So we had a lot of success. We've signed nearly 500 customers in the last 2 years. We just announced a big. It's hard sometimes to get customers to be referenceable, but we did just publish a blog about what we did with Fox or the Super Bowl. We were ingesting a terabyte a minute during the game for them, handling millions of events per second, able to deliver 5-second time to glass. And moreover, also ingesting many different data feeds, different sources, Akamai logs, FASI logs, many different CDN providers, their other data they have from their ecosystem, client-side data, bring it all together in a single pane of glass with 5-second ingest latency and sub-second query latency. Those are easy things to do at the low end. It's very hard to do at that kind of volume and scale. So it was a very, very successful outcome for us.
Good for you guys. You guys also announced a really large, especially in today's world, right? A really large Series C.
We closed our $80 million Series C a couple days before the market crashed. We're very grateful for the timing there.
Timing is everything.
We had a lot. Last year we grew 8-fold. I think the investors were excited about the growth and they saw the overall market opportunity to go after. So very excited.
Who are the investors, if you don't mind sharing?
A fund out of New York called QED Investors. The founder of QED was actually the guy who founded Capital One. So a very strong presence in fintech and financial services. And Nigel was excited about Capital One was really built on a thesis around data. At one point, I think they were the largest Oracle deployment in the world. And so they really saw the opportunity for us to go and to break into the financial services market. There's a lot of problems there. They're very data centric, and disruptive technologies like ours that can have a lot of opportunity.
Love it. Congratulations. I mean, in today's world, that is a very, very healthy round. So congratulations. You guys also nabbed, no pun intended, NAB Best of Show Award.
Yeah, we had a great time in NAB. We had a booth. We did some events. We had, I think, a really enthusiastic. We had about 20 employees there, and I think it was a nice recognition. We sell primarily today through partners, with partners. That's most of our sales is through partners like Akamai and Amazon. We're working on a number of additional partner integrations this year, and so we did a lot with Akamai, with Amazon at the event. It was a great opportunity to get there and meet with customers, meet with partners, meet with prospective new partners. I didn't love spending 5 days in Vegas, but it was a good show for us.
I don't like spending 5 days in Vegas either, my friend. 3 days and I'm done. I really need to get home. But congratulations on that again. So things are, the arrow's pointing up, as they say, right?
Yes.
What
yeah,
else can we expect
things
to
are
see?
really busy. We've expanded. Last year we grew the team. We started out last year with 40 people. We're at 200 people now. So we've done a lot to scale up to handle. We also grew from 2 customers to 500 in less than 2 years. So we've been in this sort of keep up, chasing the opportunity and making sure that we're not getting in the way of the opportunity. And so for us, it's now that we've kind of reached the scale we think we need. It's about execution. We've built out a team now in Latin America, where we do about 10% of our revenue. We've expanded our team in Europe, where we're only doing 15%, but we think we can really grow there. We do about a quarter of our business across APJ, and we've got new sales presence in India and Japan. And we do about half in the US, and we continue to expand our presence here as well.
Fantastic. You know what? We didn't even mention the website.
Oh, it's www.hydraulics.io.
And that's HYDROLIX.
Yes. And if you're in the Amazon Marketplace,
.io, right?
.io, yeah.
Right.
If you're in the Amazon Marketplace, AWS Marketplace, and you search for hydraulics, you can all of our services available for companies to sign up for and do a free trial and check it out.
I love it. What's next for hydraulics, Marty?
We continue to look at new verticals and new use cases for our technology. So we're very strong today in things like media and ad tech. And as with our new funding partners, we're looking now expanding into financial services. We're building some new tools around advertising, ad tech, data for publishers. So we're very vertical focused and very partner focused. So is that the Akamai and Amazon drive most of our business today, but we think that there's similar partnership opportunities. Again, it's all around these SaaS services and building observability for these services. So if you're an Akamai customer, you need dashboards for all the Akamai products you're buying. The Amazon customer needs dashboards for those products. We are looking at replicating that success across the industry.
I love it. Well, Marty, I wish you a lot of success, continued success here with hydraulics. What a great story. This is really, I could see why the success. This is a real problem, and it's been a real problem. So let's,
thank you, Alan. Thanks for your time. It was lovely to meet you.
Thank you. Marty Kagan, co-founder and CEO of Hydraulics here on Techstrong TV. Go check it out, hydraulics.io. I know you've been fretting over how much your storage costs and are you storing the right things? Are you throwing away things you need to be storing? Hydraulics can help you there. We're going to take a break here on Techstrong TV. We'll be back in a moment. Hey everyone, we're back here live at RSA conference today, closing out our Wednesday coverage, day 3 of RSA. Our next guest is from Qualys, a company you all are familiar, or I assume all of you are familiar. We cover them enough here. Her name is April Lenhart. And April, first of all, welcome to Techstrong TV. I know it's your first time here with us. It's great to have you on.
Great to be here.
You certainly look very different than most other Qualys executives we've interviewed over the years, so it's fantastic to see you. April, why don't we start with what your present position is at Qualys? And if you wouldn't mind, tell us a little bit of your career path, what your story is.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm a principal product manager at Qualys, and the main thing I focus on is cyber threat intelligence. So at Qualys, I'm going to be working on really bringing cyber threat intelligence to the fore, working across all of our different products, seeing where we already have cyber threat intelligence, and really bringing that out into a new product. In my past, I've worked as an Intel analyst, and from there moved into cybersecurity, working as a product manager at all different companies, each time really working on kind of nation state level actors and looking at how to bring out cyber threat intelligence across the industry.
When you were an Intel analyst, I assume it was for the government, some sort of agency or something, or?
Private company as a contractor, really? Yeah, and doing kind of the same thing, geopolitical threat analysis. I was the person who would walk into a metro and say, what does a physical threat and vulnerability analysis look like? So when I then transitioned over to cybersecurity, it was like, oh, hey, this is what red teaming is, right? So yeah. I knew it from the physical side and then got to do it on the cyber side.
Excellent. What a great story. And then you're also an adjunct professor at George Washington. Is it Georgetown or George Washington?
Yeah, Georgetown.
George Washington has a great pre-law program, George Washington University, but so does Georgetown too, actually. But that's fantastic. And what do you teach there?
It's at the Security Studies program, and it's called Cyber Threat Intelligence and National Security. The goal is for students who don't have a really technical software engineering background or computer security background who want to know more about, again, those nation state level actors, those APTs. They get to dive into the world of cyber threat intelligence.
I love that. April, if you don't mind, I want to, as I said, most of our audience knows Qualys. Worldwide leaders started really out in vulnerability management and vulnerability detection, and now vulnerability remediation, threat intelligence. There's many facets to the Qualys product line at this point. But let's talk a little bit about cyber threat intelligence. Now, Qualys, I think they had a research team, a cyber research team for a bunch of years.
Yes.
But in the last 2-3 years, they really tried to turn up the threat intelligence knob because they want to integrate it into the dashboard view, right, of Qualys QBR and everything. As part of your mission, what are you going to do to the existing offering that raises that bar?
So I love that you brought up the analyst team. The threat research unit at Qualys is over 100 analysts. It's a very, very big team. And my goal is to really accentuate the work that they're already doing and really just bring it to the forefront so people can really get a better sense of what our analysts are doing on a day-to-day basis and really contextualize that information. So we're going to be able to see really quickly with any vulnerability or with any misconfiguration, what are the industries involved? What are the threat actors involved? What are the locations, both from the victimology side and from the attacker side? Really bringing all of that information so it's really quickly and easily accessible.
Absolutely. And I think that is the mission for Qualys, right? It's because I remember speaking to them, whether it's Qualys' own cyber risk threat intelligence feed, or even harnessing and plugging into third-party feeds. It's a valuable addition to the kind of risk dashboard, if you will, that they're developing. The other thing I wanted to mention is, we were at the Qualys QSC. I want to say it was in Austin this summer. Maybe it was right before summer. And they introduced this whole rock.
Yes.
Concept of a rock.
Yeah.
Not a sock, a rock.
Yeah.
And again, that's another area where the threat intel, right, that's how, it makes its way to operators, right,
Yeah.
who can use and act on that.
Absolutely. So the Risk Operations Center, a ROC, is the idea that you take enterprise threat management, you take all of your intelligence, you take all of your unified asset management, and now on top of that, you're also going to bring in essentially the probability of how does it affect me? How does it affect my business? How does it affect not just kind of overall the industry, but how does it take my business into account? So you're looking at across all of the different assets that you have as a company, and you're then saying, how does those specific assets that I have, how do those relate to the major CVEs that we're seeing? So you can really stack rank and identify what's important to me, what do I need to patch? If I don't, what are the major consequences? And you can even associate it by, specific industries, specific parts of your business. And then within those parts of the business, say, okay, if I don't take this specific CVE into consideration, how much is that going to potentially cost me? So it's really, think of a risk operations center as not just saying, this is asset management, but also here's how I contextualize it for my own business, which is really taking it a step forward.
Got it. Now, I realize you've only been on a few months, and there's a lot of plans, a lot of offerings that are still coming together, right?
For
that
sure.
aren't public yet. But what do you think to date has been your biggest kind of impact on the cyber risk intelligence or threat management for the Qualys product?
I like to think that right now it's bringing in that contextualization piece.
Yeah.
So again, just coming in as a subject matter expert, being able to lend the lens of this is what, as an analyst, this is what I would want to see. So very similar to how a ROC brings in that extra layer of contextualization, I also want to come in and to say this is how it would be relevant to the greater industry.
Got it. If you don't mind, I want to turn to RSA this week. As usual, RSA is chock full of security people, right? And a lot of security, 600 plus sessions, all kinds of things going on. You were on a panel, I hear, Monday?
Yes.
Tell us about that if you can.
Well, honestly, the best part was that since we were the very first session of the very first day, we had first mover advantage. So anything we talked about was just going to be repeated by everyone else for the rest of the week.
That's how these things go.
And that was ideal. So our panel was on AI and GRC, governing risk compliance. And it talked about everything from kind of our outlook on AI as a whole to getting a little bit more into GRC, where the industry is now and where we see it going in the future.
So tell us about it. Look, certainly AI is the talk of this conference, as it is the talk of everything in tech today. But one of the things we've been talking about here for the last 2-3 days is, no doubt, it has the potential to be huge, but how real is it? How much of an impact is it making today? In the field of governance, risk, and compliance, GRC, how big is AI today? Not what it could be, but today.
For sure. There are a lot of ways that it's already made a major impact in terms of being able to scale up way past what otherwise a human would be able to do, right? So there's a lot that AI has already been able to contribute to as far as adding in metrics, again, adding in contextualization. However, there are definite limits to what humans are comfortable with and what companies are comfortable with deploying. For example, we still haven't gotten to the point where you can have agentic AI that is where we're completely comfortable saying, set all of these rules and completely act on your own free will to determine if you see any new threats, block everything, essentially think of a completely automated SOAR where there is no human involved in the process. We have not yet gotten to the stage where we're comfortable with a human completely being removed. We still want there to be that emergency stop button. So it's fair to say that AI has really significantly contributed to having us grow in this industry, but we aren't completely there. We haven't reached that pinnacle of saying, yeah, we can just set it and forget it now, right?
Well, and I don't know if that's a worthy goal, to tell you the truth. Maybe, just maybe, the future of AI, at least near term, short term, is just to enhance the human, not to replace the human.
Right.
And I think that's a good lesson for all of us to look at. A lot of CEOs and executives get up there and say, we could cut headcount. I could get rid of all my intern junior coders. I could get less security professionals. No, that's not really what it's about, I think. Not today, anyway. I think today it's more about how can I make my people more effective?
Sure.
How can I enhance our security posture? That, and it's AI in conjunction with a human, helping a human. I heard someone say it at an event we put on Monday, and it really struck me. At this point in the game, AI is a co-pilot, not a pilot.
Yes, I think that's a very apt way to put it.
Yep.
AI is a really great tool for augmenting what you already have as a way for thinking of unique solutions to a problem if you are able to then correct it. It's not a great way of teaching new solutions to a problem when you don't already see pathways to get there. So in the same way, within GRC, it is a very good way of saying, I already know how to get to the end. Show me different ways to get to that same end. It's not a good way of saying, show me brand new things where I don't already know what to do. So
got it.
Very similar.
April, I want to wish you success in this new role, fairly new role at Qualys. We'll be watching to see what comes out on threat intelligence. I'll say it here. We're actually going to be at the next QSC, Qualys Security Conference, which I think is in Houston. And we'll be, shooting live there, and we'll catch up there.
Thank you so much for having me on today. I really appreciate it.
Nice meeting you.
Great to meet you.
April Lenhan, Qualys, I forgot your title, I apologize.
Principal Product Manager.
Principal Product Manager at Qualys here on Techstrong TV. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. We've got a few more interviews to do today before we wrap up day 3. You're watching Techstrong TV. Cool. Hey everyone, we're back here at RSA wrapping up our day 3 coverage. I think we have one more interview after this though. This gentleman next to me, I've known him probably 15 more years. He is a unicorn in this industry. I don't remember the last time I spoke to someone who's been with their company for 20 plus years.
That's correct, 21 years this year. And I've gone through almost every role from CTO to CISO, now to Chief Security Advisor, being forward-facing, helping clients strategize. Really kind of a jack of all trades.
Yep. It's my friend Maury Haber. Maury works for a company called Beyond Security. You know, Maury, normally I'll ask someone to say, tell me what you did before you joined this company. We could ask that, but I don't know if, some of the people watching out here may not even have been alive, but you were with a company called EI.
Yeah, I originally came to EI in the early 2000s, and BeyondTrust purchased EI in 2012, and it's been BeyondTrust ever since. 2018, we had an acquisition as well. BOMGAR actually purchased BeyondTrust, took the BeyondTrust name, as well as Avecto and Lieberman, and it's been a fun one-year ride through all of it.
Absolutely. You know, for those who may not know the history of vulnerability management companies, I had started or co-founded a company called Still Secure back in the day. And when we came in 2003, we came out with a vulnerability management system, VAM. And back then, the players, and you'll remember these, Maury, was Foundstone, which was bought by McAfee. Tenable, which is still here.
Yeah, and everybody knew it by then, Nessus at that name.
Right. Well, people knew it by Nessus, exactly. Yeah. Tenable, Renault and Ron. And then we had Qualys, which is still here.
Still running hot.
But really, one of the hot ones was EI. And, you know, a guy named Mark Meffray.
He's actually here at the show.
Is he? Mark's here.
He is here.
And look, this is a very different time. We didn't call it cyber. We called it InfoSec. But EI was the shits, right? I mean, that was the sizzle there in vulnerability management. You discovered, was it Code Red or the X?
Mark Mayfrey identified Code Red and part of the Blaster Worm.
Yes, the worm.
Got his name at that time, and Retina was the Retina network security scanner. It was the staple for about 15 plus years, and the discovery engine and many of the capabilities or concepts are still even a part of BeyondTrust today. Because doing really good discovery is hard, and that technology still survives today.
So there's your cybersecurity history lesson, courtesy of BeyondTrust and Techstrong and Maury and Alan.
I'll give you one piece of that. So Alan, I've written 7 cybersecurity books, all under the Attack Vector series from April Media. My new book coming out in Q3 is just labeled Attack Vectors. It's actually a history of cybersecurity.
Is it? I love it.
It covers the last 50 years. It's a textbook format, really highlighting why tools exist today, how they were developed, and why do we have firewalls. It's designed to teach new security professionals how we got to where we are today.
That's a great book. When's it coming out?
Q3, and it's called Attack Vectors, A History of Cybersecurity. It'll be the 8th book in my collection.
We'll be looking for that. That'll be a good one. Maury, when it comes out, you'll reach out to me. We'll do
I'd be happy
interview on it.
Happy to.
Excellent. Now, Maury, I don't know, not everyone out here is going to know BeyondTrust either. So why don't we go there a little bit? Tell them the BeyondTrust.
Sure. BeyondTrust is a leader in identity security and privileged access management. Privileged access management has been around, oh my gosh, since 1985, well before you and I even met. But it has evolved. It has originally started with password storage, then it expanded to least privilege and endpoint and remote access and bridging. And there's a lot of concepts that the analysts now call PAM. But now we have this threat of identity security. The Verizon data breach report cites 80% of attacks have an identity component. The BeyondTrust Microsoft vulnerability report, which came out last week, in 2024, 40% of vulnerabilities have privilege escalation components. So identities, new perimeter, we've heard that buzzword, but really is key to all modern attacks. So BeyondTrust solutions not only protect against privileged attacks, but identity security, the hygiene, the well-being, the identity detection threat response, the cloud infrastructure entitlements management, a lot of those acronyms like KIM, ITDR that we hear about, that's where our solutions play.
Love it, love it. Just before we move on to the other stuff, let me just tie a bow here. BeyondTrust.com?
BeyondTrust.com, one word.
Good. All right, let's talk about what's news. What's news?
So news. About 2 years ago, we introduced a product called Identity Security Insights. And what this tool does is it allows you to connect to your IDP, your BeyondTrust products, even some of our competing products, and get a state of what your identity hygiene is. Okay, sounds like a lot of other stuff, but there's a lot of unique tech in here. The first is what we call paths to privilege. What this does is it analyzes anybody's account and the identity relationship and shows you how you could leverage, even from a red team perspective, one account versus another to get administrative rights. You may not even be aware of those paths, but it shows you graphically, if I did this, ran this command, went here, I could actually compromise an environment. This leads to what's called a true privilege. What is your true privilege? Do you even know that you have privileges to do something? Now, this tool's been around for 2 years. It's been fantastically reviewed. It's got good acceptance in the industry. But what we have found is most people don't understand what the account's relationship is as an attack vector. So we made an announcement earlier this week as a part of RSA to basically say we're giving a free or complimentary risk assessment to anybody that wants it. It takes 2 hours. The tool plugs in full tilt. It's not a limited tool. Read-only access to certain data sources in your environment, and you get a concrete report of everything that's a problem in terms of joiner, mover, leaver, dormant accounts, privileged accounts that have stale passwords, hundreds and hundreds of detections. On top of that, for a limited time, you get the full analysis. We saw PowerShell run as an admin without MFA. We saw token hijacking. We saw all of these crazy detections in real time, so people can get a good measure of the identity hygiene of their environment. This goes far beyond an IGA certification report. It's real-time analysis of behavior and the paths to privilege.
I love it. That's great. How could people do this now? How do they get started?
How do they get started? They simply go to the BeyondTrust.com website. On the main page, you'll see sign up for an identity security risk assessment. Fill out the form. Within about 15 minutes, someone should call you during normal business hours.
Great. All right, let me bring up the next thing. Look, you can't walk from the light tile to the dark tile here without tripping over AI.
Yeah.
How is AI impacting your business yet? Good, bad, indifferent, or?
AI is huge, and we're seeing it not only as an attack vector, but we're also seeing it in the solution sets. So you just walk the shore floor, you'll see every type of AI. You saw the announcement with Protect AI and Palo Alto. Okay, how does identity security use AI? Embedded in our products is AI that can tell you the behavior of an account's usage. This is kind of cool. Is a machine account that's been identified as a machine account behaving like a human because it's been compromised, or is a human operating like a bot because there's some machine or automation behind the scenes leveraging it that you don't know about? So our tool sets have incorporated AI for behavioral analysis, and we'll be expanding that even further with some generative AI technology that you'll hear about later.
I love it. You didn't mention agentic AI, just to complete the bingo card.
Sure. I know there's buzzwords here, and it's bingo. It is bingo, yeah. Go ahead.
Nothing yet for us on that one? Or?
When you look at identity security, you have to think of what would you want to generate that would be too voluminous or too problematic. If you think about what PAM does with session recording and session monitoring, there are organizations that hire dozens of people just to review privileged sessions.
Yeah.
What could generative AI do to make that simpler to consume? A little bit of tidbit that you're seeing in the future.
All right, you heard it here. Maury, you've been coming to RSA almost as long as I have.
Yeah, 20 years almost.
Yeah, I'm 2002. Was my first RSA. We've seen a lot of changes in these buildings. There was that movie that came out, what was it, Here, with Tom Hanks?
I never saw that, but go ahead.
It was a single camera, very unique kind of film by Robert Zemeckis. Single camera of a room, a living room.
Yeah.
Over a course of about 100 years, a house, I guess, up in like Pennsylvania or somewhere, northeast. And it was the story of the people who lived in that house and what went on in that room. You know, snapshots over the 100 years.
I'll have to look for that. Go ahead.
It's called Here.
Here. Okay.
Great. It's based on a very well-regarded book. But anyway, if we did that here, right? If you and I were sitting here and we said, over the last 20 years, what we've seen change, what the messaging is, what the companies are, the amount of people, everything else. Jillian's used to be right there. Now it's the Falcon
And he
Lounge,
used to have the Mexican
CrowdStrike,
restaurant and a Starbucks.
The falafel place
Yes.
here is a
all gone.
All gone. We've seen a lot of
change,
water under the bridge. Yeah. As you look back and then use that to kind of as a lens to look forward, what do you think we'll see here 10 years from now, even 5 years from now?
5. Well, you know what? The movie analogy you gave me was quite applicable because the first thing that comes to mind is the movie Inception.
Uh-huh.
I keep on thinking I'm living in a dream. I just had lunch with the same people that I had last year and the year before at Fangs. So it was just like, man, I did have that ship.
Movie. Same time next year.
Yeah. So when I think about, okay, I am in a dream, I'm having the same food, same thing, I see the same booths, and I see a lot of new booths, I think that the evolution of the city is not necessarily the impact on RSA. I don't believe that this area looks the same outside of RSA. Come here 3 weeks, it'll look different.
No doubt about it. I've been here when it's not RSA.
San Francisco. So there is a bubble that exists here.
Yes.
A lot of the stuff I see on the show floor, I have no idea how these vendors can deliver. I think there's so much marketing hype in the creativity of the booths that what is being promised or shown is not really what's in code and being delivered.
And most of the people there can talk the marketing talk.
No understanding, no formulation.
And less than an inch deep.
So take politics aside, economy aside, I think there is going to be some form of level set in the next 5 years. Startups are not going to be able to promise the world. You're not going to see the big vendors with a lot of fancy stuff. We have to come back to the basics of what you really do, what's really important, what I call foundational security. Everybody needs antivirus. Everybody needs SIM. In my opinion, everybody needs privileged access management. Whether you solve it with a tool or you do it natively. A lot of the peripheral stuff, it's going to fall off the wayside or just be consumed.
They're nice to haves, not must haves.
I think in the direction of what everything is going, like I said, no politics or economy aside, the nice to haves are, that would be a great bolt-on to solve that problem. I'm not going to get funding for that nice to have. I have to keep my core components right. I think the next 5 years you'll see some shakeout, maybe some shrinkage, but going back to basics, or as many people will call it, secure by design. Give me the tools to enforce secure by design.
I love it. Maury, it's a pleasure having you here.
Always,
man. What a great discussion, huh?
Thank you.
The name of the book series again?
The name of the book series is Attack Vectors. You can find it on Amazon or through Springer Natural. And you'll see Cloud, Privileged, Asset, and Identity. 4 books, several of them with 2 editions. And the new one will just be Attack Vectors in Q3.
I love it. And BeyondTrust.com.
Yes, sir.
Maury Haber. Hey, man, God willing, we're here next year. We'll do it
We
again.
will be here.
You'll eat at Fangs before, order the same food, and we'll go from there.
It's good Chinese food.
Yeah, I ate Chinese last night. Hey, we're live here. We still got, I think, one more interview coming your way here at RSA for today. And, of course, tomorrow we'll be at it again. You're watching Techstrong TV.
Welcome back to Techstrong TV. Lisa Martin here, coming to you live from Moscone West at RSAC 2025 in San Francisco. This is Techstrong's 10th year of covering RSAC. We've been having some amazing conversations today with cybersecurity experts, which you know because you've been watching since we started. I've got 2 great guests here next, here to talk about what they're doing in the federal space. Bridget Gleason joins us, the CRO at Spacelift, and Irina Denisenko, the CEO at Knox Systems. Ladies, it's great to have you on the program. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you to be here.
Love talking partnership stories. So let's do an about for each one.
Okay.
Spacelift. Give the audience an overview. We're talking about infrastructure as code, but what's your secret sauce?
Policy-driven, governance, security, enabling teams to go fast. It's all about velocity. But you can't sacrifice on security and governance. So that's really the secret sauce.
And you're enabling developers to go faster. You're enabling platform teams to have more control.
Right, the whole ecosystem to go faster, because the name of the game is getting your software out there, and you can't do that if you're not able to deliver it on reliable, secure infrastructure.
Absolutely.
So, and that's all that we're talking about today is around security, and it's becoming more and more challenging and more important. So
Absolutely. It's kind of a double-edged sword, because it's essential, yet there's so much more software being developed every day.
Right.
And that threat landscape just gets more and more amorphous and sticky. And
there's no surprise that we've seen a huge uptick in demand at Spacelift.
Irina, give us a background on Knox Systems. Where you based? What do you do? How do you partner with Spacelift?
Thank you. Well, Knox is a very simple concept. We are FedRAMP as a service.
Okay.
We host our customer applications in our federally compliant cloud, and we get them FedRAMPed in 90 days for 90% off of what it takes to do it alone.
Oh my gosh.
And
that's
so
huge.
we are so excited to partner with Spacelift to be able to bring them into FedRAMP, but even more importantly, to be able to use them for us. We manage over 20 applications, including Adobe's federal cloud, and we need tooling to do that in a compliant way. And that's exactly why we're so excited to be using Spacelift.
And how long has the partnership been going on?
It's being announced tomorrow.
Oh, congratulations.
So you're like, this is
We're
hot.
breaking news?
We're
breaking
breaking
news
here.
Thank you. I'm
Breaking
excited.
news. Hot off the press. And you know, when our CEO came to me and was telling me about Knox, and like you said, 90% discount, 90 days. I thought there's no way.
Yeah.
And for us, we have this growing demand. Our growth is being fueled right now by large enterprise, government organizations, lots of regulatory industries. And so having this FedRAMP piece is so significant for us, and also being able to deliver that to Knox is really exciting.
Is this opening the door for Spacelift in the federal space?
Yes, to some don't require FedRAMP, and we're able to satisfy that, but many do require FedRAMP. The other that Irene and I were talking about as we were walking over here is large enterprise. Also, when you have that FedRAMP certification, they know that you've got a very strict security checklist that you've already complied with.
Yeah.
And so I think that's going to accelerate also time to market for some other companies that we're working with.
Well,
so
you're giving them the confidence.
Are thrilled.
Yeah. You're giving them the confidence, the customer base.
100%.
Of what you're able to deliver. Why would some federal agencies not be required to be FedRAMP certified?
You probably know that is.
Yeah, so
I assumed it was a blanket requirement across.
So the situations are really if you're delivering on-prem, and Spacelift is able to deliver both a SaaS and an on-prem. So if you do on-prem, that's fantastic, and you're able to deliver to the government because effectively you're air-gapped. But for the many SaaS solutions out there, and to be able to operate at the speed of SaaS and at the scale of SaaS, that is where FedRAMP comes in. And that's really where we're enabling Spacelift to really accelerate.
Okay, got it. Talk a little bit about what federal agencies will be able to achieve with this partnership. What's in it for them?
Absolutely. So I'll start off right off the bat. We have 15 federal agencies that serve as our authorization to operate providers. That means they are our sponsors. And they are thrilled about this because what it means to them is they know that the applications that sit in our boundary, the applications that they consume, are that much more secure, that much more observed and compliant with all of not just the FedRAMP regulations, which are very important and really the name of the game, but also there's many additional regulations around now AI coming out, around cryptography coming out, because of course software is moving so quickly. And so as we harden our stack with tools like Spacelift, it means to them that they feel a lot more confident consuming from our cloud.
And you know, I do a lot of marketing. I've been in marketing for a long time, and confidence is critical. It's not a marketing term. That is to be able to give a developer, a platform team, an agency, the trust and the confidence that their applications are secure is not table stakes. It's table stakes.
No, it absolutely has to be. And Irene and I were talking earlier today about how this administration is looking to modernize a lot of the infrastructure.
Yes, it is.
That's going to require, for them to do it, a lot more software companies that are certified to service the government. And it's part of the reason I'm sure you're seeing a big demand. We're seeing a big demand because for us to fulfill that, we've got to satisfy these requirements. So as you said, it's trust.
Yeah.
But it's also, there has to be the security, very real security. And it is frightening to think about with AI and some other tools out there that the threats are getting bigger. And so being able to have a platform like Spacelift that is very strong around security, compliance, governance, et cetera, is critical. One of the things we heard today, we were at the same talk this morning, was companies that want to allow their security folks who are working on compliance issues, everything you need to do to satisfy compliance, they would like them to actually be working on security issues. So a platform like Spacelift that can take away some of those compliance chores and busy work will enable some of the security people. What did they say today? How many? 500,000?
Open positions.
Open positions in security.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So we've got to make sure that the people that that can be doing security are working on it. And Spacelift can help take away some of the other compliance and auditing and some of those other requirements that we can help fulfill through automation.
Right.
And so you have the security folks focused on
and that's what they want to do. Developers want to develop. Security professionals want to secure. By being able to offload and automate some of those, I don't want to say menial tasks, but tasks that take time and resources is huge.
I don't know if you know that we released an AI agent about 2 weeks ago, Saturn Head AI. And I mean, you're talking about the mundane, repetitive tasks for DevOps engineers. That's finding out what happened when a deployment fails. Yeah. And it requires looking through very complex, voluminous logs. It's mundane, it's repetitive, and it often requires a more senior engineer to be parsing through those logs. So our agent can go analyze the logs in plain English, give you a description of what happened.
Probably like that.
Like that. Yep. And then also these are...
Hello from Broadcast Alley, Techstrong TV. Lisa Martin here, finishing day 3 of wall-to-wall coverage from Techstrong TV. We've had some amazing conversations, as you know, because you've been tuning in live. All of our content is going to be available on the socials on demand by at least next week. So if there's anything you loved and you missed it, or you want to watch it again, no worries, we got you covered. Our next guest comes back to us. Eran Kinsbrenner is here, the VP of Portfolio Marketing at Checkmarx. Eran, great to have you back on Techstrong, gang.
Thank you. Happy to be here again. An amazing show, and always love to talk to you guys.
Yeah. So give us a recap of RSA. This is the end of day 3.
Yep.
You got in over the weekend from Boston.
Yep.
Your perspective, you're new to Checkmarx, but you're not new to the industry, you're not new to the portfolio.
Yep.
You're a veteran of cybersecurity. What have you seen that's really impressed you this week?
So we have had many conversations, some of them, of course, about AI, agentic AI. Yeah. Some of the conversations were about concerns, especially in the reality of security, cybersecurity. How is AI going to either add more risks while it solves other? Yeah. So this adoption of AI within AppSec was a main topic during this week. Again, good and bad.
Yeah.
At Checkmarx, we hope that it will actually turn to the good side, protecting AI, code generation, and things like that. That was one thing. The other thing, which was very, very clear, is the shift in power, responsibility towards the developers. This shift left that everyone is talking about, that's fine, but there were many domains that shifted left over the past few years. We believe, and we hear it this week, that security, app security, the power, the responsibility, and the concerns as well, is shifting more towards the developers. And these developers are now going to actually be looking for better, more efficient solutions, which enhances their developer experience, but also supports the jobs that needs to be done, right? Coding fast, secure, high quality, high performance.
What are some of the concerns? I want to talk about the optimal developer experience, but what are some of the concerns that you're hearing, and how do you respond in your current role with, we got this?
Yeah. So there are many, many challenges that developers are facing. So it comes with a few words: scale, trust, and fitness to their workflows. And I will break these down. So when talking about scale, today everyone is using tons of open source libraries. I would say 80 to 90% of the code that developers are using today is not even theirs. Okay, they're using AI, they're using open source libraries, and they're also adding their own proprietary code.
Okay.
So the scale and the amount of code that is being added, I'm aware of about 700,000 new libraries, packages on just the NPM, the Node.js registry. Wow. Okay, so this is a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, so developers are kind of exposed to way more lines of code and kind of scaled code repositories that they need to protect while they're using it.
Yeah.
So that's the scale. The second thing is trust. Can they actually trust the tools, whether they're coming within a platform engineering portfolio or they're just tools that are part of their, DevSecOps tech stack? Can they trust what they're actually getting in response, like less false positive, less noise, and this kind of thing? And lastly, as I mentioned, is the fitness to their workflow. Okay, developers are not top security engineers,
right?
And they need everything that serves them to be within their workflow, integrated into their pipelines, integrated into their IDEs, and so forth. Within Checkmarx, we actually made a few announcements this week. I'll just give a short recap, and we have them all on our website, but ASPM in the IDE, pre-commit secret detection, integrations with Artifactory from JFrog, right? Head of engineering dashboards. These are all developer experience focused enhancements that we have done to actually tackle everything that I've just mentioned. High-scale code repositories, trust, and fitness to their workflows. So that's kind of what we are hearing and how we respond.
And none of those are negotiables these days. The scale is continuing to grow.
Right.
The trust is absolutely critical for every industry, every organization, and the ability for them to be able to do their jobs as so much is coming at them is essential for their workflows to be optimal and successful.
I completely agree. And, you mentioned scale. Many of our customers, huge enterprise customers, they have hundreds of development teams, okay, and thousands of pipelines. So just to give you a sense of the scale, right? Checkmarx is scanning on a given month about 450 billion lines of code.
Wow.
Okay, so I think that kind of gets you the feeling of the scale that we are dealing with.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's not going to go down, that's only going to go up, right?
It's just going up.
Yes. I saw this really cool LinkedIn post from you, and if you guys check out Aaron's post on LinkedIn, we're going to break it down now, where you said you're exploring how pre-commit security, and I want to understand that concept, checks and secrets detection, how that can stop exposed credentials before they even hit a repository. First of all, define pre-commit security checks, define secrets detection, and why in 2025, as the threat landscape changes so much, it's now more important than it's ever been.
Yeah. So I'll define secrets detection. Secrets are basically anything that kind of developers use to engage or to interact with other components, whether it's API tokens, password, usernames, passwords, whatever access credentials that they need to get to different systems, okay? So these are kind of a very high level, like your username and password, your email address.
That's a
this
secret.
kind of thing. Yeah, that's a secret.
Okay.
Right. And when this is already exposed, that's too late, okay? When it's already getting its kind of way towards a public repository, a shared repository, that's already too late. It might be found later on, it might not, okay? So that's where the pre-commit comes into play.
Okay.
We believe, and we actually talk to our customers and serve them. Actually, this feature comes as a request from one of our customers, a few of our customers actually.
I'm sure.
And it actually kind of gives them a safe way to create their source code. So every time that actually they run or they write a line of code, if they are exposing a specific secret, this pre-commit mechanism, framework if you like, give them a heads up or a trigger alert, and actually gives them the exact file where this secret is being exposed, and they can remediate it, remove it before it actually makes its way to the shared repository.
Okay.
Once they're doing that, it's like win-win-win because A, they're obviously protecting their entire code base.
Yes.
B, they're saving a lot of engineering rework and which costs a lot of money, right? Because once you need to remediate after it was already in a shared repository, it costs a lot of money, right? Rebuilds, retesting, and rescanning and everything. So we're trying to prevent and block these secrets at the source, okay? So as a developer is writing his piece of code, we do this pre-commit scan and give him the alert. It can save a lot of headaches, money, and protect the business at the end of the day.
Absolutely. It seems like that's a no-brainer these days because you need to pull this back, secure your code at the source.
Yep.
Why are some organizations not doing that yet?
So awareness, and that's one thing. But second, developers find it quite, easy to not hide these secrets because it's just in my local environment. It's very easy for me not to put it outside or hash it or whatever. So sometimes developers find it very convenient to use or to actually expose the secrets, but it's just in their sandbox. It's just in a pre-commit environment. And that's the mistake because you forget about it and then it just slips to production.
It's too far downstream by that point.
Yeah, and that's one thing. The second is when you are relying on AI code generation, right? And you're kind of just giving the secret to an AI tool that will generate additional methods, additional source code, right? You also rely a lot of that we talked about trust, right? You rely on the AI to take care of this pre-commit, which you shouldn't.
No.
So it's about education, about awareness for developers, and sometimes taking them away from their comfort zone. And this pre-commit thing actually keeps them very comfortable because it's an automated process. They don't need to do anything manually. They just need to add kind of a line of configuration to the pre-commit build, and that's it. It's one line. Checkmarx does the rest. Okay. After you do this, every new line of code, every secret that is being exposed will be scanned, alerted, and moved away autonomously.
So you mentioned the comfort zone thing, and that's one of the things that we talk about with the developers, the security folks, the DevSecOps movement, and how there's a lot of synergies in how they behave, yet there's cultural and behavioral challenges there.
Yes.
So Checkmarx has found a way, let's keep this in their comfort zone. So what I'm hearing is you're empowering developers to stay in that comfort zone, but also to become proactive, which is critical.
100% agreed, and this is exactly why we also announced this week, in addition to our very rich plugin that we have in the IDE, this ASPM. So we're trying to serve the developers where they are, where they live, and that's the IDE. So many of the components that sometimes were in the IDE and then on our web Checkmarx One platform, we are bringing them as close as possible to the developers, to your point, to educate them, to empower them to be security conscious, and obviously by that prevent security vulnerabilities from slipping to production.
Are you seeing more of an appetite from the developers to embrace this?
Yes.
Rather, because it doesn't sound like you're impeding what they know and what they like to do. Like I said earlier, it's empowerment.
Yes. So I met one of our large financial customers this morning, and he's the head of engineering. You can't get higher than that.
Yeah.
And the head of engineering said it very clear. he needs his developers to have as less noise as possible to get the job done.
Yes.
And when you empower developers, even though they're not security experts, to be well educated, autonomously remediate things that are kind of happening almost every day. We talked about the scale earlier, right? So when security is a no-brainer and it's part of the flow in a more easy, convenient way for developers, they will adopt it.
Yeah.
They will become security champions because they see, okay, it's part of like any other automated testing that has been in the market for many years. So it's another validation that we are doing, and it fits in the cycle. It goes within the CI/CD pipeline up until production. So I think as you get more developers to understand the value of automated application security, shifting it left, making it convenient, as autonomous as possible, you'll get the adoption, you'll get actually even less cybersecurity attacks at the end of the day.
So helping them get ahead of application risk without slowing down development, because that's what they want to go fast.
That's the most important thing. You know, DevOps just came to solve that, right?
Yeah.
Quality, velocity, value to the market, to the business. And this security sometimes interrupts this velocity. So when you can...
and then you get resistance, right? Yes.
Exactly.
Do you see Checkmarx as a facilitator of the DevSecOps movement maturing in the next year or two?
I think that with what we are currently bringing to the market, you know, all the dev experience enhancements and the agentic AI vision that we announced it also this week at RSA, I think this is definitely going to put us in front of more and more developer communities because we are innovating, we are solving real issues, real challenges that developers face. We are meeting with them day in and day out. We actually have one of the biggest databases of malicious packages that we are scanning. So we are here to serve the developers and make their lives much easier.
Yeah. Well, we talked about the empowerment, but what I'm also sensing is you're bringing in customer feedback, which is always critical.
Yes.
Customers saying, hey, Checkmarx, we need this because of these issues. What is that customer feedback loop like? Because it sounds like, and I know at most organizations, they should be critical to the development of the technologies, especially in an industry like cybersecurity.
So we are truly believers in the customer engagement, customer feedback. We act on all the customer feedback that we are getting. We run almost on a monthly or bi-monthly basis customer advisory boards across regions, across geographies, because each region, by the way, even each vertical, financial, insurance, retail, telco, you name it, right? They have their own requirements from an AppSec perspective. So we are actually doing targeted summits for verticals, for customers, and collecting a lot of feedback and acting upon that. The product management, the CPO, and everyone else is fully involved, fully engaged, so we're collecting feedback. This week we did a few cabs already with a segments of customers, and we collected precious feedback that we're going to implement. Agentic AI, dev experience, shift left, all these things are actually just going to improve more and more as we collect more feedback from customers.
And that's just foundational to the business, is that customer feedback.
Yep.
Do you see any, from a vertical perspective, you've got the vertical focus with the cabs, are they prioritized? Are they all horizontal in terms of prioritization? Because I imagine every industry is vulnerable.
Yep.
Nobody's safe.
No one is safe, and they're all definitely concerned about security, concerned about AI, so you'll see a lot of common themes, concerns, challenges across these verticals.
A lot of commonalities. That must help product development.
Yeah, we have definitely, it helps us focus.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But on the other hand, they have different business needs, right?
Sure.
A financial organization will have a different feature set or different objective, especially when you're dealing with developers, right? Developers want less noise, and they are seeing more noise in the financial, by the way. FIS, financial insurance.
Why is that?
They have a lot of exposure of third-party databases, tons of APIs and integrations. So the FIS in our mind is the most challenging one and the more demanding one. But retail, they have their own exposure, right? Open source libraries and the likes, right? So SCA is definitely critical for them. And at the end of the day, also the supply chain, the software supply chain. I think we talked about it earlier this week at Techstrong TV. The software supply chain today is by far more advanced and more complex than what it used to be.
Oh, absolutely.
So when you're just looking at about code to cloud within a modern software supply chain, it's crazy, compared to a few years ago, right? You have containers, you have infrastructure as code, you have tons of open source libraries, dependencies, right? Runtime security. You need to take care of everything, every line of code throughout this journey, okay? And by the way, in this journey, you have multiple personas as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's not just the developers.
It's the developers.
I imagine, too, from a business value perspective, nobody wants to be the next headline. The brand reputation, brands can be ruined if they're the next headline. So from a business impact perspective, how do you enable the CISOs to up-level the conversation to their CEO and maybe to their board, showing the business impact? Maybe it's better P&L or revenue streams that Checkmark's technology actually delivers to that business.
That's a great question, and CISOs are among our top target personas, if you like. We actually had a month ago a very successful webinar with the CISO of Michael's stores, right? Huge retailer, everyone knows them. And what I like about the CISO of Michael's, he said that he's enforcing within his business what he calls the Trinity of Architects. Okay, and he's kind of divided that Trinity, like three, into the developer architect, the solution or the security architect, and the CISO itself, okay? And when he believes that when every architect within this Trinity engages, kind of is on the same page, brought to the table earlier in the development cycle, they are all aligned, they are all in sync, and that's why, by the way, that's how they do business, okay? They make sure that the development architect, the AppSec architect, the chief security architect, they are all brought into the loop very early in the software development lifecycle. And they're actually seeing a great success when they're implementing that. So cross-team alignment, collaboration, that's what CISO cares about these days, and definitely getting the right tools in front of these Trinity personas, if you like, is also very key to the success.
That Trinity alignment is so important because it's collaboration.
Yes.
And being able to have that earlier on in the process probably takes some of the complexity out because the roles are clearly defined. They understand how they're each contributing to software development in the way that they're comfortable, in the way that they expect the experience will continue to be.
Less noise, more focus on business values per each of these domains or verticals within the company. And when you're dealing with a company like Michael's, they're huge. Okay, they have tens and thousands of stores, throughout the US and Canada. So they have a huge challenge to protect the business. Okay. So the alignment is a key for them. It is key.
It should be a KPI.
It should be a KPI.
I think. I really think so. Give me your perspectives as we're kind of wrapping up here on the state of cybersecurity. I imagine as an expert, you've been to many RSAs over the years.
Yes.
Techstrong's been covering it for 10 years, but I know it goes way back to the early 2000s. We recently actually on Techstrong Gang, I think it was a couple weeks ago, talked about MITRE and the contract that almost expired. And the CVE program. Thankfully, CISA came to the rescue. But I know that Checkmark supports the need for MITRE. What do you see as the state of the industry in 2025?
So I think this was kind of a red flag or a warning sign for many organizations.
And it came up suddenly.
It came up suddenly, and that's kind of when you take a break and reevaluate. Okay, what's your application security posture? What's your strategy? Who are you working with? Okay, to make sure that if something like that happens, who got your back? Okay, who is covering you from a malicious package coverage protection? This kind of things. Secret detection, as I mentioned earlier. API security, container security. All these scanners, all these engines. And we support MITRE, and we actually came out with our own article exactly the same day that this incident happened. Reassuring the market and our customers, most importantly, that no matter what, we have, as I mentioned earlier, the biggest database of packages. We have our own research lab called CX10, for zero-day detection and prevention. So we have our own analysts that are taking care of it. That's their daily job, covering NPMs on Node.js, NuGet, .NET packages, Java packages, whatever you need, we are covering that as an independent vendor and solution to our enterprise customer. So again, if something happens, they have us to depend on, and we're doing the best we can.
And they can have the confidence.
And
I'm a longtime marketer, and I think confidence isn't a marketing fluff term. It's critical.
You need,
especially today with how fast things are moving, and we talked about scale in the beginning. That's not going to slow down.
I agree, and confidence, like you have life insurance, right? When everything goes nice, everything is fine, good. When you have like a bad day, that's when you actually understand who got your back, who can you count on.
Yep.
And we believe within Checkmarx that we have the research lab, we have the engines, we have the technology, and the research and the experience to give our customers what they need.
Customers can count on you, and you're going right where the developers are, where they want you to meet them. Thank you so much, Aaron, for talking about why this matters more than ever, really backing things up, securing code at the source, and why it's just an essential element these days. We so appreciate your insights and your time, and we'll be following Checkmarx.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Pleasure to have you. From my guest, I'm Lisa Martin. This wraps up day 3 of RSAC coverage from Techstrong TV. We've had a blast bringing you great content. We hope you enjoyed all the content we've created. As I mentioned, everything will be available for the socials next week. So if you want to triple watch things or maybe take some notes, you'll have the opportunity. Thank you again for joining us today on day 3. I'll see you tomorrow morning.